Hey guys, welcome back. This is Kakarot ZU all-time favorite. Today we are gonna see, what if Goku was half Demon? So let's move on to the video. 13 years before Goku's sacrifice against Cell, within the known universe, there are 4 individual galaxies. Each galaxy is indicated by a respective cardinal direction, either being called North, South, East, or West. The North, or Milky Way galaxy as it is commonly called, is notably distinct from its 3 brethren in more ways than simply one. One such difference is the existence of a planet called Earth. This world, strangely enough, is home to more species than any other in its entire solar system. From ferocious dinosaurs to anthropomorphic dogs, the Earth inhabits a seemingly endless array of sentient life, some even possessing magical and superhuman abilities. Such phenomena makes it appear that no other planet could match the sheer danger and uniqueness indicative of Earth. However, this assessment is not entirely true. As of now, much of the universe has yet to be explored or fully understood. In fact, much like the 4 galaxies, there are multiple universes as well. These universes hold just as much, if not more, extraterrestrial life than Earth itself. One such universe in particular has an Earth of its own, a twin Earth to be more specific. Not much is known about this version of the planet, but to be perfectly honest, it pales in comparison to another world. That being a third Earth that seemingly materialized out of thin air, yet was somehow equal in age and structure to its 2 counterparts. Located in the West Galaxy, this planet had a mystical, almost otherworldly atmosphere to it. It was as if some type of green energy flowed all throughout, projecting a protective layer or tissue. Where this exactly came from could not be entirely explained. All that could be said for certain was that this same energy connected the North Galaxy with the West Galaxy using an interdimensional thread, a thread which closely resembled the roots of a once massive tree. Projecting portals at random intervals, this abnormal route between galaxies would change the course of 2 kids' very lives. The first child was none other than Earth's most powerful fighter, Son Goku. After a long, grueling battle with Demon King Piccolo, Goku began to partake in a 3-year period of martial arts training atop the Lookout. The Lookout itself was a semi-spherical platform which hung over the highest point of Earth's sky. Here, Kami, the current guardian of Earth, oversaw the inhabitants of this planet, making sure they were safe from harm. He dealt with this task alongside his genie-like attendant, Mr. Popo. Said black-skinned individual was calmly watering the Lookout's flowers as Goku sat in a meditative position. The boy had spiky, gravity-defiant hair, and wore an orange martial arts gi. This gi was paired with blue shoes, wristbands of the same color, and a black sash. To top it all off, Goku also sported a circular pendant on the left side of his chest. Said yellow badge housed the Japanese kanji for turtle in bold, black text, signifying Goku's status as a student of the Turtle School for Martial Arts. Goku, sitting cross-legged, held his hands up in a gesture reminiscent of religious worship or respect for the dead. His eyes were also closed in an uncharacteristically focused calm state of being. Managing to do this was further baffling for the 16-year-old since his monkey tail was recently ripped out for good. In order to bring back the Moon Master Roshi previously destroyed, preventing Goku from transforming again was a necessity for Kami. A stronger, almost unbeatable Great Ape was not something Kami was prepared enough to handle. Especially since Piccolo Jr., the final offspring and reincarnation of his evil half, was still out there, waiting to exact vengeance unto Goku. In that regard, preparing Goku for that inevitable fight needed to be done without any further distractions. Unfortunately, to his chagrin, Kami had a sinking feeling that something was amiss on the Lookout. He turned his head from side to side, looking around the pavilion for any sort of strange energy signatures. In spite of his age, pinpointing hostile ki was a notable specialty for the ancient alien. It was how he managed to separate himself from King Piccolo. After all, strange, it appears that an influx of magical energy suddenly emerged. Kami thought curiously. He twitched both antennae about, wondering if the identification of this magical energy was a mistake on his part. But that can't be. From what the previous Guardian told me, magical energy like this is native to that other version of Earth. The one created from Yggdrasil. Kami pondered in confusion. He probably should have known more about Earth's sister planet than he did, but intergalactic matters were far beyond his current job description. The only other plane of existence he could really interact with was Otherworld, and even then, he was far beneath King Yema in terms of the godly pecking order. And Mr. Popo in a way, he supposed. Then again, fortune teller Baba and other witches do exist here. However, despite being Roshi's older sister, Baba is still somewhat of a mystery herself. Kami sighed, adjusting the position of his staff. Narrowing his yellow eyes, Kami ultimately decided to interrupt Goku from his concentration. You can stop, Goku. Kami passively instructed. That should be enough training for the moment. Goku opened his eyes, sporting a look of surprise and obliviousness. He slowly picked himself off the ground, and tilted his head to the side in minor puzzlement. Admittedly, meditation wasn't his favorite part of training, but having it be over and done with so fast still brought up a few questions. Oh, really? Didn't we just start a few minutes ago? Goku inquired, hesitantly scratching the back of his head. Kami affirmatively nodded in response to Goku's question. Yes, but I think you deserve a slight, reward for all the effort you've put in these past few weeks. I owe you that courtesy, at least. Kami excused his odd behavior. He felt the prior surge of magical energy increase somewhat, growing more and more pronounced near the area Goku was standing. Now. You don't owe me anything, Kami. I like the training you and Mr. Popo put me through. Goku kindly brushed aside Kami's offer. While Mr. Popo smiled in gratitude, Kami grew more cautious and demanding than mere seconds beforehand. Oh no. I insist. How does a bit of lunch in my throne room sound? Kami insisted, using the mention of food as a main negotiator. Even Goku couldn't begin to argue against the offer of more food. Food does sound really good right now. Goku muttered, patting his empty stomach in hunger. Shaking his head, he then sported a wide, toothy grin of excitement. You know what? I think I will, Kami. Thanks a lot. Goku said. He then gave the aforementioned guardian an appreciative thumbs up and ran up beside him. You're welcome, Goku. Now, if you can, make sure to look over your surroundings before suddenly, a circular portal of green energy blinked into existence. It repeatedly spun around, sporting a continuous tunnel of brown, tree-like branches. Much like the sun, small flames of emerald also encircled its outer rim. Mr. Popo widened both eyes, vividly recognizing the magic-induced portal from memory. He dropped the flower pot and shakily raised his finger in reactionary shock. Kami, is that a... Mr. Popo stammered while continuing to dumbly point at portal. Kami bared his fangs, confirming Mr. Popo's suspicions to be true. A ley line, yes. I should have known. Kami revealed exasperately. He slammed his staff onto the lookout's surface, managing to hold himself in place. Goku, on the other hand, wasn't so fortunate. Due to not waiting all that much, the ley line's pull dragged Goku straight into it with each passing second. Up, guys. What's happening to... Oh. Goku helplessly shouted. Without a moment's notice, he was completely consumed by the ley line, being sent tumbling through a nearly endless chasm of magical energy. Goku! Kami and Mr. Popo cried out in concern. Before they could follow after him, the ley line abruptly dissipated into a series of green sparkles. It instantaneously vanished, bringing a 16-year-old Goku along for the ride. This isn't good. How long do you think he'll be gone for, Kami? Mr. Popo wondered in dismay. Kami stroked his chin, uncertain of how to properly answer such a question. From what I've heard, ley lines are fairly tricky to deal with. They can only be fully controlled by witches and wizards from their earth of origin. In any other circumstance, they appear and reappear at random intervals. Kami explained. He prayed that Goku wouldn't be gone for more than one day at most. Anything more than that would be ripe for concern. Then we'll just need to hope that Goku finds his way back somehow. Mr. Popo glowered, displaying a frown with his red lips. Kami glanced at Mr. Popo with a neutral glare of frustration. I suppose so. Kami murmured, attentively gazing at the place where Goku used to be. As of now, all the two could do was wait for their student's eventual return. The question was, where did that ley line end up taking Goku in the first place? Ah. Goku continued to scream. He uncontrollably spiraled through an endless tunnel that held hundreds upon thousands of intersecting branches. These branches moved in tandem with the portal, seemingly encircling it for an infinite amount of distance. Since Goku was unable to truly comprehend his surroundings, all the martial artist could do was look straight ahead and hope there was an exit coming up soon. However, remaining calm proved difficult because of the odd source of power Goku was sensing all around him. Whatever this green stuff was could obviously not be considered ki or a slight variation of it. It was far different, almost as if the entire portal had a mystical origin to it. What's even happening right now? Goku stuttered, trying his best to regain control. Unfortunately, the portal housed a strange gravitational pull that firmly held him in place. At least, as long as his path was straight and uninterrupted. He couldn't really tell for certain, but maybe this portal was designed to incorporate some type of flying machine or mount. It did feel like the flying Nimbus would navigate just fine here, after all. The boy narrowed his eyes in frustration and admittedly, slight nausea. If he kept moving like this, there was no doubt that his last meal would be coughed up in a few minutes. And based on the odd gravity or lack thereof, that's not something Goku wanted to happen anytime soon. Oh man. I can't just keep spinning around like this. Who knows where I'll end up? Goku muttered nervously. He turned his head to gaze at the ley line's surrounding walls, noticing that its green energy was almost gaseous in nature. Goku began to wonder if this tunnel was actually composed of smaller portals like the one he got sucked into. While reluctant, taking that risk was his only option at the moment. Maybe if I pull away just a bit, Goku said in uncertainty. Utilizing his superhuman strength, Goku resisted the ley line's gravitational force and managed to break free from his set pathway. This, much to his sudden shock, sent him falling straight toward the interdimensional tunnel's side. Oh. This is what I thought would happen. Goku shouted fearfully. He abruptly phased through the ley line's wall in a flash of green energy, being sent to another location as planned. This occurrence, however, didn't exactly guarantee a way home for the happy-go-lucky teen. Blytonbury, England, 2004. Blytonbury was a small, relatively calm city located in the European country of England. Closely neighbouring a similar town known as Glastonbury, its general population was much bigger by comparison. Blytonbury's buildings were also constructed quite close together, making the amount of alleyways uncommon compared to most other cities. Additionally, it included a railway station that made travel possible between London, Glastonbury, and of course, itself. The most distinguishable feature of Blytonbury, by far, was a large clock tower constructed in its centre. This same clock tower had a tunnel built beneath it that cars and other vehicles could drive through as well. While not exactly a magic-friendly location, Blytonbury did, in fact, have its fair share of magical accommodations. One such accommodation was a magic item cafe where, as the name implies, magical products could be purchased and sold by nearby witches. Another more mysterious exhibit were the ceiling stones, 5 pillar-shaped rocks that were grown into a plot of soil. According to legend, these stones were used to trap a sinister monster hundreds of years ago. Whether this event actually happened or not couldn't be proven, but the continued existence of witches did support its historical background. Sadly, some ignorant citizens of Blytonbury didn't really care about such superstitious nonsense. More specifically, Blytonbury's mayor, a short, balding man who openly scoffed at any type of age-old myth. For that reason, he decided to build a statue of himself over the ceiling stone's south resting place. Well, a statue that wasn't exactly accurate to his actual size anyway. Are you sure about this, Mayor? These stones have been here for a long time now. A construction worker hesitantly asked. He was accompanied by a large group of his colleagues and equipment such as excavators, bulldozers, and so on. Most of the other workers felt similar feelings of unease just being near the ceiling stones in general. The mayor, sporting a bushy, grey moustache and a small, form-fitting blue suit, walked from behind his near-identical statue. He grimaced, crossing both arms out of impatience and irritation. If he had his way, the ceiling stones would have been long destroyed by now. Faye. That doesn't matter. This area needs to be refurbished into a new, more commercial facility. The mayor huffed matter-of-factly. Besides, what is the point of keeping some old rocks when they can be replaced with a statue of yours truly? Seeing his point as perfectly reasonable, the mayor gestured toward himself in excessive pride. The construction worker quirked a brow while scratching the back of his head in nervousness. He then read over the sign detailing the ceiling stone's significance to Blightonbury history. I don't know. It says here that some witch named Jennifer contained a great misfortune in the stone center. The construction worker summarized. The mayor scoffed, dangerously squinting his eyes at the mere implication of magic. Fantastical hogwash like that was far beneath him, even if its existence was impossible to fully deny. A witch? What a load of nonsense. No tourist out there will be attracted to such a pointless thing. The mayor shouted. He then stomped up to the signpost and kicked straight through it with little care. Now, hurry up and tear down these good-for-nothing stones already. And you better get it done fast before the mayor's demands were interrupted by the distant sound of screaming. Confused, he and the construction crew looked up to see a boy with spiky black hair falling downward at immense speeds. Ah! Goku yelled loudly. He helplessly moved his arms up and down like a bird, attempting to cushion the fall's impact in some way. When exiting from the ley line's side, Goku wasn't expecting the portal to emerge over the sky of some random city. Is that a kid? A construction worker mumbled in puzzlement. He placed a hand over his forehead, blocking out the sun's glare in order to see Goku more clearly. Doof! Goku grunted, smacking headfirst into the mayor's statue. While he limply bounced onto the ground, said statue slowly toppled over in a small implosion of dust and other similar debris. My statue! The mayor croaked in appallment. He narrowed his eyes, burning figurative holes into the back of Goku's head. Goku, on the other hand, groaned from the pain of his accidental injury. Ow, that hurt! Goku whimpered, slowly massaging his new bruise. He then picked himself up off the ground and brushed some dirt away from his pants. Yeesh! I'm surprised you were able to recover from that so fast. The construction worker stated in disbelief. This kid's head had to have been made out of metal or something. Never mind that. What is the big idea, brat? Don't you know who I am? The mayor growled angrily. Goku blinked a few times, not really caring all that much about the short guy's temper. Oh, sorry about that. I sort of fell from up there. Goku apologized, pointing at the sky with a carefree smile. The mayor and team of construction workers simultaneously examined the area Goku was referring to in confusion. You fell from the sky, son? The construction worker asked. Goku enthusiastically nodded in response. Yep. Guess I kinda lost control in some portal, and then I ran into you guys. Goku simply explained. At the mention of a portal, the construction worker stroked his beard in slight understanding. Portals were usually how witches traveled from that one magic school to either here or Glastonbury. Portal? HMPH. He must be connected with one of those witches then. The construction worker guessed. Suddenly, Goku perked up at the offhanded reference to witches and, indirectly, magic itself. Witches? That's new. The only person I've seen like that was Baba. Goku thought, recalling Master Roshi's more mischievous older sister. He then pondered over the portal's mysterious structure and overall appearance. I wonder if that portal was created some type of magic then. That explains why I couldn't sense much of that green stuff in the portal, at least. Goku wondered with newfound interest. However, he was further interested in finding out how witches were suddenly common knowledge to people like these construction workers. Last time he checked, normal people weren't all that familiar with magic, or any supernatural stuff for that matter. I thought magic could only be used by girls. Unless he's part of that weird wild hunt thing. Another construction worker mentioned. From what he said, it appeared that wizards were somewhat rare compared to their female counterparts. Doesn't that event happen months from now, though? Not to mention there isn't one of those flying wolves with him. The first construction worker argued, referring to the fact that Goku clearly arrived by himself. I always thought those were fake. Like the energy blast parlor trick that's popular with martial artists. A third construction worker doubted the wild hunt's authenticity. Such an opinion was most likely wrong, but Goku couldn't really know for certain. After all, this was the first time he's ever heard of a wild hunt and flying wolves before. Well, which or no which, you'll still need to go about fixing the inexcusable damage you caused, the mayor demanded furiously. He pointed to the tilted state of his precious statue for proof of the damage Goku caused. Damage? Goku inquired obliviously. He then looked at the statue, not seeing what was so wrong with it. Well, apart from the fact that it looked like some random tall guy and not the mayor himself. Goku wondered if that was his older brother or something like that. It doesn't look that bad to me. Here, I'll fix it for you, Goku said. He calmly walked up to the statue and then, to everyone's shock, hoisted it up with one hand. At the sight of this spectacle, the mayor and construction crew's eyes all collectively widened to maximum capacity. What the devil? The mayor gaped in bewilderment. With little effort, Goku set the statue back down onto its square pedestal. Now, it looked relatively back to normal. There we go. Good as new. Goku smiled, clapping his hands together in glee. The mayor and everyone else stood frozen in place out of sheer stupefaction. Witches were one thing, but this? This was on a whole new level of disturbing. Damn! You don't see that every day. The construction worker chuckled amusedly. The mayor nodded before awkwardly clearing his throat. He would definitely need a drink to cope with just took place. Yes, thank you, my boy. You're free to go now. The mayor thanked, shooing Goku away with a wave of his hand. Although confused by his behavior, Goku gave the mayor an appreciative thumbs up anyways. No problem, Gramps. But is there a chance you could tell me where I am? Goku requested in uncharacteristic politeness. This question greatly tickled the mayor's fancy. I'm a tourist, eh? This is definitely a good sign then. The mayor sniggered. He greedily rubbed his hands together at the thought of more tourism for Blightonbury, or a result of your bad karma for kicking that sign down. The first construction worker jokingly muttered. The mayor huffed, brushing his mustache out of typical indifference. Oh, shut it. May I remind you who's paying you for all of this work? The mayor reminded him in the form of a threat. Considering the massive paycheck he was promised, the construction worker thought it best not to argue anymore. Fair enough. The construction worker ultimately shrugged. Looking back at Goku, the mayor then folded one arm over the other in visible pride. As I was saying, you are currently in Blightonbury, the greatest city in all of England. And I am, of course, its greatest and most acclaimed mayor. The mayor boastfully introduced himself and Blightonbury. As expected, neither the city or country rang any sort of bells for Goku. Blightonbury, England, yeah, those are places I definitely haven't heard of before. Goku sighed in disappointment. It appeared his suspicions about the initial portal were more true than he thought. Something tells me that portal sent me to another world. I don't know how, but it's obviously way different. Goku glumly affirmed. That must be why I can't track down Kami or Mr. Popo's energies anymore. After taking one deep, prolonged breath, Goku shook his head and reverted back to an ordinary state of lightheartedness. Welp, guess I'll figure out everything else on my own. Thanks for the help, regardless. Goku firmly expressed in gratitude. Waving back at the mayor and construction workers, Goku hurriedly scurried off to another part of Blightonbury. Even his average speed proved much faster than they first expected. Enjoy your stay here. Hee. The mayor exclaimed in faux kindness. After Goku officially left, the mayor scowled and rudely spat on the floor beneath his feet. TSK thought that freakish brat would never leave. The mayor grunted, shivering at the mere thought of Goku's immense arm strength. At least his presence is a step in the right direction. For the future of Blightonbury and my own, that is. The bald midget then sized up each construction worker with an authoritative, yet slightly comical glare. He stood up straight and exasperatedly pointed at the 5 ceiling stones. Enough distractions. Go back to getting those blasted stones out of my sight. The mayor hotly ordered. He then stamped over to a nearby table with white tablecloth. On each side of this table, 2 stone-faced bodyguards with black sunglasses and earpieces stood there. As if by mental command, both agents pulled out a chair for the mayor and prepared him a cup of tea. The mayor sipped from this same cup, motioning for the construction workers to get a move on while doing so. "You heard him, boys. Back to work," the head construction worker called out. Not wanting to waste any more time, the recreational team began digging out the soil beneath each ceiling stone. Some brought out some shovels to work with while others utilized an excavator and bulldozer respectively. Said excavator dug a huge chunk of dirt from one stone's foundation, causing it to loosen ever so slightly. Unbeknownst to the mayor and construction workers, however, red and black energy steadily oozed out of that same area. It appeared that the legend was more factual than they assumed. Meanwhile, Goku continued walking through the narrow streets of Blightonbury. The childish martial artist gazed at each citizen he happened to pass by, wondering if one of them could be familiar with magic and the existence of that portal. This proved increasingly difficult because he didn't know what distinguished witches from normal people in this world. Normally, looking for an old crone like Barbara would be his best option, but apparently, the witches who frequented this city were girls. More specifically, girls around his age or slightly older. Finding someone like that could be harder than his annual searches for the 4-star ball. And, this time, he didn't really have a radar or even Bulma to help him out. "If I happen to find a witch here, maybe they'll be able to help me get back home," Goku presumed hopefully. Oblivious to the funny looks people were giving him, Goku continually looked from person to person in search of an aura different from Ki. There were sadly no results in this department. Too bad this city has so many people walking around. What a pain. Goku moodily glowered. His stomach then roared to life once again, startling a large group of passers-by. "Oh man! Why did that portal appear right before I was about to eat?" Goku whined. He tiredly slumped both shoulders, trudging on through for the sake of getting back home. The sooner he got back to his martial arts training with Kami, the better. Walking down this same sidewalk was another kid whose life would change due to the ley line's sudden emergence, Chariot du Nord. She was a 16-year-old girl with short, spiky red hair and eyes of the same color to match. Chariot's skin was a pale white, contrasting well with the rouge tint of her aforementioned hairstyle. Judging by her general attire, it was fairly obvious that Chariot was, for all intents and purposes, a witch. The girl wore a dark blue uniform with 6 yellow buttons, and a hood cape combo attached to the back. Her arms were also placed through white sleeves while a form-fitting skirt concealed the waist down. Both legs also had thigh-length socks, and comparatively smaller shoes as well. Currently, Chariot had her nose buried into a red textbook with the likeness of green vines and leaves drawn on its cover. She sported a look of deep focus and determination, scanning her eyes from page to page. The girl was so distracted, in fact, that nothing in the surrounding area really caught her immediate attention. This included the equally preoccupied Goku as well. Chariot hummed in concentration. She slowly walked across the sidewalk, making certain she didn't bump into anyone while reading. Cutely puffing up her cheeks, Chariot speedily flipped through some pages in search of a specific section. "There is gotta be something here that can help me with my magic linguistics exam," Chariot whispered in frustration. As she marched onward, an old lady was spotted within the smallest corner of her eye. The woman stood in front of an intersection as multiple cars drove by, leaving little opportunity for her to cross the street. "Who?" Chariot said, turning her head to get a better look at the old woman's dilemma. Chariot then closed the book she was reading, and pulled out a strange object from within her cloak. This object was a small, portable rod predominantly made of some unknown metal. Sporting a brown, wooden handle, it also housed pitchfork-shaped prongs at its tip that steadily began to radiate with green energy. "Well, guess I can practice some time magic while I'm at it," Chariot calmly figured. She then bent her arm upward, preparing to activate the wand's latent power. This action brought a slowly approaching Goku to an abrupt halt. Forgetting about his empty stomach for a moment, Goku began to wonder if this girl was the very witch that could help bring him home. "Wait a minute. Is that girl doing what I think she's doing?" Goku muttered, spotting green energy as it sparked out of the wand's curved needles. He then stood there, and waited to see what the redhead's exact intentions were. "Don't worry, Mariam. This'll help you cross," Chariot considerately beamed. She fully outstretched her arm, unleashing small bursts of magical energy at each car. Every vehicle in the general vicinity came to a sudden stop, being stuck in a state of time where they hadn't moved to begin with. Thankfully, this spell took effect without the possibility of an accident taking place. In fact, all of the vehicles braked just an inch between their respective bumpers, making such a crash highly unlikely. Now that the crosswalk was relatively clear, Chariot attached some balloons to the old lady's back that safely allowed her to float across. This act, while helpful, only heightened the elderly woman's confusion to an even higher degree. She turned her head from side to side, unaware of what exactly just happened. Phew! That was a close one. Chariot grinned in relief. At least I managed to make someone happy using my magic. In the process of putting her wand away, Chariot realized the setbacks this good deed inadvertently caused. Not only were multiple cars stopped in place, but their individual owners were as well. More specifically, they were all placed into a state of stagnant outrage and horror. Gah! Oh no! Chariot shrieked in dismay. Eyes collectively widened in shock, Chariot bolted to the nearest car door and attempted to figure out a solution to this predicament. Sorry. Chariot cried, apologetically bowing multiple times over. Checking the amount of magical energy left in her wand, she hurriedly tried to cancel out the time magic spell. After about 2 tries or more, green energy permeated around the entire street and brought every car back to working condition. Each of them drove away one after the other while Chariot sheepishly waved goodbye. This, sadly, didn't stop a majority of the drivers from giving Chariot dirty looks and, not so friendly hand gestures. Sorry again, everyone. Chariot weakly chuckled. She then slumped her shoulders in considerable disappointment and momentary self-loathing. In contrast, Goku was quite blown away by the spell she casted. Judging by her display of time manipulation, this girl was definitely the real deal in terms of witchcraft. Whether she was the best or not didn't matter all that much. Whoa! She just froze time to stop all those cars. Goku gaped in amazement. Barba's never shown magic like that before. Well, from what I've seen anyway. Maintaining focus on the task at hand, Goku stood up straight and walked toward Chariot's current location. Hopefully, he wouldn't look too out of place by comparison. Here goes nothing then. She's the only witch I've seen so far, so this is my best bet at getting back to Kami's lookout. Goku astutely presumed. With that, Goku took slow, gradual steps across the sidewalk. Close by, Chariot heavily sighed in frustration. She clutched the sides of her hair with a visibly downcast expression and clenched teeth. This is hopeless. How does Professor Woodward expect me to unlock the other 7 words of Arcturus if I can't even do simple spells correctly? Chariot whined in considerable sadness. Both eyes growing half-lidded, Chariot dug through a handbag attached to her hip. Despite the small size of this same bag, she somehow brought out an even larger form of magic wand. This one, however, was far more mystical in nature. It was a beige-colored staff with 7 green orbs scattered from top to bottom. Each orb was crystalline in terms of general composition, faintly glowing with magical energy similar to the ley line and Chariot's wand. On top of this staff, there was a golden, crown-like ornament that lightly shone in the surrounding sunlight. Chariot glanced down at the mysterious rod, rubbing her fingers against all 7 orbs. Seeing the artifact up close only worsened her mood. Maybe she made a mistake in choosing me, after all. Chariot moodily whispered to herself. There already knew someone who deserved to own it far more than her. Why didn't Woodward give Croy a chance? It just didn't make any sense. That was pretty cool what you did back there. Goku complimented from the sidelines. Interrupting Chariot from her thoughts, the red-haired witch swiftly spun around to see the person who just said that. Where did he come from? Chariot thought in bewilderment. She could have sworn no one was there when that old lady crossed the street. Unless reading over that tome made her more distracted than she initially thought. Oh? Thanks. Chariot shyly nodded her head. That was just simple magic stuff, so nothing too extraordinary. So, you are a witch then? That's great. Goku whooped in excitement. Chariot couldn't help but grin a bit at the boy's childish outburst. It wasn't every day she saw a person feel awestruck by magic, let alone someone around her age. "Yep. I'm a witch all right," Chariot confirmed with a smile. "Well, a witch in training anyway. I still have a lot to learn." The girl then looked at Goku with a more inquisitive expression. Scanning Goku from head to toe, Chariot could already tell that this boy stuck like a sore thumb compared to Blightenberry's other denizens. He definitely had to be a tourist of some kind. "I'm surprised you're so excited about me being a witch, though. A lot of people in this town don't really like us all that much," Chariot nervously stated. She glanced around the streets of Blightenberry, knowing that certain kids like to pick on innocent witches as a sick pastime. Goku, thankfully, didn't seem like the type of person to do that. Goku raised an eyebrow at the implication of disliking all witches. He didn't really see what was so bad about using magic. Sure, it could be used to commit bad stuff, but so could everything else in the world, including ki. This Chariot girl seemed perfectly normal to him, at least. Would a bad person go out of her way to help an old lady cross the street? I don't see why. That magic stuff you pulled off was awesome. Goku gleefully laughed. Then again, I've never really seen that many witches before. Hee. Really? That essay first. Chariot giggled, never hearing of a person that was outright unfamiliar with witches before. Even the most ignorant, evidently hostile people knew or have interacted with witches at least once. "My name is Chariot, by the way." Chariot nod. Chariot happily introduced herself. She bowed with a little curtsy put into it. "Chariot? Heh. That's a funny-sounding name." Goku chuckled in amusement. Feeling the exact opposite, Chariot frowned whilst placing both hands on her hips. "It's French, in case you're wondering," Chariot said in exaggerated annoyance. "And I doubt yours is any better." She huffed, upturning her nose with an indignant cross of both arms. Goku, sniggering at Chariot's reaction, raised his hands up in mock surrender. He then jerked with a thumb at himself in further buoyance. "I was just kidding. It's Son Goku, but you can just call me Goku for short." Goku revealed his name. Chariot cupped her chin in slight fascination. The name sounded oddly Chinese or Japanese, but Goku's attire didn't exactly match any of those two countries. Then again, Japanese kanji was written on his chest, so she couldn't entirely be certain about that. Son Goku, HM? A weirdly unique name for a weirdly unique person. Chariot expressed in equal satisfaction. Goku toothily grinned while closing both of his eyelids. "Guess you could say that." "Ha ha," Goku jokingly said. Fixing up her hair, Chariot decided to bring up the most obvious question about Goku's newfound appearance. "What brings you here anyway, Goku?" Chariot wondered. "That's actually what I wanted to ask you about. Since you're a witch, I was wondering if you'd know anything about some green portal thingy." Goku vaguely asked for more details about the ley line he fell through. It wasn't every day a non-magical person asked about the ley line, so Chariot felt obligated enough to answer. "A ley line? Sure do. I used one to get from my school to here, actually," Chariot truthfully explained. Goku immediately grew curious at the mention of school. Aside from Bulma skipping high school that one day, he knew next to nothing about how it worked. Then again, learning how to fight was much better than math and other smart junk like that. In that regard, Master Roshi's Turtle School was the only educational institution he needed to know about. "School? I've never been to one of those before," Goku murmured in puzzlement. For someone around Goku's age, Chariot was fairly surprised by his lack of academic experience. "You've never been to school? Not even once?" Chariot questioned in disbelief. Frowning, Goku shook his head from side to side in response. "Nope. The only stuff I've learned was martial arts and some basic reading," Goku informed with a carefree shrug. "Both of them came from my master." Chariot instantly lit up at the mention of martial arts. Alongside magic, hand-to-hand combat was a topic she was always fascinated by. Seeing a so-called expert of that particular craft in person made Goku's arrival all the more interesting. That's so cool. I always wondered what a full-blown martial artist was like. Chariot happily beamed. She got a better look at Goku's orange GI for further emphasis. Your outfit did sort of give that away, though. Chariot admitted, pointing at the black belt and twin wristbands Goku had in his position. Yep. I've been wearing the same thing for about 4 years now. Goku recalled in a slight wave of nostalgia. He couldn't believe his training with Krillin was almost 3 or so years ago now. Those were the days before everything got more serious, before he showed up. Can't say I'm surprised. It does suit you pretty well, Goku. Chariot complimented Goku's attire. In gratitude for this comment, Goku sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Oh, thanks. Same with your, whatchamamaclit, Chariot. Goku gestured to the outfit Chariot was wearing. Smiling, Chariot placed a hand over her mouth to conceal more giggles that were threatening to break out. Tee-hee. It's my school uniform, silly. Everyone at Lunar Nova Magical Academy is required to wear one. Chariot corrected the naive martial artist's mistake. We also get this apprentice rod for practicing the more basic spells. Afterwards, she pulled out her wand so Goku could closely examine it. Goku's eyes perused said apprentice rod's simple craftsmanship, particularly being drawn to the orb of green energy produced on its topmost section. At this point, Goku knew for a fact that the energy of this wand and the ley line were both identical to one another. Oh. That's neat, I guess. Goku commented. He then took note of Chariot's other, more detailed wand, heightening his piqued curiosity once more. Does everyone at that school get a thing like that as well? Goku inquired, pointing to the medium-length staff in Chariot's other hand. Chariot sighed, figuring that her prized possession would come up in conversation at some point. No, actually. That's an object I was specifically, chosen to carry around. Its name is kinda complicated, so I just call it the shiny rod for short. Chariot half-heartedly chuckled. She fully showcased the shiny rod, basking in its ancient, relatively unscathed glory. Even Goku was perceptive enough to notice the traces of magical energy oozing off of all 7 orbs. There's not much else I can really say about it, unfortunately. To be honest, I'm still figuring stuff out about this thing myself. Chariot said, knowing that the shiny rod's exact purpose was best kept secret between her and her current mentor. Even so, that didn't make the artifact any less difficult to deal with. There were more words of Arcturus yet to be discovered. After all, Goku could see where Chariot was coming from in that regard. Despite how powerful of a fighter he currently was, there were still stuff about his origins he didn't really know about. For instance, what was the monster that killed Grandpa Gohan? Where did Grandpa Gohan find him in the first place? Such questions were pretty much irrelevant at this point, but they still made him scratch his head a bit. That included his inexplicable ability to grow stronger after each battle as well. None of his other friends, including Tien, seemed to have that ability for some reason. I guess I can understand that. Even so, you've got to be someone special to own that type of thing. Goku pointed out. If Chariot was chosen to own the shiny rod like she said, that meant a ton of magic potential was just waiting to be unlocked in some way. That prospect greatly excited Goku, even if a witch couldn't necessarily reach the levels of Ki. You'd think so, but... Chariot trailed off. Her grimace deepened as she tightly gripped onto the shiny rod's lower staff. Normally, Chariot wouldn't attempt to act this pessimistic, but the shiny rod's circumstances were a notable exception. I'm not exactly the best witch out there. All I want is to make people smile with my magic, but no matter what happens, I always mess something up. Chariot sadly uttered. She glanced back at Goku with a smaller, yet more sorrowful frown. I really try my hardest to study and get better, of course. It's apparently what granted me the shiny rod to begin with, but sometimes I feel that. Chariot whispered, setting aside her school textbook in sudden dismay. She also put away her apprentice rod in favor of further analyzing the shiny rod's more decorative features. Chariot then gazed up at the sky, sporting an even more profound look of hopelessness and regret. Goku had some issues with Chariot's attitude on the matter, but thought it best to not interrupt her until the very end. What I'm doing isn't enough, you know. And if I can't make the world a happier place with magic, well, what else can I do? Chariot more so asked herself, rather than Goku. Clutching the shiny rod one last time, Chariot speedily shook her head to regain some semblance of lost positivity. Sorry about rambling like this, Goku. I get lost in my thoughts more often than not. Chariot apologized in minor embarrassment. Taking Chariot's feelings into account, Goku kindly set aside her apology. Now, there's no need to be sorry. I sort of know what you're feeling right now, Goku assured informingly. Not expecting this reply, Chariot tilted her to the side in surprise. Wait, are you do? Chariot naively asked. Goku shrugged, acting as if what he said wasn't all that unordinary. Well, yeah. As a martial artist, I've been fighting strong opponents for as long as I can remember. And, most of the time, I've been much weaker than them. Goku knowledgeably reminisced about his previous fights. From Jackie Chun to his recent bout with King Piccolo, he always found a way to gain the upper hand, even if he was at a huge disadvantage or outright lost initially. Weaker than your opponents. Wouldn't that put you in a ton of danger? Chariot questioned in worry. Fighting on an uneven playing field just didn't seem like an ideal situation to her. You bet. I've been beaten down countless times. Unlike you, I was at a point where giving up seemed like the better option. Especially in the scenarios where I had a chance of dying. Goku excitedly replied. His adrenaline began to spike just thinking of TN's most powerful techniques from the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament finals. They were painful, sure, but still an absolute blast to fight against. See chance of dying. What kind of insane fights has Goku been through? Chariot thought in appallment. Despite being the same age as Goku, she's never dealt with a life or death situation like that before. She did almost get eaten by some rogue plants, but the Lunar Nova staff was there to save her? For Goku, it seemed like he was implying that these confrontations were usually one-on-one death matches. That thought slightly unsettled her. Goku, after calming himself down, stared into Chariot's red eyes. He then shared a serious, slightly contemplative frown with the young witch. It was clear that Goku was somewhat serious about the advice he wanted to give her. But you know what always happens? Goku added with a raise of his finger. What? Chariot questioningly stuttered out. I always find a way to keep fighting. There's nothing better than getting the upper hand in a tough battle. Those are definitely the most fun, by far. Ha ha. Goku explained, noting his tendency to never give up in any fight whatsoever. This, however, contributed to many near deaths of his, like with Mercenary Tao, Tambourine, and, most notably, King Piccolo. Chariot narrowed both eyes, starting to lose her patience for Goku's vague, pseudo-motivational tangents. There wasn't anything necessarily wrong with what Goku said, but the way he said it seemed a bit misleading to her. Little to Chariot know, Goku had a much bigger point to make with this discussion. I get it, Goku. You like fighting. What does that have anything to do with my problems, though? Chariot asked impatiently. Goku folded one arm over the other with a neutral expression on his face. The main point I'm trying to make is that instead of sulking over a loss or disadvantage I had, I learn from those mistakes and get much better than before. I just train and train until my skills as a martial artist have greatly improved. Goku logically advised. It was the main reason why he managed to persevere and defeat King Piccolo, after all. That and the ultra-divine water's strength after death amplification. He still wondered if something else beside the water itself made him more powerful that day. He couldn't really tell, though. Does this take a lot of work? Sure, but the results are worth it. I'm sure with enough practice and determination, you'll become a great witch someday, Chariot. I know that from experience. Goku confidently assured. Stunned by Goku's surprisingly thought-provoking words, Chariot began to closely ponder over what he said. Recognize your faults and learn from them, huh? I see. Chariot mumbled in understanding. If she took Goku's words to heart, increasing her performance in and outside of school could become more likely. She'd just need to keep studying spells and practicing them on a daily basis. Maybe then, she'd both be able to master the shiny rod's different abilities, and become worthy of obtaining the fountain of Paulari's power. The key to succeeding in that way was, as Goku mentioned, time. It would take a lot of time and dedication for her to become a great, noteworthy witch. Being a first-year student of Lunar Nova, there was still so much about magic she had yet to fully understand. With the shiny rod being in her possession, Chariot most definitely had an ample amount of opportunities to make people happy using magic. She just needed to take one step after the other. Rushing to the finish obviously wasn't doing her any favors at the moment. The recent car incident was proof enough of that fact. Chariot then took another look at Goku, wondering what he must have gone through to gain this much experience and knowledge. His life was far from normal, no doubt. Goku, I can already tell you've been through a whole lot more than you're saying. Just how much is something I want to find out. Chariot assumed, solemnly promising to learn more about Goku as a person. Well, during the limited amount of time he would be in Blightonberry, anyway. For that reason, she would need to make every second count. Sporting a radiant smile, Chariot widely grinned at Goku with pink, rosy cheeks. Her eyes were also fully closed, emphasizing the shininess of her black eyelashes. Thank you, Goku. What you said really helps a lot. Chariot genuinely expressed her gratitude. In that moment, her prior sadness was replaced with pure happiness and optimism for the time being. This warm smile proved contagious for the young Saiyang of Earth. That's good. I'm not the best with words and stuff, so I hope what I said made some sense. Goku replied, awkwardly scratching the side of his cheek. Chariot waved both hands to prove that what Goku told her was well thought out. Tee-hee. Oh, don't worry. It made sense and more so. Chariot assured the 16-year-old martial artists. After putting the shiny rod back in her size-altering handbag, she smiled and attentively clasped both hands in front of her. Now, then. You wanted to know more about ley lines, right? Chariot kindly asked. Yeah. I sort of got sucked into one and need to find a way back home. Could you help me out with that? Goku requested in an almost pleading tone. Yet again, Chariot grew slightly puzzled by Goku's odd choice of words. Sucked into one? Weird. I've never heard of that happening before. Chariot thought from prior knowledge. Cars and normal people have been able to enter ley lines before, but never sucked into it against their will. She supposed that was another questionable quirk she'd need to try figuring out about Goku. Sure thing, Goku. It's the least I can do for you after cheering me up so well. Chariot wholeheartedly agreed to follow Goku's request. It's nothing. Goku smiled back. Chariot looked around the streets of Blightonberry, searching for a specific area they could both use to exit the city. Let us see. There should be a railway station leading to Glastonbury nearby. Chariot informed her new, although temporary friend. From there, I can take you to Glastonbury Tor. It's a ley line terminal connecting Lunar Nova to other parts of England. Goku, still having no clue about any of the places Chariot mentioned, ultimately went with whatever her set plan was. As long as he got back to the lookout in about one day's time, Goku was perfectly fine with wherever Chariot decided to go. All right. I guess waiting until then won't be so bad. Goku shrugged in agreement. Chariot smiled at the spiky-haired boy in pleasure. Good. We should probably get a move on. I need to be back in class by a certain time. Chariot said, looking at Blightonberry's clock tower to see what time it was. Having no time to lose, she then latched onto Goku's hand and practically dragged him across the sidewalk. If you had class, why do you come to this Blightonberry place then? Goku pondered in confusion. He felt a bit uncomfortable with being dragged like a rag doll, but didn't bother saying anything about it, mainly for supplies. There's a little store called the Last Wednesday Society that sells magic items and such. Chariot acknowledged. She opened part of her uniform, revealing various potions, materials, and, weirdest of all, some freshly amputated frog legs. See? Chariot said, fully showcasing her little collection on full display. Although slightly dumbstruck, Goku nodded in understanding. Regardless, oh cool. Goku blankly muttered. The hungry side of his brain then came back with an unexpected vengeance. You got any food in there too? Raising an eyebrow, Chariot rummaged through her pockets for some leftover snacks or dessert, but to no avail. All she could do was apologetically shrug her shoulders at Goku. Nope. Don't think so. Chariot responded back. At the sudden discovery of no food, Goku heavily sighed in defeat. Worth a shot. Goku grumbled bitterly. From Chariot's perspective, the look of utter despair in Goku's eyes was pretty hilarious. He must have really liked food, a lot. Ha ha ha. You're a funny guy, Goku. Chariot giggled in delight. Surprisingly, Goku glared at Chariot in what seemed genuine outrage and hurt. Hey! What's so funny about me dying of hunger? Goku immaturely pouted. This only proved to increase the sheer extent of Chariot's giggles. Hee hee. Nothing, Goku. Let us just keep moving. Chariot chirped amusedly. The martial artist and witch then departed for another portion of Blightonbury, hoping to locate the city's railway station fairly soon. Unfortunately, that part of town currently facing construction with the mayor's close supervision. Meaning, whatever monster was trapped underneath the ceiling stones would prove closer to being unleashed than previously assumed. This was especially guaranteed by the added influence of Goku's ki and the shiny rod itself. One such person was evidently aware of the ceiling stone's current unrest. Much like Goku, he stood out from the usual crowd of Blightonbury in more ways than one. He had the muscular build of an everyday boxer and was concealed by some black cape-looking garment. This same cape hung over most of his entire body, with the notable exception of his legs and facial features. Despite being concealed in shadow, traces of red, scraggly and a beard to match could be seen. His eyes were also an electric blue that, somehow, glowed as bright as a typical supergiant star. Even stranger was the fact this energy, though faint, was almost identical to the ley line's power. The man woozily trudged out of a local bar, holding one last beer bottle in his right hand. Taking a huge swig of the drink, he kept his eyes focused on Goku and Chariot. However, his focus was mostly on Goku above all else. Heh! That lad! The man gruffly chuckled. He's something all right. Thinking back to his younger years, the man had a look of melancholic bliss in both eyes. It had to have been hundreds of years ago since he was around Goku's age, but the memories were still quite clear as they used to be. Unfortunately for him, all of those memories, no matter how happy, only brought him immense pain and misery. Drowning his sorrows in booze was all that could be done now in today's age. Especially if he wanted to forget the look of utter disappointment in her eyes. Reminds me of the good old days. The man murmured scathingly. Accidentally cracking the bottle into multiple pieces out of rage, he lightly cursed himself. He then pinched the bridge of his nose before setting his sights on Goku once more. Maybe this boy, despite being sent here by complete accident based on what he heard, could be a sign of sorts, a sign of better times to come for this earth. It might not happen now, but possibly in a few years or so. He supposed that Goku's worth would need to be proven with this monster suddenly waking up soon. And, by soon, he meant in a few minutes. The jackass of a mayor obviously wasn't wasting any time. I suppose I'll keep an eye on the off-worlder for now. The man begrudgingly said. There's nothing better to do here. Taking a few powerful, yet broken steps forward, the mysterious man followed after Chariot and Goku without their awareness. He lazily brushed his cape backward, revealing the likeness of a hammer with 7 crystals embedded into it. Various lightning bolts shot out of the seemingly legendary weapon as well. Goku and Chariot continued strolling via the streets of Blightonbury in search of its teach station. Alongside the manor, Goku curiously examined the encompassing buildings and popular decorum of this city. He's visited pretty some villages before, but this one nearly regarded like a weird blend of each metropolis and metropolis existence. It had an A82E8A4E179E54BKX0423C-B2 sense to it, yet nonetheless appeared cutting edge at the same time. However, it nonetheless paled in assessment to the large, bustling metropolis that was West Town. He somewhat puzzled if this world had in addition massive locations. Chariot, status to the left of Goku, glanced at him in puzzlement. There were so many questions she wanted to ask about Goku's existence and heritage, however no phrases could come to mind. In spite of everything, encountering a martial artist his age wasn't just any commonplace prevalence. Especially one as weirdly experienced as he claimed to be. And judging by way of their prior verbal exchange, Goku did not appear to be the sort of character to lie approximately that or nicely, of the capability of mendacity in standard. That made his compliments to her as a witch all of the greater authentic. However, with him being 16 years antique as properly, one query did appear to trap her attention. Chariot then cleared her throat so as to interrupt the silence. So, Goku? What is your own home like, anyway? Chariot evenly requested. Goku checked out the red-haired female in puzzlement. My domestic? Goku quizzically spoke back. Yeah. In case you accidentally fell through a ley line, ID as nicely realize the location you have been ahead. Based totally on the kanji written to your GI, I'm guessing you come from some part of Japan? Chariot presumed, for the reason that some of her fellow students at Lunar Nova Academy were, in truth, Jap. Magical interest in that as ever became quite common. Goku stroked his chin, questioning how he may want a pleasant reply to Chariot's question. Because Japan wasn't a place that existed in his world, he ultimately determined to preserve the precise region of beginning a chunk vague. Well, I guess you can say that. I lived on this one mountain vicinity for most of my existence. Goku smiled, fondly recalling Mount Paozu's flourishing ecosystem. It had a bunch of timber to climb, lakes to swim in, and best of all, sparkling animals to consume. Ha ha! Nodding alongside, Chariot's eyes suddenly widened on the closing part of Goku's sentence. Why you ate wild animals? Chariot stammered in marvel. She knew Goku appreciated food loads, but no longer precisely that type. Well, yeah. Back then, that turned into the only supply of food I could find. My favorites have been the large fish I stuck. Yum, the ones have been tasty. Goku chuckled. He rubbed his belly in deep recollection of the large fish's particular, incredible flavor. Sighing, Chariot just shook her head in enjoyment. If Goku noticed that form of searching as regular, then there has been no motive for her to argue against it. She did but recognize for a reality that her parents might have an absolute match over his savage nature. Wager I can't blame for that, then. You were not dwelling alone in the course of that time, were you? Chariot carefully requested. In reaction, Goku just grinned a bit wider. Even though, for a few reasons, she did see an ever so mild twinge of unhappiness appear in Goku's eyes. It was faint, positive, however she could nevertheless inform Goku failed to precisely speak me about this issue for too long. Nope. I had my grandpa, Gohan, to take care of me. Goku fortuitously knowledgeable. He taught me a way to combat, continue to exist in the barren region, and a gaggle of other stuff. He is the nearest thing to a discern I have ever had, truly. Goku's sparkling admiration for Gohan regarded to nearly ooze off of him. With each word Goku said, Chariot felt willing to grin together with the spiky-haired boy. In spite of this, understanding that Goku turned into technically an orphan did dishearten her in a way. She was curious to know what should have came about to his dad and mom, whomever they could were. He. It sounds like you cherished him lots. Chariot giggled. You wager. He intended plenty to me. Goku mused contemplatively. His face then grew somber as he recalled that unlucky day. If simplest he wasn't he. Goku muttered in dismay. Chariot quirked a brow in unexpected difficulty. Goku? Chariot quietly requested. Taking a deep breath, Goku tried to recompose himself. He were given overwhelmed by way of this large monster a long time in the past. I wakened one day and he become long past. Much like that. Goku unluckily discovered. Taken aback, Chariot felt remorseful for asking an excessive amount of. Goku became the probable last man or woman she wanted to make dissatisfied, after all. Oh, I'm sorry, Goku. I should not have introduced it up. Chariot sympathetically apologized. Goku just brushed aside Chariot's apology with a wave of his hand. Nearly right away, he went lower back to his usual, satisfied past fortunate self. It's nothing, Chariot. I have come to phrases with his dying a few years lower back. Plus, I've made a bunch of cool friends ever on the grounds that then. Goku reassured the younger which Chariot hesitantly nodded in understanding. All right. In case you say so, the two kept walking to any other portion of Blightonberry. This became in the direction of the equal place Goku first arrived at, creation equipment and all. Excavators had been digging regularly deeper into the ceiling stones, scattering dust and particles throughout the plot of land. Nearby, the mayor of Blightonberry discovered his modern task at a wooden desk. He merrily sipped cups of tea while two bodyguards kept defend on every aspect. They each wore black business fits with shades to suit. As each children drew close to, Goku should feel some sort of negative electricity building from an unspecified vicinity. He felt evil and adversarial key before, however this one became extraordinarily distinct in preferred atmosphere. Anything it become, he could already inform it was beginning to boom with each passing second. While this did problem him, Goku notion it nice to ignore that presence till in addition note. Maybe Chariot, being a witch in training, may be aware of it too. However, the cloak discerned from before become absolutely aware about what that electricity belonged to. He marched out of the surrounding shadows, nonetheless observing Goku and Chariot without their focus. The man, at the sight of Jennifer's ceiling stones being carelessly destroyed, squinted his eyes in disgust. Blind fools. At this price, that infernal beast's seal will be damaged any minute now. The person mentally scoffed. Pinching the bridge of his nostril, he very well glanced again at Goku's shape. Simply based on how Goku carried himself, he should already inform there has been a few form of combative monster waiting to be unleashed. It made him curious to recognize how lots ability this boy exactly had. So one can be a terrific possibility to gauge the boy's hidden strength, I suppose. The mysterious discern mused with growing interest. Normally, he would wreck the monster to pieces with one punch and make contact with it an afternoon, but this time, Goku had a danger to prove himself. Irrespective of the preventing experience Goku had, there had been nonetheless beings out there he couldn't even dream of matching for the time being. Beerus the Destroyer, going via this universe by myself, was one such entity. This test of kinds would basically determine if he had the sheer dedication to reach that stage in the future. Jostling his crimson locks, the person then took notice of 5 hooligans loitering around the production website online. They seemed to be boys across the same age as Goku and Chariot. One, who appeared to be the leader, became a kid with inexperienced eyes and short, grimy blonde hair. He wore a red collar shirt with grey pants and brown boots as nicely. Standing on either facet of him have been twins with tan skin and brown hair. Each one had their hair tied down right into a puffy-looking ponytail, however wore barely specific garb. The fourth member of this institution turned into a taller, greater heavy-set kid sporting a red baseball cap and black sweatpants. He additionally possessed a blue-black sweatshirt with white highlights and matching dark red tennis footwear. His tooth had a small, but fairly important gap in between them as nicely. Finally, the fifth boy wore an inexperienced hoodie, cargo shorts, and black loafers. He had a black, unkempt hair fashion and more surprisingly sufficient, fully widened eyes. His toothy smile turned into, admittedly, also a chunk unnerving. In that particular second, this quintet of troublemakers began to set their attractions on Goku and Chariot mid-communique. For a few purpose, Chariot being a witch made her a high goal for their mischief. They all nodded at every other before placing themselves inside the middle of Goku and Chariot's set direction. And that looks to be the proper motive, the person sighed. He stepped backward, silently looking at this upcoming altercation from the sidelines. Goku and Chariot, but, had been blissfully ignorant of what became about to show up. They had been too preoccupied with their ongoing conversation to note. "How about you, Chariot? What is your own family like?" Goku asked. Chariot iced up, searching a bit meek in response to Goku's query. Properly, my circle of relatives, Chariot nervously twiddled her thumbs. My circle of relatives kinda complicated to say the least. Complex, huh? How so? Goku requested. They're basically a prestigious, rich succession of witches and wizards. We do Nord S, particularly my father, Roman, are quite important figures back in France. Wow, genuinely? No marvel you're so determined to become an outstanding witch. Yeah. My dad's pretty strict in relation to magical abilities. He is especially difficult on me due to the fact I'm the youngest. Chariot slumped her shoulders earlier than lightly grinning. My mom, Carriage, is an awful lot extra supportive, though. Appears like you have got a quite huge circle of relatives then. It is exact to have that amount of guide, I think. Goku noted, despite the fact that he had no such revel in with an organic own family of his very own. I bet it's actual. Chariot then checked out Goku with uncertainty. Given how prim and proper her own family turned into, she had a feeling Goku wouldn't precisely fit in with her father's extraordinarily high requirements. Unfortunately, I do not suppose that they had such as you very an awful lot. Goku raised an eyebrow. What makes you assert that? Hair. Isn't he always it apparent? What is there to love approximately someone who wastes their time putting out with some dumb little witch? The blonde-haired kid interjected from the space. He chucked a clean tomato at Chariot. It hit the front of her uniform, staining it in a clump of bright pink juice. Chariot whined in dismay. Oh man! This turned into my only clean uniform. Goku sooner or later took notice of the 5 bullies. They absolutely blocked off the sidewalk, carrying a wheelbarrow filled to the brim with even more tomatoes. To Goku's anger, each of the kids had been thrilled by using Chariot's condition. What's up? What changed into that for? Goku shouted in annoyance. Thomas, the blonde-haired chief, satirically shrugged. Not anything private, bro, we're just here to protest the presence of that witch in our metropolis right here. Thomas chuckled, pointing at Chariot as if she were some outdated vintage. PSH. Yeah. Like studying in a few moldy, decrepit old building all day? It really is so lame. The heavyset kid spat in disgust. The twins sniggered in unanimous agreement. It as properly be in vintage folk's home there, proper? The lanky kid asked, assuming that antique girls were the best ones senile sufficient to cast magic nowadays. Basically. They do not even have cell phones there. How out of touch can you get? Thomas continued to denounce the need for magic. Shaking with anger, Chariot stood in front of Goku and glared at the organization. Why, you are wrong. Magic can attain a lot that cell phones and other generation cannot even start to reflect. It makes so many human beings satisfied, and I plan to Chariot become rudely interrupted by using the smack of some other tomato hitting her face. It absolutely protected her nose, mirroring the appearance of her hair in phrases of typical vibrance. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Pass, tell that to someone who cares. Simply admit that the arena has no need for magic anymore. Thomas smirked, choosing up another tomato from his stash. It will save everybody else the hassle of hearing approximately it. Chariot began to twitch uncontrollably, starting to lose composure after wiping the clumps of tomato paste from her face. Grrgh, you're truly pushing it, mister. Chariot hissed angrily. The 5 delinquents persisted to chortle at Chariot until Goku lightly driven her aside. Goku? Chariot muttered apparently. I don't care what you reflect on consideration on magic or whatever, you still do not do that form of factor to someone. Make an apology to Chariot right now. Goku glared daggers at the 5 kids. This turned into the primary time Chariot saw Goku look visibly angry, and albeit she turned into a bit stuck off defend by it, Thomas and his pals' expressions unexpectedly changed from amused to indignant. This child surely had a whole lot of nerve standing up towards them, particularly whilst he turned into outnumbered 5-1. What, apologize? I might like to see you make me, bedhead. Thomas sneered defiantly. Come on, guys. Put together to fireplace at this moron. All 5 youngsters grabbed their respective tomatoes and positioned themselves right into a pitching function. Goku sighed, showing no signs and symptoms of worry or hesitance whatsoever. If you say so. Chariot wasn't positive what to expect in this second, however given Goku's mannerisms, she felt extra concerned for the bullies than him. She ought to tell Goku turned into trouble via their comments, although she wasn't physically harmed in any respect. Very well. Get up, purpose. Goku steadily crouched down, entering into the Turtle College's signature martial arts stance. To him, the children have been almost moving in slow motion as he centered more of his strength. Chariot took a small step again. She pulled out her magic wand, intending to apply it as a defensive maneuver towards the tomatoes. But given how calm Goku looked, she in all likelihood failed to even want to apply it. Goku then closed his eyes and took a small, but deep breath. He could feel the wind brushing beyond his ears and hair as his inner ki commenced to surge. Hair. That loser's just accepting his fate. How pathetic. Thomas confidently assumed. Wondering exceptionally of himself, he aimed his tomato right in among Goku's eyes. Fireplace! With that final word, the group threw all of their tomatoes simultaneously. They regularly picked up speed, heading towards Chariot and Goku's trendy route as intended. Within the distance, the mysterious figure continued to study Goku's moves. He is visible much higher ranges of electricity, of route, however Goku's ki signature changed into still wonderful. It appears the lad has mastered the potential to unharness his strength in short increments. He stroked his beard with interest. Let us have a look at how he handles this unique scenario. All of a sudden, Goku opened his eyes. He promptly blocked every tomato, and dropped them down at the floor close to his toes. Aside from the stranger looking some feet away, Goku changed into nearly invisible to the naked eye. Neither Chariot, Thomas, or the other four had any concept what just occurred. Did we get him, Thomas? The bigger child scratched his head in confusion. Thomas quirked a forehead, noticing that each one of the tomatoes they threw were presently squished. The hell? How did you try this, youngster? Thomas questioned in shock. It hadn't even been a second since the tomatoes were thrown, so it turned into impossible for something like this to happen. Permit us simply say that I'm a totally skilled martial artist. Goku crossed his fingers with an understanding smirk. The organization blankly stared at Goku in developing annoyance. Final time they checked, some fancy martial arts didn't make a guy vanish into a thin air. Like Kung Fu? TSK, gimme a rec. The larger child rolled his eyes in disbelief. You need to have pulled some grimy trick or something. One duel hissed accusingly. Yeah. I guess it was the silly witch. The alternative twin said. It has to be a fluke. We probably threw some terrible tomatoes or something. The lanky youngster chuckled nervously. He attempted no longer to proportion complete eye contact with Goku out of uncertainty. Thomas stared directly at Goku. Goku's confident expression began to make his temper attain a substantial boiling point. He changed into genuinely keen to wipe that smile off his stupid face. Yeah. You're right. He changed into just lucky. Thomas restocked himself with a group of tomatoes. Grinding his enamel in anger, he chucked more than one at Goku's body. How about you avoid these, you moron? Thomas shouted. This time, Goku grabbed all 5 tomatoes in front of the crowd. His fingers straightaway latched onto each fruit and within milliseconds, Goku tossed them returned at Thomas and his 4 buddies. Those throws had been extensively held again from Goku's actual electricity, even though. OF. Gah. Eek. Those tomatoes were repelled immediately into their stomachs, knocking them down upon the sidewalk. At this factor, Thomas and the kids were starting to get frightened of Goku. They didn't even suppose a person might be that insanely fast, let alone a child their personal age. Chariot, then again, turned into an entire awe of Goku's talent. The manner he moved was nearly, in a sense, like magic to her. She puzzled if every different martial artist from Goku's global might be like this. Wow, Goku! That changed into high quality. Chariot gasped in admiration. Goku gently chuckled while crossing both fingers behind his head. Or, it is nothing. I have finished this kind of component plenty. I would not be amazed. Even the bright rod's magic, even though effective, can't do something that rapid. Chariot commented, pulling out the bright rod from her bag to re-examine its center capabilities. 5 of its green orbs shone with magical electricity upon the touch of her fingertips. I wasn't attempting to show off or whatever. I just didn't like how they have been treating you for being a witch. Goku said counter-factually. He then extensively grinned at Chariot. I suppose it makes you pretty cool, really. Touched via those words, Chariot's cheeks gently flushed in embarrassment. She shyly leaned over the bright rod again with a grin on her face. Well, thank you, Goku. I really recognize that, consider me. Chariot muttered gratefully. No trouble. Goku sniggered as he gave her a thumbs up. His expression then grew to become more bitter as he seemed closer to Thomas and his buddies. Now, all that is left is to get an apology out of these jerks. The aforementioned gang together groaned in ache. Even though they had been simplest hit by tomatoes, Goku's absurd electricity made it sense as if they had been hit by using a 99 miles per hour fastball. Their shirts were all stained purple with tomato juice, which turned into also annoying to cope with. It wasn't fun when the equal prank become performed on them. Ow! My stomach! One of the twins whined as he struggled to stand up directly. He is some type of monster. The lanky youngster stammered in surprising fear. It seemed his hesitance to look Goku directly and the attention changed into now justified. Heck, Goku should likely knock him out just through eye touch on my own. The huge child, suffering to breathe, darted his eyes in the direction of Thomas. Were given any thoughts, guy? This freak's the real deal right here. Thomas felt nauseous as he clutched his aching belly. He glared at Goku, feeling as if the whole lot he had planned become totally ruined by him and him alone. I don't know. He seemed round town, searching for something that would get him out of this case. Obviously, the tomatoes had been a bust now, so he had to give you a backup plan that might seize Goku off guard. Then, he set his eyes at the shiny rod in Chariot's palms. Assuming it was precious to her, Thomas felt it was the proper item he could use to his benefit. He silently motioned for his 4 pals to huddle round him. Okay, you notice that stupid-looking one thingy the redhead is preserving? Thomas pointed to the blushing Chariot as she persisted speak me with Goku. Even as that Goku tool isn't searching, we're going to take it and play a touch recreation of hot potato. That need to display them who they are messing with. Hee. I like the way you watched, Thomas. The huge child expressed his approval. Thomas, him, and the others then all smiled deviously in practice to enact the brand new plan. Unbeknownst to Goku, Thomas signaled for the twins to circle around again, so they may sneak up behind Chariot. The others stood in the back of him, patiently awaiting their cue to start sprinting round Metropolis. The hooded figure, nevertheless standing round a close-by nook, shook his head in dismay. The silly brats had no idea what they have been doing looking to tamper with the vibrant rod. He knew firsthand how immensely effective of an item it is able to be, mainly while preventing towards one in every of its many wielders. It seems that Goku hasn't caught onto the gang's plan, but I am sure it won't take lengthy for him to discern out what they are doing. However, will he accomplish that in time? The bearded guy contemplated to himself. The darkish strength coming from the construction web page changed into getting even more potent, so earlier than later, the ceiling stones wouldn't be sufficient to comprise it. He glanced again at Goku before making his manner to the construction website online. Better make arrangements to intervene if anything goes incorrect. Then, in a short flash of blue lightning, the parent right now transported himself to that a part of Blightunberry.in this second. A shiver went down Goku's backbone. This cut up to D immediate of energy, to Goku's surprise, felt stronger than everyone he has ever met or fought earlier than, which includes King Piccolo and Kami mixed. The existence of such an strength in this global felt specifically off-putting from his angle. Chariot advised him approximately whiches, of direction, but may want a magic virtually reach this stage of energy, he regarded to in which the parent as soon as stood in amazement. In which the heck did that come from? I failed to even sense something near that earlier than now. Even that evil key over there wasn't this insanely excessive, something it become. Goku puzzled if the electricity became some type of caution or signal for him to follow. He could not precisely tell for sure. Did you notice something there, Goku? Chariot wondered apparently. No. I thought I felt some sort of strength, however now, it's gone. Goku shook his head in puzzlement. Perhaps I used to be just imagining matters. All through their dialogue, the twins slowly crept up on Chariot. Certainly one of them slowly moved their fingers in the direction of the brilliant rod, ensuring that Goku did not spot him. Perhaps. Or you may have felt the presence of a spirit too. They appear on and off at lunar nova now and again. Chariot added up the existence of spirits as an opportunity. Oh well. I bet I will ought to find out, for Goku's response was interrupted by using the twins roughly snatching Chariot's vivid rod far away from her. Ha! Gotcha! One of the twins yelled triumphantly. Catch, Thomas! Chariot regarded in horror as the twins tossed the bright rod like a spinning soccer. It soared across the sidewalk, landing well in between Thomas' palms. What's up? What do you observe you're doing? That's mine. Chariot yelled angrily. Without plenty care, Thomas simply nonchalantly spun the paranormal workforce around together with his fingers. Hee. Now not anymore. If you want it back so badly, come and get me, witch. Laughed Thomas. He then ran to another part of Metropolis along his four pals, trying their exceptional to keep away from Goku's grasp. In time, the spiky-haired boy in question turned into visibly aggravated via this grimy trick. In the event that they had a higher level of ki, he might have been able to song their moves almost at once. All he ought to now became frown in unhappiness, each for him and specifically Chariot. Please, Goku. You need to help me. If anybody else makes use of the brilliant rod's strength, a few terrible things ought to manifest. Professor Woodward warned me and Goku all of a sudden grabbed Chariot's hand so that you can calm her down. She peered up at him with watery, but absolutely widened eyes. Don't worry, Chariot. I will get it back for you. Goku softly assured her. Except, you have another magic wand to apply, right? Chariot cautiously pulled out her wand from Lunar Nova Academy. She gently rubbed her hands along its guidelines. Yeah, but Goku sighed and shook his head. Like I told you before, simply do your great. The ones guys possibly can't even cope with your stage of magic, let alone any. Understanding that Goku changed into talking the fact, Chariot narrowed her eyes with completely renewed self-belief. A ball of inexperienced power surged to life inside her apprentice rod's one-half circle tip on the same time. You're right. Permit hurry up and cross after the one's jerks. Chariot stated proudly. Do not have to inform me twice. Goku sniggered in remedy. You forestall the one's twins and I will go after the opposite three. Right. Goku and Chariot then went in opposite guidelines. As recommended with the aid of Goku, Chariot pursued the two twins taking walks. This chase proved to be a chunk greater tough than expected because of the small, agile shapes in their outer bodies. Prevent strolling and tell me where the brilliant rod is. Chariot cried. The other residents of Blightonberry seemed upon this scene with lack of knowledge, assuming they have been simply playing a recreation of tag or something similar. How about you are making me, loser? One duel caught his tongue out at Chariot even as the opposite mockingly drooped his eyelid. Getting frustrated, the young redhead stuck out her wand and shot small magic orbs at them. The twins quickened their pace out of surprise. Gah! She's packing warmness. Unluckily, some of those orbs greatly overlooked their supposed target and hit some nearby stores. A few humans even had to duck and cowl to keep away from getting blown up themselves. Hi there! Watch in which you're capturing, girly! One man shouted in reactionary outrage. Oops. My apologies, sir. Chariot apologetically bowed at the same time as persevering with her run. I actually need to work on my goal one among in recent times. Chariot sourly idea to herself. With a bit of luck, I'm able to pull off a non-offensive spell of a few kind. Looking returned at all the spells she discovered and failed to solid at Lunar Nova, Chariot snapped her fingers in popularity of one that might show beneficial in this case. Okay. Please work, please work. Chariot prayed to herself in desperation. Because the twins endured fending off her, she located her wand inside the space between each in their respective paths. Pele's Caphammer. Chariot shouted powerfully. Inexperienced sparks shot of her apprentice rod and created small spheres of the identical coloration. They rocketed toward the twins and exponentially grew in size upon impact. Now, each children had been trapped in big orbs that levitated some toes off the floor. Each twin started to bang their fists on the orbs in newfound rage. Yo, what offers? Let us out of right here. What he stated. This needs to be compelled imprisonment or a few crap, proper? Although it pained her to deal with absolutely everyone, irrespective of their previous conduct, like this, Chariot knew getting the vivid rod lower back in her possession become extra vital. She'd become extra then inclined to loose them, but getting a few solutions came first. Tell me wherein Thomas is and I will. Chariot crossed her hands impatiently. Each twins glanced at each other. Commonly, they would not care approximately what some silly witch asked, however, considering they were trapped in outsized inexperienced bubbles right now, that they had not anything to lose. Excellent. He's heading to that construction website where Blightonbury's mayor is. One twin lazily jerked his thumb at the ceiling stone's cutting-edge house. Chariot glanced on the mayor, noticing that he was still casually sipping tea as everything passed off. Chariot simply nodded in expertise. I see. Thank you for the info. I don't why you'll hassle going there, anyway. I bet your superhuman buddy is catching up to Thomas as we communicate. The other twin talked about as he rested a fist on his cheek. That is probably real, however I still need to be there to get my brilliant rod again. Chariot determinedly glared back at them. I used to be selected to wield it and that I wouldn't be capable of forgive myself if I misplaced it in some way. Anything. Like we surely care approximately your troubles. One twin snorted unenthusiastically. Properly, we stored your cease of the good deal, so are you able to let us out now? Chariot glanced at her wand's magic meter. It seemed that casting the suspension spell ended up depleting most of it. All that remained was a small sliver of energy, which Chariot could not afford to lose. Truly, I'm nearly out of magic, so you have to be free by the point that occurs. Chariot awkwardly changed her mind. I wouldn't want you men to motive any greater hassle whilst I am long past, in any case. Wait, what? You're just going to depart us floating right here. The two twins gaped in unison. Chariot then bowed apologetically yet again before sprinting in the opposite direction. Sorry in advance, guys. Chariot lightly waved her hand from behind. In a count of seconds, she could not be seen with the aid of the twins. Dumbfounded, the two siblings slumped their shoulders in visible disgust and boredom. Man, magic in reality does suck. One twin grumbled. Inform me approximately it. The alternative twin agreed. Although, you do gotta admit, those orbs would be quite beneficial for pulling some funny pranks. His dual brother just silently glared at him in disappointment. What? I was most effective kidding, bro. The first brother attempted to defend himself. They then stood there in relative silence, watching for the instant Chariot's suspension spell might be broken. In the meantime, Thomas and his other friends ran in slightly one-of-a-kind instructions. Thomas remained within the middle, tightly conserving the shiny rod near his frame. His heavier buddy resided to the left of him whilst the lankier kid ran at the proper, respectively. It seemed they were planning to misdirect Goku on all facets, relying on which corner he got here from. Any signal of them? Thomas requested curiously. Now. They must have break up or something. The tall kid responded, adjusting his hat as he saved strolling. Thomas peered at the back of his shoulder, trying to become aware of any trace of Goku's signature orange GI. Given his giant agility, Thomas correctly assumed that he might be everywhere by means of now. Fantastic. If you do, be organized to capture this issue and throw it back to me at any factor. I'm not returning it without a right combat first. Thomas ordered authoritatively. Both of his buddies nodded in approval. Got it. You may be counted before he should properly finish his sentence, Goku regarded by the lanky kid's aspect. The toothy grin on his gaunt face changed into replaced with considered one of fright at Goku's very presence. Goku checked out all three youngsters in displeasure. You men could not simply prevent with the tomatoes, huh? It's him. The lanky youngster shrieked. Thomas stood frozen in surprise for a few moments. It appeared that Goku changed into mana faster than they to start with expected. Clutching the shiny rod even tighter, he speedy pointed at his two partners. Don't simply stand there. Dogpile him. Thomas commanded them. Each the heavy and lanky kids, going along with Thomas' commands, glared at Goku. Dogpile? Goku titled his head to the side in confusion. Before he could well think about what the word, dogpile, even meant, the two bullies leapt on pinnacle of his body and held him in region. Run, Thomas! We'll hold this weirdo off. The larger child yelled frantically. Thomas nodded, and without some other word, he dashed deeper into the development site. None of the development workers or the mayor himself had been conscious enough to even recognize he became there. You will be fast, but I doubt you would be able to knock each people off on the same time. The heavy youngster hopefully mocked. He. You are really stuck now. The lanky child snickered along within the equal tone. Goku just laid there conflicted. These youngsters did not have high key signatures, so at the same time as throwing them off might be pretty clean, he didn't need to doubtlessly hospitalize them in the system. In spite of everything, concealing his actual energy became one of the toughest components, approximately being a powerful fighter. It restricted his alternatives to either absolutely knocking them out or pulling off some other method of his. He glanced on the route Thomas changed into heading. For some motive, the closer the bright rod were given to the construction website, the more substantial that sinister key from earlier on became. That changed into now not an amazing sign by means of any approach. Chariot is probably on her manner, so I need to seize up with Thomas brief. The query is, how do I reckon fastened without hurting those guys? Goku thought via all of his modern moves, apart from more flashy ones like the Kamehameha Wave and Sun Flare. Then, one signature approach of his got here to mind. That is it. Goku concept. He then continued mendacity there, anticipating the proper second to take action. Got nothing to mention, youngster? The heavy kid chuckled with a cocky grin on his face. Goku remained silent, continuing to blankly stare into space. He must be taken aback, speechless with the aid of the truth that we control to pin him like this. The lanky child joked. Right? That little sprint turned into probable a magic trick, after the large children's eyes widened on the sight of Goku's frame, all at once turning translucent. Then, he absolutely vanished without a trace. Huh? The two youngsters gasped in absolute befuddlement. They might have sworn Goku became being held down through them just a second in the past. Dude! He simply disappeared. The lanky youngster nervously gripped the sides of his shaggy, black hair. Is he a few kind of frigging ghost? But how does that even make experience? We had been protecting onto his hands. I swear we have been. I don't know anymore, man. I don't know. The lanky kid shakily fidgeted in region. Things are becoming a whole lot more bizarre with that man around. Although equally disturbed, the heavy child located both palms in his jacket wallet. Just forget about approximately it. We need to assist out Thomas in case that supposed spook tries to haunt him. Positive factor. Each of them then ran after Thomas, blissfully unaware that Goku used his afterimage ability to briefly throw them off route. As for Thomas, he picked up the tempo as quickly as he reached the ceiling stones. Nonetheless, keeping the shiny rod in his position, he hid in the back of the leftmost stone and tiredly sat down. He took a few deep breaths to maintain himself conscious after running for see you later. Finally, I'm able to take a breather for once. Thomas sighed in comfort. He rested his head towards the historical pillar, feeling quite pleased with his meant victory. He. I bet the ones Morans might not locate me for a while. They are so lame. Thomas said. He then got a better observe the vibrant rod. Strangely enough, its green orbs were now flashing a dark purple in his possession. What is going on? It wasn't he shining like this before? Thomas asked himself in confusion. He changed into some distance, too distracted to observe multiple tendrils of black-crimson strength seeping out of each ceiling stone. Those tendrils grew greater erratic until all 5 stones shifted in the direction of each other, almost as though they had been arms clenching right into a huge fist. Thomas, regrettably, changed into stuck in between in those stones. Oh no. Gah! Anyone help me? A person permit me out. Hearing Thomas' screams of terror, Goku bogged down his rapid movement. He was bowled over to look the ceiling stones break out of the floor to expose a big arm with purple, sparkling tattoos marked on it from pinnacle to backside. It saved Thomas firmly in its grip, making any breakout try notably not possible. So, that electricity became coming from a few kind of monster? Goku muttered to himself. Admittedly, he became starting to get a piece excited at the possibility of preventing this unexpected creature. Goku! Chariot referred to as, subsequently handling to seize up with Goku. Chariot, do you already know what that it is? Chariot appeared upon the colossal arm. As soon as she realized that its claws have been what became left of the ceiling stones, a right-away appearance of dismay and popularity emerged. I accept as true with it might be the Titan. He turned into a monster defeated via the notable witch, Jennifer, hundreds of years in the past. Chariot explained based on what she discovered from her teachers at Lunar Nova Academy. I believe the authentic legend become a tiny bit exaggerated, but I wager not. From this clarification on my own, Goku was really excited now. It looked as although this Titan might be the primary person to present him a right project in this change global. He commenced to assume what its entire body and capabilities can be. Do what it looks as if at all? Goku requested. Chariot scrunched her face, giving a so-so sign with her hand. No longer precisely, based totally on artistic recreations I've seen, it is supposedly 15 meters tall and has antlers like a deer. Despite the fact that Goku turned into terrible at math, he ought to inform 15 meters become a pretty large height. He then smirked excitedly, slamming a fist into his open palm. Sounds quite sturdy to me. This is gonna be brilliant. Goku whooped in sheer anticipation. In the back of him, Thomas' friends in the end stuck up. They have been absolutely frozen in worry on the sight of Thomas being trapped inside of a large monster's hand. Hey, are you insane, guy? You are taking into consideration preventing that. The hefty youngster stared at Goku like he had a few type of death desire. Goku failed to even trouble turning round to address his query. His attention turned into practically glued to the Titan's arm and what task it could finally reveal. I'm a martial artist. It comes with the territory. Goku responded. Plus, do not you need Thomas to get out of this secure and sound? The child adjusted his cap to appearance up at Thomas. He became shivering with exceptional fear, a kingdom that Thomas would by no means be caught useless in earlier than now. It admittedly prompted an ever so mild lump to seem in his throat. His silence was all Goku in reality had to pay attention. He grew to become his head round to look at the 2 remaining contributors of Thomas' gang. Now, if I were you, I might run for canopy someplace. This could get ugly soon. Goku warned in a serious tone. This warning became established to be authentic once the Titan's arm, seemingly collecting increasingly more electricity from the encircling place, outstretched its darkish tendrils. Each tendril seeped into various objects, such as the development people excavators, park motors, and even lampposts. Upon touch, the spirits contained within those items were instantly corrupted, remodeling them into personified monstrosities. To Goku and Chariot's horror, they either started destroying the whole lot in sight or chasing down the overall populace of Blightonbury. The mayor, nevertheless sipping tea alongside the construction employees presently on wreck, became none the wiser to this chaos. That is, till the darkish tendrils made their manner to the restaurant he changed into seated at. What is all this commotion? The mayor growled in annoyance. It better not have something to do this boy on steroids who wrecked my statue. The less I see of him, the higher. HMPH. After taking every other sip of his tea, he noticed that his cup inexplicably advanced teeth and a large, red tongue. He squinted at it for some seconds, wondering if he became all of a sudden developing senile, before suddenly spitting everything out of his mouth. What the Satan? Who is chargeable for this farce? He swiveled his frame around to pick out the so-called prankster who altered his teacup. His elite bodyguards, then again, have been stunned by way of the mayor's statue coming to life styles, and walking far away from it. Submit. A production employee got up from his seat and lightly tapped the mayor's shoulder. Mr. Mayor. I'm beginning to assume that entire legend wasn't nonsense, after all. He gulped, directing Thomas' attention to the principal culprit of the local crisis presently handy. The mayor, despite the fact that indignant before everything, grew light at a mere glance of the Titan's arm. To make topics worse, the irksome brat, Goku, was within the identical region. Oh. He ought to already inform Blightenberry's assets. Harm changed into going to skyrocket any second now. Nevertheless, as the city's mayor, he felt obligated to arise in opposition to this so referred to as aggressor. His reputation changed into on the road. In the end, he then adjusted his tie, signaled for his safety guards to observe, after which, roughly marched over to the construction website. Within the identical vicinity, the cloak discern turned into sitting down at his very own desk. He narrowed his eyes, persevering with attention on Goku's self-assured demeanor primarily else. Actually, he couldn't help, however, smirk at the naive fighter and his innate lust for combat. He noticed a bit of his own younger self in him, apart from their appearance and overall electricity level. And so it starts off evolved. The mysterious character chuckled in entertainment. It's up to you currently, boy. Display me what you can do towards the certain massive of legend. I'm eagerly watching for the final outcome. Clearing his throat, he persevered, looking at Goku's modern-day quandary from the sidelines. He might wait for a proper possibility to intrude or assist if want be. At the same time as he remained sitting there, denizens of Blightenberry were significantly fearful and pressured with the aid of the awakening in their ordinary possessions. One guy turned into unfortunate sufficient to be pursued by using an extremely irate fireplace hydrant of all things. It sprayed water everywhere in its direction, plenty to the man's undisputed chagrin. Then, earlier than everybody could well react in time, a blue automobile with fangs jumped out to devour Thomas Powell's. Grag! The possessed vehicle roared. Oh no! Look out! Chariot shrieked in concern. Right as the car changed into near biting down, Goku slammed his fist into its mouth. It completely caved in on itself, causing scraps of battered steel to fly all over the location. Via the quit, Goku's light punch by myself was sufficient to depart the auto completely immovable and beyond repair. Whoa, that changed into extraordinary. Thomas whispered to himself in awe. His buddies have been experiencing similar thoughts on the same time. Get out of right here right now. Goku shouted at the two starstruck kids. Considering the damage caused by Goku's assault, they did not even bother arguing towards that. Something you say, dude. Just save Thomas or you'll be sorry. The hefty kid yelped as he and his skinnier associate hid someplace safe, making positive that they have been not in sight. Goku sighed, sneaking a height on the vivid rod nevertheless in Thomas' arms. He then motioned for Chariot to follow his lead. I am going to leap up and take the bright rod from Thomas. If I throw it to you, could you be able to capture it? Yeah, I think so. I am type of a klutz, but I'll attempt my quality. Chariot nervously giggled. Glad sufficient with the aid of this reaction, Goku smiled in return. Exceptional. It's all I had to hear. He then crouched down and located his hand on the floor. Maintaining a focus roll, Goku rocketed upward and landed right on top of the Titan's fist. He planted his feet on its knuckles, searching down at the nevertheless petrified Thomas. You could leap excessive too. Are you good at everything? Gaped Thomas in absolute bafflement. Everything stretch. My education simply turned into a lot more severe than the martial arts you are taking into consideration. However, it's not vital proper now. The usage of his more desirable electricity, Goku yanked the Titan's fist open and gently pulled Thomas out. He, at across the same time, also grabbed the bright rod and speedy tossed it all the way down to Chariot. Catch, Chariot! Goku shouted. I've got it, Chariot replied. She then ran forward and stuck the shiny rod with each of her palms. Due to it being reunited with its proper proprietor, all 7 orbs went returned to glowing a colorful inexperienced, in preference to crimson with that out of the manner. Goku brought Thomas all the way down to protection earlier than the Titan should do anything else. Thomas tightly clutched his knees, feeling relieved to feel stable ground again. Find your pals, Thomas. Chariot and I can be first class here, Goku frivolously ordered. Thomas, having sufficient weirdness for today, was more than inclined to comply with that request. Your funeral then, man. I am getting the hell away from that noise. Thomas then sprinted into the crowd as nicely, attempting forget about to existence of taking walks, lampposts and different confusing oddities. Stated oddities had been all at once keen to surround Goku and Chariot from all facets. It appeared that the Titan wasn't willing to component with the brilliant rod's electricity simply yet. As though controlled by way of a few unforeseen pressure, automobiles, garbage vehicles, mailboxes, and all forms of miscellaneous gadgets together pounced at the duo. Goku! Chariot shouted, retaining the bright rod protectively to her side. Goku without delay got here to her resource by way of ricocheting his foot from one monster to any other. This ended up shredding them to dozens of minuscule portions. They may be now not too terrible, I wager, Goku commented, noticing that those smaller spirits had been fairly fragile in phrases of durability. Can you operate the brilliant rod to combat at all? Chariot nodded enthusiastically, pointing at the shiny rod's 7 green orbs for further emphasis. Yeah. There is those powerful spells it is able to solid known as the 7 phrases of Arcturus. In the interim, I've controlled to unencumber 5. But every spell drains an awesome amount of magic, so I best have the opportunity to use, at the least. 2 ought to be masses depending on how sturdy there you will simply out of nowhere. The Titan slammed his fist at once on top of Goku. Although still concealed underground, it seemed to be annoyed by using Goku's compelled beginning of its claws. No. Chariot positioned to quit her mouth in dismay. Elongated tentacles were unleashed from in the Titan's hand, without delay capturing in the direction of Chariot and, extra specifically, the vibrant rod. They were fast and precise in movement, so all Chariot should do changed into sprint about in various guidelines. Get away! Break out! Chariot frantically repeated to herself. She rolled a few instances, however it didn't show evasive sufficient to avoid every unmarried tentacle. The brilliant rod changed into about to be taken from her all over again till the tentacles got here to a surprising, abrupt halt. Goku, regardless of being unceremoniously knocked down, managed to pick out up the Titan's fist with his superhuman electricity on my own. Egg! Gah! Goku completely chucked the complete arm off of him. Disregarded to capture the Titan off defend on the grounds that its arm began to shake and crackle a piece for a few seconds. Phew! That turned into a near one. Goku whistled as he brushed some dust off his pants. Chariot felt relieved, albeit a piece harm at the equal time. Don't scare me like that. I concept you had been without a doubt crushed there. Oh, come on, Chariot. That wasn't even near the worst head damage I've gone through. Properly, I failed to know that. Chariot overrated her cheeks in annoyance. This short consultation of bickering changed into interrupted by using the Titan's arm propelling itself completely out of the floor. Bits of soil turned into thrown skyward as every other, greater skeletal arm emerged from the construction site's remaining section. The humans of Blightenberry screamed as both hands and their respective arms slammed down onto the ground, revealing the Titan in its complete glory. As Chariot defined, it stood 15 meters tall with a frame absolutely made from brown, historic stone. Mysterious symbols that glowed a vibrant, malevolent purple resided over many components of its body, which includes the palms, chest, and legs. It also sported the antlers Chariot stated because of its snout, apparently enough, mirroring that of a common deer. It also had massive, red eyes that glared at the very sight of Goku, its supposed opponent and target. To deal with for its skeletal left arm and right leg, gadgets that have been thrown into the air with the aid of its awakening assimilated with each other. Through the Titan's magic, any automobile or metal item became transmuted to create a prosthetic leg, chest plate, and arm. This basically made the Titan some bizarre fusion among a legendary beast and an artificial automaton. Grog! The Titan roared maliciously. Its fearsome cry echoed throughout the whole town, petrifying all and sundry in near proximity except for Goku, Chariot, and, Pretty, the mayor. Whoa! It appears much like you told me, Chariot. Yeah, but that is no longer exactly an amazing issue, Goku. The mayor and his bodyguards foolishly marched up to the Titan. His quick mood turned into beginning to overwhelm any sign of rational notion he once had. What does this little idiot think he is doing? The hooded discern thought from his seat. At some point of that entire transformation, he changed into typically unperturbed by using the Titan's re-emergence. He already visible Jennifer defeated the primary time, so he became greater so intrigued by way of the Titan's mechanical appendages than its actual electricity. If anything, he mainly desired to see how Goku and Woodward's successor could move approximately vanquishing it. It might be greater thrilling that way. Despite the fact that he did not want this idiotic mortal to get himself killed because of something as inherently fragile as ego. So, he intended that interfering simply this once would not be all that egregious. With that, he slumped up and disappeared in a flash of lightning. The mayor stood there, shaking with rage because the Titan slowly took a leap forward. Its eyes have been glued onto Goku the complete time. What is the meaning of this? You silly, overgrown, stone, The mayor stamped his feet like a spoiled little one. Move returned underground or I'll. His bodyguards already made a run for it, which took a toll at the mayor's self-belief and self-guarantee in that scenario. Wait, you! Don't simply go away me right here! The mayor wailed in desperation. Then, right as he changed into about to be consumed through the mouth positioned within the Titan's leftmost palm, the hooded discern teleported into view. This is enough of that. With a single wave of his hand, the Titan became driven back a giant amount of foot. It stumbled, returned, crashing into a few homes within the system. With the Titan temporarily shocked, the hooded figure grabbed the mayor and teleported in the front of Goku. Goku became confused by means of the display of energy he simply noticed. He must be wherein that excessive amount of ki became coming from. Terrific! How dare you select me up like that? I'll have you know that. Close it. You nearly were given yourself killed, Mr. Mayor. And except you want this complete city to be destroyed, you may live out of those children way. The hooded parent grunted, gesturing closer to Goku and Chariot. They recognize what they're doing. The mayor, recognizing Goku as the kid who fell out of the sky about an hour before, spat in disgust. The red-headed witch wasn't he any better in his eyes? Kids? What are a gaggle of freakish delinquents going to do to save whatever? It is simply downright silly. This kid blew up automobiles with only some punches. Ultimate time I checked, he additionally picked up your valuable statue with best one hand. Consider? The mayor's jaw hung open, once more assuming the one's occasions had been figments of his personal imagination. Ultimately, he spastically waved them off. High quality, exceptional. Simply please keep the damages at a minimum. It is already awful sufficient as is, the mayor pleaded. The hooded man then positioned the mayor with the relaxation of Blightenberry's people. In some other flash of blue lightning, he got here back to speak with Goku and Chariot. All right. There may be now not lots time to talk, however I helped preserve the mayor at bay for now. You need to be able to defeat the Titan with none issues. The hooded parent confident. He regarded again, noticing that the Titan become up and approximately over again. Sir. Who are you? How had been you capable of teleport like that? Teleportation magic isn't commonly that fast. Chariot questioned curiously. Judging via his muscular build, she assumed he became a few kind of skilled fighter or even wizard. The man simply shook his head, now not having time for idle chatter. That's no longer critical right now. All that topics is to keep the Titan at bay. Jennifer sealed it there for good cause, in the end. Chariot glanced at the Titan because it fully stood up directly. It shook its head, attempting to regain its composure. I think you are right. That Woodward would not want you to waste the brilliant Rod's powers, could she? Chariot took a double take at that assertion. Wait, Woodward? How do approximately her? I realize pretty a chunk about Lunar Nova Academy, but as I noted, there isn't a good deal time to talk about that. The hooded man whispered in a gravely voice. Chariot become about to say something else, however considering the man's tone, she stopped herself. Even so, the thought of a man being linked to each lunar nova or even Woodward's past become quite ordinary. The person turned his head to stare upon Goku. He smirked, at once pointing at Goku's chest. I'll hold this brief, Goku. You could have plenty left to learn, however your capability as a warrior is rather excessive. The person complimented Goku's skills as a fighter. Do not disappoint me with this fight. I'll be gauging your energy from the sidelines, so maintain awareness as frequently as you could. Goku stood there speechless. The entirety the man stated made sense, but regardless, his wonderful power kept him on side. The first rate he could do was pressure out a small nod of his head. Exact. I'll be on my way then. The hooded figure stated. Whilst walking away, he waved his hand all over again, and projected a golden barrier that flippantly separated Blightonbury's citizens from Goku, Chariot, and the Titan. Now, there was a round arena for the fight to take region in. No one can be stuck inside the crossfire in their attacks both. Wait! Goku interjected. His eyes focused on the symbol of an electrified hammer drawn on his cape. Chariot also took observe of this symbol, but she became more targeted at the 7 crystals impeded into it. 7 crystals? Chariot pondered interestingly. Became there some other artifact that functioned like the vivid rod obtainable? In case you don't want to tell us whatever else, can you at the least say what your call is? I just want to understand. Goku asked civilly. Spotting the Titan as it stepped closer and in the direction of where Goku turned into, the person hoarsely chuckled. He briefly eliminated his hood, revealing electric-powered blue eyes and a head of shaggy, crimson hair. Thor. He then disappeared as a bolt of lightning crackled in the distance. The name became pretty easy, but it held this lingering sense of significance that stuck with Goku. Thor, who? Goku muttered to himself. While Chariot heard of Thor from Norse mythology, Goku had no such know-how about the aforementioned deity. Whether this person changed into that very identical god, but couldn't he be ascertained? Nevertheless, Goku found his contemporary foe. The Titan stood up straight, evident daggers on the very spots him and Chariot have been status in. His frame radiated with natural malice, producing an enormous air of mystery of purple-black power. Goku smirked in delight, getting ready himself for a fight he would, optimistically, not soon forget. Properly, Thor, looks like I must make this combat as exciting as viable, said Goku. He kneeled down and placed himself into his signature combating stance. Are you prepared, Chariot? Goku known as. Chariot timidly nodded, holding the vivid rod in a shielding position. Ready as I'll ever be in a scenario like this, I'm hoping. Chariot murmured in response. She puzzled which of the 7 words of Arcturus could paintings for this example. Outdoor of the golden barrier, Thor perched himself atop Blightonbury's famous clock tower. His feet rested on its tip as he intently discovered the war happening beneath. Keep in mind this take a look at of kinds, Goku, one where there may be no room for failure. Thor mentally regarded. He then glanced over at Chariot as made preparations to use the shiny rod. I suppose the identical may be said for Clayam Soleil cutting-edge proprietor as properly. He idea. Are you looking Miss Woodward? Silence cascaded over all of Blightonbury. Then Goku delivered up his hand and signaled for the Titan to come back at him. This taunt fully unleashed the creature's internal rage. Grrrr! The Titan let out its fearsome war cry. Plumes of pink power burst out of its returned like a raging fireplace because the Titan charged forward. He pulled back his mechanical fist in and tried to punch Goku, but said martial artist blocked it along with his own fist. A shockwave emerged from their clash, damaging any sidewalk or building in close proximity. Erga! Goku grunted, using his electricity to push the Titan's own titanic strength lower back. He persisted the war, handling to similarly alternate among sliding his body backward and pushing forward. The Titan grunted in frustration, suffering to understand why a person a lot smaller than him became maintaining him back. Grrrrgggh. Growing tired of this stalemate, the Titan opened his palm and tried to eat Goku whole. The spiky-haired Z fighter quickly kept away from this assault by way of leaping excessive within the air. He then accomplished a mid-air somersault which propelled him atop the Titan's left shoulder. Goku ran across the shoulder till he turned into close to its face, too sluggish to counterattack in time. The Titan became powerless to forestall Goku from performing an exceptionally powerful kick. Hi! This kick sent the Titan flying throughout Blightenberry, inflicting him to unceremoniously crash into more than one buildings at the back of him. His face, being made from stone, was also cracked aside in certain places. It groaned in moderate ache, struggling to choose itself returned up. Given the Titan's disorientated physique, Goku saw this as a terrific possibility for Chariot to apply one of the 7 phrases she in brief mentioned. Now could be your risk, Chariot. Attempt to use the brilliant rod on him, said Goku as he gently landed at the floor. Chariot, in similarly amazement of Goku's first-rate combating abilities, suddenly regained her train of thought and nodded. Right. I've were given one word in thoughts that LL work the first class, Chariot said resolutely. She calmed her breathing and located the brilliant rod immediately in the front of her. Narktu Orphe, Ord. Chariot closed both eyes, keeping her magical electricity balanced and focused on the assignment to hand. With each word, every of the bright rod's 7 orbs glowed a fiery and experienced. They all glowed brilliantly because the vibrant rod started to metamorphosize into a new form. Freighter. Upon uttering the very last part of the first word, Narktu Orphe Ord Freighter, the brilliant rod completed its transformation into a yellow and white bow. The bow's plumage of electricity also produced an identical arrow with a flower-like arrowhead at its tip. Whoa! That appears excellent, Goku uttered in reactionary marvel. The vivid rod's energy, whilst some distance weaker than himself and other more potent key customers, changed into still outstanding to witness. Right here is going. Bright arc! Chariot yelled passionately. She pulled the arrow back, directly aiming for the Titan's chest. Taking another deep breath, Chariot absolutely unleashed the vivid rod's arrow. Its tip basically became an emerald fireball because it seared across Metropolis at immeasurable speeds. The Titan succeeded in status back up, but as standard, he wasn't brief enough to expect the next attack. The arrow flew in the direction of his chest and embedded itself within it. Grrrrgh! The arrow detonated right into a huge explosion of green fireworks, causing the Titan to scream in a mix of rage and horror. A blinding white mild flashed from the very point of detonation, inflicting Goku, Chariot, and the human beings of Blightenberry to quick protect their eyes. The explosion spread out quite some feet, engulfing entire landmarks and small homes in its wake. Fortuitously, the vibrant arc directed all of its maximum unfavorable energy toward the intended goal. So, in her experience, not lots harm become carried out to the Metropolis. After all, Chariot raggedly breathed. The usage of up approximately half of her ultimate magic capacity, the vibrant arc regressed back to the brilliant rod right as its first arrow turned into fired. Did I get him? Chariot weakly asked. Goku examined the pillars of inexperience smoke coming from wherein the Titan once stood. He could not experience any strength from it, so that you can him, the Titan may as nicely be overwhelmed. Seems like it. Goku nodded in affirmation. That turned into fantastic, Chariot. Chariot sat down, weakly smiling up at Goku. Thanks. The vivid arc's the one I'm most used to. I'm able to tell. I think it fits you a lot. Goku grinned, giving the younger witch a thumbs up. Chariot closed her eyes and did the identical. From at the back of them, the humans of Blightenberry applauded Goku and Chariot on their process properly completed. Even Thomas and his gang, together with the newly freed twins, expressed their gratitude for saving them. Excellent one, children. Yeah. You are pretty a skilled witch, young lady. Those kicks have been pretty exquisite, kid. Am I able to recognize the name of your health trainer? Thomas walked as much as the barrier, giving them a seen signal of his newfound appreciate. I take returned what I said. You guys are quite cool. Thomas fairly apologized for his earlier moves. Not as cool as me, but you recognize what I mean. Chariot gently giggled. Apology generic, Thomas. As long as my magic made absolutely everyone smile nowadays, that is all that subjects. As the human beings of Blightenberry talked amongst themselves, Goku felt an unnerving relax pass down his backbone. What regarded just like the Titan's non-existent ki progressively grew larger and larger until it was even higher than ever before. He grew to become his head to peer a crimson ball of electricity being charged up from inside the existing smoke clouds. The smoke cleared to reveal, much to Goku's surprise, the Titan preparing to shoot an energy blast from his left, artificial palm. And it turned into aiming directly for Chariot. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr leaning closer to the startled redhead. Goku, worried for the safety of his new pal, bravely jumped in front of it. "Be careful!" Goku yelled. He protectively crossed both fingers in front of him and took the blast head-on. It remained in location for a second or before ultimately detonating, much like the brilliant Arc-S arrow. Chariot gasped in sudden melancholy. "Goku!" She and the townsfolk were about to begin panicking, however thankfully, Goku seemed to be marginally unscathed. His defensive stance, which he learned from Kami, allowed him to absorb the full brunt of the Titan-S blast without any damage befalling him. The most he were given have been small bruises and scorch marks. "Welp. That surprised me," Goku mumbled in minor annoyance. Did the Titan unexpectedly discover ways to conceal its electricity? This brat is invincible. What in Lord S call is he manufactured from? The mayor idea from the sidelines. No surprise he changed into capable of hit his statue within the head without getting brain damage or a serious concussion. Chariot stood as much as gently hugged Goku's arm. "Are you okay, Goku?" "I'm so sorry, I should have. It is now not your fault, Chariot. From what I can inform, it looks like the Titan used the one's tentacle thingies to absorb part of the shiny Arc-S explosion," Goku assumed, seeing black-purple emerge from its frame before disappearing once more. "It would have taken some of my ki as properly." "Why, you do not mean that it's getting stronger the longer we fight it?" "Yeah. It truly is precisely what I imply." Goku narrowed his eyes. It appeared that the Titan turned into more bold than he anticipated, which was both a pro and con from his attitude. "Then, what have to we do?" "I only have sufficient magic to use one more phrase of Arcturus and then, it truly is it for me," Chariot glumly talked about. Wishing to appease her issues, Goku lightly clasped her shoulder. "We will discover a manner. I nonetheless have a few hints up my sleeve," Goku genuinely exclaimed. "I'll keep him off, so just join in when you may." "I'm able to." Chariot nodded. She then stood in the again, trying to shield the barrier left by Thor just in case. "Let us start round 2 then, okay?" Goku toothily beamed at the Titan. Sensing that Goku became mocking him, the Titan charged him at a substantially an awful lot quicker pace. Gra-ra! Goku and the Titan exchanged numerous blows with each other. Despite the big length of its fists, Goku was nonetheless able to correctly push them lower back along with his own. They rapidly moved round Metropolis, smashing aside every unmarried corner they clashed fists at. Nevertheless, finishing in a stalemate, the Titan, out of frustration, brought about tendrils to snake across his hands. "Whoa, howdy!" The tendrils wrapped around Goku, attempting to either suffocate him, soak up extra of his ki, or both. They slithered as much as his chin until Goku used the sheer energy of his muscle mass to interrupt free. After liberating himself, he bounced off the Titan's arm. "Ha! First class try, however you gotta do higher than that." Landing at the floor, Goku used it as a bounce pad and with beautiful dexterity, headbutted the Titan proper throughout the chin. This sent the Titan careening skyward, even regardless of Goku's comparatively smaller frame. Grrrghhh. The Titan croaked as he flew better into the air. Portions of stone shrapnel broke off his chin, falling down on Blightenberry like raindrops in a hurricane. Afterwards, the Titan composed himself and re-energized himself with power. The pink flames on his neck grew extensively greater reported, granting him the newfound ability to slightly go with the flow above ground. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. Having sufficient of Goku S retaliation, the Titan powered up a 2D blast. This one, however, changed into plenty larger and therefore would take a chunk more time to charge up from a distance. The Titan simply seemed to be a flashing ball of pink light. Goku may want to already inform that, just like King Piccolo planned together with his attacks, the Titan changed into intending to blast Blightenberry to absolute smithereens. Goku, of course, changed into not going to let that take place, although the Titan did soak up a part of his power. There has been nevertheless one assault he have been saving for such an occasion. So, you want the use of blasts now, massive guy? Properly, how about you get a load of mine? Goku without delay challenged the Titan. Here's what I name the amazing Kamehameha, exquisite Kamehameha? Chariot requested curiously. It is a more potent model of my Grasp S signature technique. I found out to use it quite currently. Goku briefly explained. Like Chariot, he took a deep breath, balanced out his ki, and most significantly of all, cupped his hands together. Then, he began to chant underneath his breath. Ka-mi-e. A blue-white ball or strength commenced to shape in between Goku's hands. This one, however, turned into significantly bigger to the quantity in which mild beams shot out in almost all cardinal guidelines. Ha-ah-ah-ah-me-e. With each syllable, the ball of ki spun around and shined as brightly because the very solar itself. Now, all Goku needed to do turned into unleash the awesome Kamehameha's complete, unbridled strength. Ha! Goku screamed, releasing a big wave of detrimental mild into the skies above. It sent a fierce gust of wind that knocked every person, consisting of Chariot, right off their toes as properly. Gra! The Titan lowered back the desire together with his very own blast. The blast's composition proved so malicious that big portions of its metal arm had been blown smooth aside and disintegrated. It soared down, contorting approximately like the purple flame of the Titan's current air of mystery. After some seconds, the two blasts crashed into each other and struggled for dominance. They resided above the center of Blightenberry, creating a flash of mild that kept its major contents hidden from view. Goku's superb Kamehameha proved to be superior to the Titan's assault. However, the Titan nevertheless managed to preserve it lower back. Besides, each person watched this beam conflict take location from beneath. A few seemed to be nervous at the same time as others had been uncertain whose blast would pop out on top in the long run. Chariot, specifically, attempted to think of a few manner to assist Goku in this example. Obviously, his remarkable Kamehameha became pretty an excellent spectacle to behold, however it wasn't budging any in addition at the moment. There must be something I can do. Chariot whispered to herself. She took a have a look at the nearby crowd, noticing that a few humans have been getting excited by Goku's try to guard Blightenberry. This exhilaration made an epiphany come to her thoughts. There was an opportunity that magic will be generated with the aid of an inflow of nice emotions, so maybe if sufficient aid become given to Goku, she may want to soak up that strength into the vivid rod and combine it with the first-rate Kamehameha. That manner, both in their respective abilities might be applied to overcome the Titan. It turned into a loopy concept, however it simply might paintings. You could do it, Goku. I agree within you. Chariot shouted encouragingly. Even though a few people went alongside her cheers, now not absolutely everyone become on the identical web page simply yet. If Goku does not win this, all of Blightenberry might be wiped off the map in an immediately. Permit S display our support, everyone. He clearly needs it proper now. Chariot pleaded to the residents of Blightenberry. Information what she supposed, Thomas, his gang, the mayor, and each other character living there started to join in. Come on, Goku. Kick that lame monster S butt. Thomas cheered. Your blast thingy S manner bigger. This must be easy for you, do it, Goku. Hold going. Don't give up. If you keep Blightenberry, I'll make you a statue. Perhaps one it really is even bigger than mine, perhaps. The mayor promised in the warmness of the instant. Each revolutionary cheer, as Chariot assumed, projected small orbs of inexperienced electricity. Additional time, those orbs all clumped together and gravitated closer to the vivid rod. It surged to lifestyles with a vivid air of secrecy of inexperienced energy, which immediately re-energized Chariot's modern magic price. It is running. Chariot idea in comfort. Not looking to waste any more time, she placed the bright rod in step with Goku. Right here, Goku. That is a gift from me to you. Chariot shot all the collected strength at Goku. The magic debris surrounded Goku, fusing with the ki of his incredible Kamehameha. Whoa! The feeling of magic is lots distinct from ki. It is warmer and extra soothing by hook or by crook. Goku vividly compared the sensation of ki, or lifestyle's electricity, with that of magic. He became curious if Chariot felt this manner all of the time. Thank you, Chariot. Goku truly expressed his gratitude. Now, it's time to complete this. Goku revitalized his aura, causing the blue top-notch Kamehameha to show a vibrant, brilliant green. Now, it changed into composed of now not simplest his power, however additionally Chariot's and the human beings of Blightenberry's as nicely. There was no manner he should find the money for to lose now. Take this! Ha! Goku screamed with all his may. The greener wonderful Kamehameha overtook its earlier shape, exponentially increasing its duration, width, and sheer strength. It ascended upward like a taking pictures famous person, and after a small, ever so slight battle, the Titan's beam became absolutely engulfed through it. Inexperience ruled purple as the Titan's whole frame changed into eventually consumed by the Kamehameha. Grrrarg! The Titan roared one remaining time earlier than its body exploded in a multitude of small inexperienced explosions. Every explosion piled up on pinnacle of each other, eating every arm, leg, and body part in brief, almost instant succession. By the point these implosions had been cleared away, what once stood the Titan became absolutely long gone. The best matters that remained had been the 5 palms Jennifer used to create the very ceiling stones that trapped it masses of years ago. They fell down from the sky and miraculously landed inside the Equal Creation website they have been located in. It became as if the Titan was in no way woke up, or even existed, to start with. Now Goku and Chariot, by using running collectively, efficiently beat the mythical sealed large. They did use the electricity of Blightenberry's townsfolk, of direction, but despite that extra element in mind, Thor became substantially inspired with the aid of what the two achieved at their age. Properly achieved, Goku. You've simply exceeded my expectancies. Thor mused contentedly. It appears Woodward has received a worth successor as properly. Considering that Blightenberry was now not in hazard, Thor eliminated the magical barrier and went on his way. He gauged Goku's contemporary degree of energy as supposed, so there has been nothing else to mention for now. I'm looking ahead to the day you reach my level, young one. Given your raw talent, that moment shall come earlier than you believe you studied. Thor warmly anticipated. Goku nevertheless had an extended adventure ahead of him, however what noteworthy warrior does not? It would be as much as him to decide how robust he turns into. Then, if his ability is fully unlocked, maybe he might be a healthy for Thor's eyes grew somber. It wasn't the proper time to consider him proper now. He turned into not a person, a natural being like Goku became ready to confront, specifically at his contemporary age. Arguably, it was tough to inform if he'd ever be prepared to stand that kind of despair. The 9 oldie witches and the students of Lunar Nova Academy were not, at the least. It is high quality to focus on now than the future, or even the past for that be counted. Thor hoarsely grunted. He lightly pinched the bridge of his nostril before looking down on Goku and Chariot yet again. Fare thee properly, youngsters. May additionally Yggdrasil manual your respective futures within the right course. He whispered with just a smidge of hope in his blackened coronary heart. With another strike of lightning and thunder, he vanished all over again. Down underneath, Goku took a little breather. He may want to tell Thor already made his departure, but it failed to disappoint him at all. By using defeating the Titan, Goku assumed he become on the proper tune in terms of having more potent. he still hadn't completed his education with Kami looking out, however there was nonetheless time left. Having that a good deal room for improvement turned into a terrific aspect in his book. Goku looked up on the clock tower, assuming that wherein Thor became watching the fight. Furrowing his eyebrows, Goku raised up his fist determinedly. Someday, perhaps I will be strong enough to combat you, Thor. I am positive it will likely be a high-quality fight. Goku mentally promised to challenge Thor in the future. This is, if he ever got to fulfill him once more. Goku's thoughts have been interrupted by way of Chariot Bear hugging him from the side. She had a massive smile on her face. You did it, Goku! You did it! Chariot cheered whilst rocking Goku backward and forward like a ragdoll. I knew I shouldn't have concerned so much. See, Chariot, can't breathe, can't breathe. Goku choked out. His paws and skin turned into starting to grow as bright pink as Chariot's personal hair. Oops. Sorry, Chariot stuttered out apologetically. Goku caught his breath, struggling to preserve himself aware after experiencing Chariot's tight hugs. It's okay. I am first class. Goku said even as clearing his throat. Don't sell yourself quick, although I wouldn't had been capable of beat that Titan without your help, Chariot. The vibrant rod turned into pretty accessible. Chariot modestly considered one of her fingers. I just desired to do my part to assist. It's no longer that big of a deal. It's miles to us. The mayor of Blightonbury interrupted. In stark contrast to his ordinary irate self, the mayor looked quite thankful for what Goku and Chariot did for his city. As the mayor, I might like to thanks for protecting Blightonbury from that massive Titan or whatever it was. You two, in my humble opinion, are heroes. The mayor warmly said. The relaxation of the city expressed comparable compliments and signs of gratitude. Your magic was lovely, young woman. Lovely and awesome, in my opinion. I might want to see greater. Chariot's eyes began to sparkle with sheer happiness. It seemed that her talents in magic weren't vain, in spite of everything. By means of supporting Goku keep those people's lives, she efficaciously made them smile because of her magic. It almost felt too proper to be actual. I made them satisfied the usage of magic. Chariot mentally beamed as she grinned from ear to ear. She then grew to become her attention to the boy who made this second possible. Due to your assist, Goku. Thanks. Chariot's cheeks grew a rosy red as her eyes grew partially half-lidded. Now, at this charge, she certainly had to help Goku out. It turned into the first rate she should do to repay him, even if the time they spent together become brief. Goku, Chariot turned into about to mention something else, but the mayor interrupted them yet again. Now, considering you are our saviors and all, may want you please tell me. The mayor eliminated his calm, well-mannered with that of a hellish temper. Who's going to pay for these kinds of confounded damages? He gestured to the huge mass of destroyed buildings, fountains, sidewalks, and gadget resulting from Goku's warfare with the Titan. Goku himself winced at the maximum egregious regions of destruction, noticing indents of the Titan's body and toes that have been gifted there. Damages? Upped properly, Goku nervously scratched the again of his head. Not looking forward to this type of state of affairs to happen, Goku leaned close to Chariot's ear. Do you have got a faster manner of getting to that terminal component you talked about? Reason I have no money, Anne. Goku whispered, searching for a way back to his personal Earth and Speedy. Chariot mischievously smiled. She already notion of the sort of backup plan as soon as the magic of her shiny rod turned into regained. I have gotcha included, Goku. Chariot winked. She then held the vivid rod high above her head with both fingers. Sibiladura leladibura. Chariot uttered the fifth phrase of Arcturus. Like before, the brilliant rod's 7 orbs glowed yellow before the complete one became transformed into a sequence of inexperienced, tendril-like ribbons. These ribbons wrapped round each different to shape a tall, white broom with an orange orb on the top and a golden head. This broom head changed into tied down with what remained of the inexperience ribbon as well. Apparently having a mind of its personal, the vibrant rod-esque broom shape soared into the air and scooped up Chariot. A series of glints also followed wherever its route resided. That is referred to as the bright balai. Hop on, Goku, Chariot stated. Without having to be advised 2 times, Goku hopped onto the lower back. Goku peeked from in the back of Chariot's shoulder. So, what makes it distinctive from any other broom? Watch this! Green strength erupted from the broom, causing a small ley line to be ejected from the vivid balai's orange orb. The broom then commenced to shake and seemingly prepare for lift-off. Sorry, Mayor. We're going to make it up to you some way. I promise. Chariot apologetically confident the Mayor. With that ultimate although, the shiny balai propelled itself into the ley line and completely vanished. The Mayor simply stood there, gobsmacked by the fact that Goku and Chariot left without due punishment. An awkward silence permeated during the air until Thomas spoke up. So, didn't the Mayor kick down the sign "Speak Me" approximately this entire Titan component? Would not that technically suggest he is the motive of all this? Thomas logically assessed from what he overheard in advance that day. Every person, such as the construction employees, simply glared down at their Mayor accusatively. The Mayor, another time, had no concept what to say on this second and simply stood there, dumbfounded. Nicely, that Goku kid, The Mayor stammered, breaking out into a chilly, miserable sweat. It was then that he found out his dream of making Blightonbury a huge tourist appeal wasn't going to peer the light of day. Guess I'll begin identifying some upkeep. He grumbled in unhappiness. That Goku may have set Blightonbury again 10 years from an economic point of view, however at the least he bumped off that silly Titan buried there for some purpose. Thanks to the shiny balai's portable ley line, Chariot and Goku managed to directly reach Glastonbury Tor within seconds. Located outside of its titular town, Glastonbury, it was a steep hillside that towered over nearby houses and trees. Lined along the hill was a single staircase which led directly to St. Michael's Tower, a national monument associated with England's medieval age. An interesting characteristic of this tower was a massive tree which ingrained itself between the presiding walls and crevices. The tree's branches grew above the roof, causing a multitude of leaves and plant life to completely conceal its archaic ridges. For hundreds of years, witches attending Lunar Nova Academy used Glastonbury Tor as a ley line terminal which directed their brooms to anywhere they wished to travel, including their own school. However, travel between ley lines could go awry if someone either flew themselves off course or brought salt with them. For some reason, ley lines didn't react well to the contents of salt, and if present, a witch could possibly land in another, unintended location. This, like in Goku's case, could include separate galaxies, planets, or even dimensions as well. However, that specific condition was exactly what Goku and Chariot were booking on. After all, this was the only conceivable way to bring Goku home. Chariot carefully parked the shiny balai in place. She turned her head around to check how Goku handled the broom's instantaneous momentum. You all right, Goku? Chariot asked in concern. To her surprise, Goku's hair was completely coiffed backward due to the wind projected from the shiny balai's dash. He also looked a bit dizzy, much to her amusement. I'm okay. It's just been a while since I've flown that fast. Goku replied. He then shook his head, bringing himself back to normal. Wait, does that mean you can fly? Chariot gaped in surprise. Nah, I had this cloud called the Flying Nimbus that I rode on. It was given to me by my first master, Roshi. Goku noted before stroking his chin in curiosity. Then again, Kami did tell me that the projection of ki could make flying possible, so who knows? Maybe I will one day. Chariot found the mere prospect of that ability greatly intriguing. She assumed some type of elemental magic could result in flight, but with ki, it seemed to have near limitless capabilities. Plus, the idea of someone as strong as Goku learning to fly was, admittedly, kind of terrifying. He'd be a force to be reckoned with for sure. Wow. I'm sure that's exciting. Chariot commented, figuring that the potential for such progress was highly beneficial. You bet. That's why I want to get back to training as soon as possible. Goku beamed in sheer anticipation. His enthusiasm was quite contagious, but to Chariot, she couldn't help but feel a bit bummed out. She still wanted to learn more about Goku and his many adventures, yet unfortunately, time just wasn't on their side. Both of them had their own responsibilities to attend to. I know I should feel happy to help Goku, but... Chariot sadly peeked at Goku's excitable demeanor. A part of me doesn't want him to leave. He's done so much already, and I want him to be acknowledged for it. While she was caught up in her thoughts, Goku suddenly remembered a vital piece of information Chariot mentioned back in Blightonbury. By the way, Chariot, didn't you mention having to attend another class soon? Something about stopping for supplies before going there? Goku reminded the red-headed witch. Chariot, still distracted by her own thoughts, suddenly raised her eyebrows in shock. Oh shoot! You're right! Chariot shrieked. I completely lost track of time. Figuring that there was little time left to waste, Chariot quickly moved her shiny belay into St. Michael's Tower. Goku continued clinging to the broom's shaft, so he wouldn't fall off balance. Sorry, Goku, but you might have to go with me to Lunar Nova. I can't risk being late again. Chariot apologetically exclaimed. Plus, I wanted to tell the headmistress, Professor Holbrook, about what happened in Blightonbury, anyway. You deserve to be rewarded for beating the Titan. Goku lightly shrugged his shoulders. If you say so. But I don't need some prize for what I did. Meeting strong guys like Thor and the Titan is good enough for me, to be honest. Getting to test out the Super Kamehameha was also an added bonus. Chariot already predicted that Goku was going to reply this way. However, that still didn't perturb her from getting the Lunar Nova staff to honor his heroic actions. But you helped out so many people. Don't you want recognition for that kind of thing? Not really. Right now, the only real recognition I need is from you, Chariot. Goku bluntly shared his feelings. You're my friend, so being able to help you out had to have counted for something, right? Chariot fully swiveled her body around to look at Goku. The fact that Goku casually called her a friend caught Chariot by surprise in the best way possible. A medal or whatever is good, sure, but seeing you smile like before meant more to me, I think. Goku said, scrunching his face in an attempt to think over each word he spoke. Thinking this much honestly made his head hurt a little. And seeing you use that cool shiny arc didn't hurt either. It'd be even cooler if I could see the type of witch you'll become. The warmness of Goku's statement, whether intentional or not, made Chariot's heart flutter from within her chest. Cheek starting to burn red once again, she genuinely beamed at Goku in a mix of gratitude and affection. Then, no longer having enough words to express her happiness, Chariot came up with a bold idea, one that she'd probably regret in any other situation. But, in this moment, she didn't let that pessimism stop her. Chariot lightly batted her eyelashes as she leaned closer to Earth's strongest fighter. Hold still for a second, Goku. Goku, raising a single eyebrow in puzzlement, complied with Chariot's request. He then felt the gentle touch of Chariot's lips on his cheek. She lingered there for a few seconds before parting them. At that point, Chariot hadn't felt more embarrassed in her entire life. She quickly covered her face as a faint red flush overtook both cheeks. Goku, on the other hand, naively rubbed the spot where Chariot kissed him, failing to understand what she meant by that. Even at 16, Goku was just as dense as ever. Ooh? What did you do that for? Goku muttered confusedly. Chariot, finding his blank stare a bit adorable, girlishly giggled in response. Tee-hee. Consider it my recognition for everything you did. Chariot happily winked at the clueless boy. She then lightly laid her hand on top of his. Just go with me to Lunar Nova for a little bit, okay? Please? Asked Chariot in a low, quiet whisper. Spotting a look of desperation in Chariot's large, red eyes, Goku nodded his head. He didn't want to disappoint her, even if it got in the way of his transport home. Lead the way then. Goku said. Fairly pleased with his answer, Chariot directed her broom to the tower's centermost point. She then levitated upward until she was directly in line with the open ceiling. Open. Path to Lunar Nova. With the announcement of this incantation, a gigantic ley line leading to the aforementioned destination emerged. Chariot and Goku were sent rocketing forward due to the shiny Beli's increased speed while flying. Goku recognized the walls of green energy from the ley line he was sucked into beforehand. Similarly, intersecting tree branches were still present around the entire pathway as well. Try to hang on, Goku. The shiny Beli's going to get a tad bit faster. Chariot cried. Unfortunately, Goku wasn't able to take proper precautions in time. His fingers started slipping as the ley line's artificial gravity pushed down on him with utmost force and pressure. I'm trying, but... Goku stuttered as his grip progressively loosened with each passing second. Then, to Chariot's aghast displeasure, Goku was thrown straight off. Too fast. Can't hold. Goku screamed as he went straight through the ley line's rightmost side. In that moment, Goku was sucked down another, smaller portal, returning to either his home planet or Lord knows what else. Nevertheless, Goku was officially gone. Goku! No! Chariot shouted regretfully. Although this mishap slightly dampened her good mood, she knew, deep down, that this would have happened to Goku, eventually. She just prayed that he wasn't put into an even worse scenario of some kind. I didn't even get to properly say goodbye to him. Chariot sighed morosely as she kept the shiny Beli on course. Getting closer to the end of this particular ley line, Chariot shut her eyes and smiled in contentment. Thank you for today, Goku. I'll always remember it. Chariot mentally expressed her inner feelings to Goku. She then flew her broom into a bright, all-encompassing light, reaching the area where Lunar Nova Academy's front entrance was located. While her flight came to an end, Chariot melancholically wondered if she and Goku would ever meet again. It appeared the outcomes of their respective futures would be the judge of that. Lunar Nova Magical Academy, 2004. Located in the St. Michael alignment of West England, Lunar Nova Magical Academy was a large, white mansion built with 3 towers above its roof. It was, architecturally speaking, unique in terms of design compared to more modern schools and buildings. Of course, it was first constructed back in the 5th century, so these qualities weren't all that surprising, especially by the standards of the world's magical community. Its prestigious history, in fact, was what made Lunar Nova popular amongst the most talented witches of each respective generation. However, with the rise of modern technology, girls from all across the globe began to be accepted, regardless of their prior experience with magic. Such exceptions included Chariot, but her connection to the Du Nord family of France also helped instigate her enrollment. Lunar Nova was also surrounded by a large forest, which contained a wide assortment of magical creatures and other related facilities. From a distance, 2 massive towers could be spotted. One was an observatory while its taller, skinnier neighbor was known as New Moon Tower. Piercing up into the sky with a triangular roof, New Moon Tower contained a powerful, green gem called the Sorcerer's Stone. This stone essentially served as a generator for Lunar Nova's staff and students, granting them enough energy to cast spells whenever they pleased. If anything happened to it, every witch or wizard to how much magic they could use. When the smaller batteries of their wands ran out, they would become powerless. That outcome was part of the reason why the Sorcerer's Stone was concealed in this very tower. Only the strongest, or most foolish, of interlopers would dare try to steal it. This stone's magical energy also made it possible to set up ley line terminals like the one Chariot and Goku flew into. That terminal, specifically, could be found outside of Lunar Nova's central courtyard, an area where students could talk amongst themselves in between classes. It was held up by a series of coiling branches that formed the likeness of 2 arms on each side. The ley line was contained in a circle propped up by these aforementioned branches, being able to disappear and reappear whenever it needed to be used. Chariot exited from this portal and floated down to land softly on the grass. She then hopped off the shiny Beli and had it revert back to its original form. In a flash of sparkly, green energy, she once again had the much smaller shiny rod in her hands. Chariot somberly looked down upon the rod with pout on her face. I hope Goku made it back home okay. She whispered hopefully. Even if there was a possibility she'd never see him again, knowing Goku was safe would be enough to keep her heart at bay. What has got you so down? A voice asked from the distance. Chariot tilted her head to see a young girl with long, lilac hair and glasses that covered a pair of green eyes. She wore a similar uniform to Chariot, but sported a dark purple witch-s hat in addition to it. This was Croix Merides, a self-proclaimed magic prodigy and Chariot's best friend. Chariot tried to hide her sad expression. Oh, hiya, Croix. I didn't know you'd be waiting for me. Well, at first I wasn't, but then, you seemed to be gone longer than expected. Croix sighed, crossing her arms in concern. Did something happen? Chariot shyly twiddled her thumbs out of embarrassment. Guess I can't hide anything from you, huh? Croix simply analyzed her friend's mannerisms and facial expressions. To her surprise, Chariot's cheeks were slightly red, which was quite rare for the French girl. Normally, Chariot was too cheerful to even be nervous about anything. Her usage of the shiny belay, from what she saw walking over here, was also surprising, considering how long we've known each other. Nope, you can't, Croix chuckled matter-of-factly. Now, tell me the details already. Chariot still felt a bit uncomfortable divulging this type of information, but given Croix was her best friend, she couldn't turn her down. All she could do was slump her shoulders in defeat. Fine. Chariot then told Croix all the past events that took place in Blightonbury. From the Titan's awakening to her successful usage of the first and fifth words of Arcturus, Croix was greatly intrigued by this story. It appeared that Chariot's progress with the shiny rod was going rather well ever since she unlocked the sixth word, Leon, near the Arcturus forest's great tree. It seemed that the fourth and seventh words still weren't unlocked, but Chariot, like her, was still growing as a witch. However, in spite of that detail, the most interesting part of the story was Goku himself. The flush on Chariot's cheek suddenly made a lot more sense with someone like him in mind. Ah, I see. So, it's about a boy then. Croix mischievously adjusted her glasses. As expected, Chariot's face turned beet red like a freshly grown tomato. Stop it, Croix. That's not it at all. He's just a nice guy who managed to help me out. That's all there is to it, meanie. Chariot whined while rapidly flailing her arms around. I know. I was only teasing you. Croix giggled, feeling satisfied with Chariot's childish tantrum. What was his name, by the way? Hearing this question, Chariot suddenly calmed down. She really didn't mention Goku by name the entire time. Oh, right. It was Son Goku, or Goku for short. Croix abruptly froze in place. Her eyes widened considerably, almost as if she recalled some horrifying event from the past. Although she never met this Goku before, the very mention of his name filled her mind with bile and rage. Son Goku. Yep, that's it. Is there something wrong with that, Croix? Chariot asked curiously. To her, Croix looked as if she saw a ghost of some kind, which was confusing given how kind-hearted Goku was as a person. Croix, taking note of Chariot's bewildered expression, cleared her throat and awkwardly looked away. No. It just sounded familiar to me for some reason. Croix said in a quiet voice. Well, that is the Japanese variant of Sun Wukong's name in the Journey to the West book, so maybe that's where you recognize it from. Chariot surmised based on her knowledge of classic literature. Now that she thought about it, Goku's name was a really strange coincidence more than anything else. Croix hesitantly nodded as she dug both hands in her uniform's pockets. Yeah. Maybe you're right. After a few moments of silence, she then turned around to examine Luna Nova. Judging from the sounds of chatter and footsteps that could be heard, classes were about to resume. Ahoom. Anyway, I think we should start heading to class. Professor Finilan will have our heads if we're late for the next magic linguistics exam. Croix suggested. At the mere mention of magic linguistics, Chariot came to a terrifying realization. Oh no. I completely forgot about that. Chariot gasped heavily in dismay. She honestly felt like curling up into a ball and crying for the rest of the day. Geez. Some things just never change. Croix sighed while rolling her eyes. She shook her head disappointedly and began walking forward. That's not fair, Croix. I had a good excuse this time. Chariot whined indignantly. As she followed close behind her, Croix's glasses were concealed by a translucent glare of sunlight. Goku, HM? It appears Mrs. Gero's description of him was fairly accurate then. Croix mentally noted. Professor Okosha Jero, her mentor, told Croy all about Goku and the crimes he partook in 3 years ago. Although the brown-haired alchemist had since departed from Luna Nova, she told Croy enough about the Red Ribbon Army to get a basic gist of Goku's character and how he mercilessly slaughtered various soldiers in cold blood. One such soldier was Gibbo, Okosha's only son. While she did not meet Goku in person, of course, the slightest mention of his name caused her blood to boil. She wondered if the magitronic devices she inherited from Okosha could be a match against him if and when he managed to leave his own version of Earth someday. Regardless, once that day came, Goku and the Grand Triskelion would be hers to do as she pleased. And no one, not even Chariot, would be able to stop her from becoming the most powerful witch alive. She then glanced back, silently seething at the sight of the shiny rod in Chariot's possession. Despite being best friends, it was difficult to hold in the resentment she held for her at times. This makes things a lot more interesting, Croy thought. She lightly smirked before concealing it underneath her usual indifference. Chariot, none the wiser to her friend's disturbed thoughts, looked up at the ceiling with a forlorn grin. If we ever see each other again, Goku, I promise to be an even greater witch than I am now, one that you can be proud to call a friend or maybe even your equal. Chariot blushed, fondly reminiscing about the kiss she gave Goku. It appeared that she wished to go somewhere beyond equals as well. And when I make a promise, I intend to keep it. So, I won't let you down, she promised in a display of fiery determination. After everything she went through, Chariot was no longer messing around when it came to accomplishing her lifelong dreams. Tightly clenching her fists with rejuvenated confidence, Chariot continued her stride to Professor Finilan's classroom. She also made a mental note to tell Professor Holbrook about Goku's fight with the Titan after the exam, whether it ended in a pass or a failure. Kami's lookout, age 754. It had been about an hour since Goku was whisked away by a random ley line. While Kami and Mr. Popo did consider panicking at first, they ultimately decided to trust in Goku's abilities and wait for his return. After defeating King Piccolo, there was basically nothing worse that an alternate version of Earth could offer. Now, if Goku were to end up in the demon realm or something similarly dangerous, that'd be a different story. Ley lines typically didn't connect to sinister dimensions like that, however, so it was best not to dwell on that possibility. To pass the time, Kami stood at the edge of the lookout while Mr. Popo, in contrast, practiced some gardening to keep himself calm. Earth's current guardian used his staff to prop himself up as he gradually became lost in thought. While I do trust that Goku will inevitably come out of this unscathed, I wonder if I should select an alternate fighter to help prepare for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Kami ascertained based on the current state of the world. After all, Piccolo's reincarnation 1T disappeared just like that. He then conjured up a list of all the current Z fighters besides Goku and Master Roshi. Let us see, Yamcha? He has the potential, but considering his win-loss ratio, it'd be far too risky. Tien Shinhan? He is talented for sure. However, it seems that he prefers to train with Chiaotzu around. And frankly, Chiaotzu is even farther from Piccolo Jr.'s current level of strength than he is. Then, Yajirobe? Now, out of everyone, Krillin might actually gain the most progress, but then again, he's never really been able to best Goku at. Kami's judgments were interrupted by the emergence of another ley line. This portal spat out Goku, vanishing into thin air as he fell face first into the lookout's pavement. Doof. Goku screamed. His face smacked the floor, causing him to linger there for a little while. Speak of the devil. Kami thought ironically. Admittedly, the Guardian felt a sense of relief that he wouldn't have to go through with that backup plan. Mr. Popo, still watering the flowers, was also relieved. Ow. That could have gone better. Goku groaned as he slowly stood back up. Realizing that he was standing atop the lookout, Goku grinned and made a victory sign with his fingers. But the ley line terminal actually worked. Woohoo! Welcome back, Goku. What was it like on another Earth? Kami asked. It was pretty cool. I wasn't used to a lot of things there, but I still got to fight a pretty strong monster guy. Goku briefly commented on his experiences in the West Galaxy's Earth. I even used the Super Kamehameha like we practiced. Kami, impressed by this fact, nodded in approval. Very good, Goku. It appears your control of ki is getting better by the day. Or, thanks. Though, I did get some extra help from this witch I met. Her name was Chariot du Nord. Goku mentioned with a wider smile on his face. I see. I'm assuming she was a student at Lunar Nova Magical Academy? Mr. Popo chimed in from the distance. Goku quirked an eyebrow in slight surprise. Yep, that's right. How did you know that, Mr. Popo? As an attendant, I've seen many guardians of the past interact with witches from that world. Ley lines, like the one you were sucked into, have been used to initiate communication from this earth to the other for centuries. Mr. Popo explained the Lookout's deep, intricate connection to witches from Lunar Nova Academy and other magical communities. Wow! I had no idea. Goku brushed his hair back in amazement. It typically doesn't come up in conversation, so it's nothing against you, Goku. Lunar Nova has been around for over 1,600 years at this point. Kami said based on the information given by his predecessor. It's far older than I and, surprisingly, even Mr. Popo himself. Sheesh. And I thought Mr. Popo was ancient. I'll take that as a compliment. Mr. Popo stated with a blank, neutral expression, of course, that's how it was back in the school's prime. I've rarely ever been contacted by Lunar Nova's staff during my tenure as Guardian. Kami elaborated a bit more on Lunar Nova's current conditions. Nowadays, they typically discuss matters with fortune teller Baba, a former student and teacher there. So, Granny went to Lunar Nova too? Guess that makes sense. She had to get her magic stuff from somewhere. Goku shrugged, figuring that a witch like Baba being associated with Lunar Nova wasn't too far-fetched. It did make the world a little smaller, though. That's right. I've heard she either uses her crystal ball or creates ley lines of her own for those situations. Kami replied. He stroked his chin in puzzlement. Admittedly, most of her background is still mysterious to me. That's all I really know. Goku bobbed his head in understanding. Even he was mature enough to understand that a guardian like Kami couldn't necessarily know everything. Everyone has their own limits from time to time. No matter, though. The important thing is that you managed to make it back safe and sound. Good thing that chariot girl was there to help you. Kami said gratefully. You better believe it. She was pretty nice to be around. Goku fondly recalled his time with Chariot. She also had this special staff called the Shiny Rod that was really strong. It could transform into different objects and everything. Shiny Rod? Could that be the Clayam Soleil past guardians have talked about? Mr. Popo subconsciously assumed based on prior information he heard about the legendary weapon. He wondered why a young girl of all people would have it, though. Did something happen to the previous wielder? I'm a bit bummed I didn't get to say goodbye, though. I fell off her broom right after we got into the ley line terminal. Goku said, looking a bit more disappointed than usual. She also did something weird to my cheek right before we took off. Mr. Popo and Kami glanced at each other in confusion. Something weird? What do you mean? Kami questioned. Goku tried his best to describe Chariot's weird action. Well, she basically leaned over and then pressed her mouth on my cheek for a few seconds. I don't know why, though. All he did was say that I liked seeing her smile. Goku described, holding out his hands as if he had no clue what to make of Chariot's behavior. Fully absorbing the blissful ignorance of Goku's every word, Kami and Mr. Popo both began to chuckle in delight. Goku tilted his head to the side. Was there something I said? Goku, my boy, I believe that girl was, giving you, as people of Earth call it, a kiss. Kami explained. He personally never experienced kissing before, but he could tell what it was, at least. A kiss? Like what Bulma and Yamcha do when they're alone sometimes. Goku inappropriately brought up out of the blue. That's probably a more adult version, but yes. That's what kissing is. Mr. Popo stammered in embarrassment. In the 1,000 years he's been alive, he never expected to participate in this kind of training. Who? I had no idea. Goku scratched the back of his head in sheer perplexement. But why would she do that if we're just friends? Kami started to pinch the bridge of his nose in annoyance while Mr. Popo gently patted Goku on the back. You'll find out in due time, my boy. Just don't let that Kai friend of yours find out, all right? Mr. Popo knowingly winked. Unfortunately, the mention of Kai just made poor Goku even more confused. What does Kai have to do with this? She doesn't even know Chariot. Goku asked in growing frustration. Not wanting to deal with this unintentional love triangle, Kami progressed his state of irritation to full-on facepalming. Oh Lord. This is not the conversation I want to be having right now. Never mind all that. Kami lightly raised his voice before coughing. Ahem. Now, with all that settled, would you like to resume your training, Goku? We still have 2 years left until the tournament begins. At the sudden mention of training, Goku clenched both of his fists in pure excitement. His prior confusion, as intended by Kami, was now completely stripped away. Of course. We have to make up that time I was gone, right? Right. Kami nodded with a proud smirk. He could already tell Goku would be a good contender for Earth's next Guardian someday soon. We'll holding today's session in the time room. Follow me, Goku. Kami and Mr. Popo then parted towards the Lookout's temple. Goku did the same, but before moving, he stopped to look up at the sun. Its brightness reminded him of Chariot in a way. Hope you're doing all right, Chariot. If we meet again in the future, I'll try to become even stronger than I was fighting that Titan in Blytonbury. Goku expressed his sentiments to Chariot from afar. And that's definitely a promise. With a promise that eerily resembled Chariot's, Goku buoyantly ran to catch up with Kami in the time room. It was now that both of their respective futures would be shaped by one another's meeting. They would become divergent in terms of experiences, but still be fueled by the same basic motivation to grow stronger. The question was, how far would Goku and Chariot be willing to go to achieve their goals? 2 years later at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, age 756. Finally, after 3 long years of preparation, Goku was officially declared the winner of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. In a brutal fight to the death, he endured blood, sweat, and tears to finally defeat Piccolo Jr. with one last finishing blow. He did so with the newly acquired ability to fly, a key enhanced power Goku once described to Chariot more than 2 years ago. Although it appeared Goku was initially obliterated by Piccolo's signature Ki Blast, the Masenko, he managed to glide through the air and crash straight into his adversary's stomach headfirst. This sent Piccolo flying outside the ring, officially declaring him the loser according to tournament guidelines. Unfortunately, Papaya Island was rendered a wasteland thanks to Piccolo, but the arena was still left mostly intact. Goku, at the age of 19, was much taller and muscular than before. His GI, recently restored by Kami after convincing him to spare Piccolo's life, was orange with a black shirt concealed underneath. He also wore a black belt with blue wristbands and boots to match. As always, he displayed the symbol of Master Roshi's Turtle School for Martial Arts, which was a black kanji written within a yellow circle. His hair and face, however, didn't seem to change at all. Regardless of size, he was still the same Goku inside and out. At the moment, Goku just gave a Senzu Bean to Piccolo, completely healing the villain of all his injuries. This display of mercy didn't deter Piccolo from his plans for world domination, but Goku wanted him to stay as a worthy rival he could challenge at any time. He let Piccolo fly away into the distance with that very sentiment in mind. I hope you take this opportunity to get stronger, Piccolo. 'Cause if I beat you once, I'll definitely try my best to do it again. Goku thought with a determined smirk on his face. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and the others looked upon this moment with mixed emotions. On one hand, the Demon King's son was fully healed and just as evil as ever, but on the other hand, Goku would be there to stop him whenever he does return. This especially made Bulma observe Goku with a nice mix of pride and nostalgia. It was difficult for her to comprehend that this was the same goofy kid she met on Mount Paozu all those years ago. Time sure did go by fast. Well, that was a stupid move. Yajirobe, a chubby samurai with shaggy, black hair, muttered to himself. Bad launch, overhearing this, mercilessly smacked him upside the head. Ouch! What the hell was that for? Can it, fatso? Goku just saved the entire frigging world here. Launch growled angrily. I get that. But he still shouldn't have used one of my senzu beans on that monster. Yajirobe grunted while massaging his aching head. He probably still would have been alive, even without it. Goku crossed his arms, glancing back at Yajirobe in minor sympathy. The portly swordsman did make a good point, but the thought of maintaining Piccolo's status as his rival was more important to him in a way. I get what you're saying, Yajirobe. But as I said, keeping him in good shape gives me more opportunities to fight him at his best, you know? I wouldn't want him to stay in a coma for weeks or something. Goku justified the logic of his action. Not wanting to argue further, Yajirobe just shrugged. Whatever. Just don't ask me to give him any more than that. Suddenly, Kai came charging toward Goku with a concerned, love-struck expression. She had her long, black hair tied down in a ponytail that was held together by a red band. Her outfit was a long, blue dress that covered matching pairs of red pants and shoes. She also had red wristbands that directly contrasted with Goku's own set. Goku, you did it! You're so brave. Kai swooned as she tightly hugged Goku. I'm so proud of you. She then lovingly nuzzled her face into Goku's chest. Goku was a bit embarrassed by this display of affection, but strangely enough, it reminded him of a similar thing Chariot did 2 years prior. Chariot's hug had a bit more excessive force put into it, though. I wonder what she up to? Goku aimlessly muttered to himself. At this point, Chariot was probably graduated from Lunar Nova Academy or, at least, close to it. Overhearing this, Kai abruptly stopped nuzzling to look at Goku in confusion. The mention of whoever this she was immediately set her feminine instincts on edge. She? Who is she? Kai asked. Realizing that he was unintentionally thinking out loud, Goku shook his head in an attempt to soothe Kai's worries. No one in particular. I just thought of this friend of mine I haven't seen in 2 years. Goku replied nervously, this better not be that Chariot girl you mentioned when I kissed you at the tournament. Kai frowned as she wagged her finger disapprovingly. You don't just say another girl's name right in front of your fiancé. That's rude. The Ox Princess then stepped away from Goku as she crossed her arms in frustration and, arguably, a bit of jealousy. Goku's nonchalant proposal in the arena was so romantic and dreamlike that the very moment he compared her kiss to some clumsy redhead witch's, the magic of that moment was almost completely ruined. She obviously didn't know who this girl was and to what extent her relationship to Goku actually went, but nevertheless, Kai began to harbor a grudge towards this so-called Chariot. After all, Goku was hers and she had no intention of sharing him with anyone. And to think I remained loyal to you for all these years. How could you be so cruel? Kai sniffled as she exaggeratedly broke down in tears. Startled by this, Goku quickly wrapped his arm around Kai's shoulder to comfort her. Oh, come on, Kai. She was just a friend. I only really knew her for an hour or so at best. Goku stated truthfully. Of course, the short time he spent with Chariot was beyond his control, but he still learned more than enough about her in a way. To be honest, it's not like Goku knew Kai for much longer. Yamcha whispered over to Tien, Bulma, and Krillin. In response, Kai's uncovered her face to glare daggers at Yamcha. What was that, Yamcha? Kai questioned angrily. Not wanting to poke the bear any further, Yamcha meekly placed his hands up in surrender. Nothing. Nothing at all. He. Yamcha weakly chuckled. Kai narrowed her eyes in suspicion before returning Goku's embrace once more. Krillin, sporting a cocky smirk, lightly nudged Yamcha in the side. Guess Kami really did do some damage to your balls, after all. Oh, laugh it up, Krillin. I'd like to see you stand up to Kai. That girl will eat anyone who's not Goku for breakfast. Yamcha defended himself with his own smirk. Thinking back to the moment Kai screeched in anger when Goku didn't recognize her, Krillin gulped down a lump in his own throat, shivering. Yeah. Point taken. Krillin mumbled quietly. Bulma and Launch, listening in on them, both rolled their eyes in annoyance. Besides, she's from a completely different Earth in some other galaxy. I wouldn't really be able to see her again, even if I tried. Goku pointed out the fact that Chariot wasn't from their world. This factor slightly disappointed Goku, but with ley lines, a future meeting was possible, he supposed. He just didn't want Chariot or Kai Kai to meet one another when that time came. For some reason, he felt like that particular encounter wouldn't go very well. Why you mean that? Kai Kai sniffled again, albeit a bit less this time around. Her black eyes shone with tears as Goku overlaid his hands with hers. Yes, Kai Kai, you're the one I promised to marry, remember? You have nothing to worry about at all. Goku softly reassured his future wife. Beaming with immense happiness at Goku's loving statement, Kai Kai attacked Goku with another, even tighter bear hug. Continuing this hug, Kai Kai then started showering Goku with multiple kisses on his face. Oh, Goku, easy, Kai Kai. Not in front of everyone like this, please. Goku said, a slight flush appearing over his cheeks. Everyone else laughed as Goku tried with all his might to calm Kai Kai down. Her kisses were nice, but it was just a tad too much affection for him in that moment. Afterwards, once Chiaotzu flew back from the infirmary and happily reunited with Tien, Kami approached Goku with a fairly important proposition. Goku, you've proven yourself worthy of being the next guardian of Earth. I'd like to offer you my job. Kami expressed in slight desperation. To him, Goku was the only person worthy enough to succeed him as Earth's protector. Me? Are you serious? Goku pointed at himself in surprise. Yes. I have the utmost confidence in you. Kami nodded without any sort of hesitance. Think of the good you could do with that kind of power, Goku. You could even interact with the West Galaxy's Earth as guardians of old did in the past. What do you say? Goku paused after hearing that last statement. While it would be cool to learn more about Lunar Nova Academy and Chariot's time as a student, standing up on the lookout all day would get boring really fast. He wanted to fight strong opponents, not watch fights take place from afar like Kami does. It just wasn't the type of mantle he wanted to inherit. Look, I really appreciate the offer, Kami, but... Goku trailed off as he rudely stuck out his tongue at Kami. Not expecting this kind of answer, the old Green Guardian's jaw dropped in shock. Goku turned around and grabbed Kai Kai by the hand. Flying Nimbus. From the distance, a golden, fluffy cloud flew to Goku's side upon command. He then hopped on board the cloud with Kai Kai in tow, much to her extreme delight. It just doesn't get any better than this. Sorry. Goku happily waved farewell to Kami and his friends. With that, Goku and Kai Kai flew away to make preparations for their eventual wedding. Their next stop would most likely be Fire Mountain to tell Ox King the good news. As Kai Kai amorously wrapped her arms around Goku's waist, the martial arts champion in question thought over the progress of his journey so far. Chariot's own development as a witch also came to mind. Well, I managed to become the strongest fighter in the world and get engaged, I guess. What have you been able to achieve in these past 2 years, Chariot? I'm curious. Goku mentally pondered. He closed his eyes to recall the short meeting with Chariot before continuing to fly the Nimbus towards a yet-to-be-determined future, a future filled with even fiercer battles and, unfortunately, tougher sacrifices. Chariot's magic show, circa 2006, the night sky was cast over a bustling, highly populated city with buildings of various sizes scattered all throughout. Located within the sky were 7 stars that glowed brighter and more vibrantly than any other. They seemed to take the form of the Little Dipper constellation before one star shot out a white falcon that shined with golden light. It flew over the entire city and through a crowd audience to reach a single stage, much to everyone's excitement and awe. All right. It's show time. The magical falcon thought to itself. In a burst of green energy, it then metamorphized into an older, more mature Chariot du Nord. Now going by the stage name, Shiny Chariot, she wore a white tailcoat vest that accentuated her chest and other forms. This uniform also contained a blue skirt, a brown belt with the symbol of a golden ring in its center, and blue thigh-high stockings that were partly concealed by white-red boots at the bottom. She also had a red cape that covered both of her shoulders and were held down by small, golden cufflinks to top it all off. Chariot wore a white witch's hat with blue lace wrapped around it and a yellow-red, star-like symbol positioned in the middle. However, in spite of her new outfit, Chariot's face and hair were completely the same, even if she was currently 19 years old. "Welcome to the world of magic," Chariot greeted with a smile on her face. Everyone in the crowd began to cheer at the emergence of shiny Chariot, especially two little girls. One, a British girl, had platinum blonde hair with green highlights and blue eyes, while the other, a Japanese girl, had short, brown hair and red eyes. She also wore a smaller replica of Chariot's hat, showing that the French which had become popular enough to warrant merchandise. Both girls, in spite of their different appearances, were absolutely starstruck by shiny Chariot's magical abilities. "Now, please, extend your hand." Chariot brought out her hand, making the shiny rod instantly appear. "Your story is about to begin." She spun the shiny rod around, producing green energy with each respective movement. Smashing it against the stage floor, artificial waves formed as Chariot surfed atop them using the newly formed shiny belay. These waves consumed the audience, and for a second, it felt as if they were actually underwater. Once each wave disappeared, Chariot's viewers noticed that they were placed in an illusionary replica of the night sky. The brown-haired girl was in awe since her feet seemed to float over an empty space, rather than touch grass like before. Chariot continued flying around the area whilst green plumes of magic shot out from the shiny belay's broom head. Once she reunited with her stage, Chariot powerfully rocketed into the sky. She gradually transformed into a comet of magical essence before crashing down into the ground, causing what seemed like splashes of water to fly about in varying directions. To everyone's continued amazement, Chariot transfigured herself into a mermaid, then a harpy with white wings, and finally, an elegant centaur as she passed over the entire crowd. In response, the brown-haired girl reached out her arms in pure delight. Her black cape, it seemed, was meant to reflect Chariot's own as she fully unveiled it. The little girl's cheer was stopped, however, by the sight of an orange orb glowing from her chest. It took the form of a pixie before flying up into the sky alongside other orange specters of energy. Some appeared to be completely different animals, including dogs, horses, sheep, and many others. Regardless, they could best be described as manifestations of the crowd's positive emotions and enthusiasm, particularly in response to Chariot herself. Teleporting back to the stage, Chariot happily waved at the entertained masses. She then stopped once she saw something strange and malevolent taking form over the audience. Before her eyes, black and red cubes snaked into the dead center of each spirit she created. They combined together to form a dinosaur-like creature, which proceeded to gobble up multiple personifications of positive energy. After eating multiple spirits, it grew much bigger, becoming even more dinosaurian in both shape and size. Red, negative energy was present within its toothy maw and around its entire body. Grog! The strange monster roared ferociously. Whatever it was, the creature did not seem to be part of Chariot's act, a fact that unnerved her in a lot of ways. What is that?" Chariot asked in confusion. She assumed those cubes were some form of magic, but before now, she had never seen a spell like that, even in alchemy. Its red aura was also eerily similar to a monster from her past. It has the same negative energy as the Titan I fought with. Chariot faltered a bit, becoming more downcast just thinking of Goku. Even 2 years later, she could never quite get him off her mind. She told Professor Holbrook about him and everything, but all the headmistress could really do was choose to remember his exploits for future matters. Unfortunately, remembering wasn't good enough for Chariot. She wanted to know how he was doing, what adventures he went out since their last meeting, and everything in between. He was part of the reason she was able to get to this point in the first place, after all. But, most importantly of all, Chariot just missed the lovable goofball. She spent many nights at Luna Nova wishing that their time together could have been longer than it was. She wondered if Goku felt the same way. Snapping out of her delirium, Chariot shook her head and determinedly glared at the negative entity floating up above. "No matter. Goku isn't here to help like before, so I need to finish this up myself." Sighing, Chariot tossed her hat away, allowing it to transform into much a larger, white falcon. She then ran forward, jumped on top of the magical bird, and used it as a form of transportation. Standing up straight while the falcon continued flapping its wings, she positioned herself directly in front of the ferocious beast. It grew significantly more irate in regard to her presence. Noctu Orphe Ord Freighter. By announcing the first word of Arcturus, Chariot's shiny rod once again transformed into a bow and arrow. She held said arrow in place, aiming it directly at the monster's head. Grah! The monster prepared to charge at Chariot with a fully open jaw. Shiny arc! Chariot yelled, letting the arrow fly in a mass of fiery, green energy. It was shot directly into the creature's mouth, causing fire to erupt from the inside out. The creature was then fully digitized into a circular shape before it exploded in a series of green, sparkly fireworks that, as per usual, enticed the present crowd. Pleased with her handiwork, Chariot continued to stand in midair. She then fired another arrow into the sky, creating a small, portable ley line for her to travel through. With her performance coming to a close, Chariot glanced back at her adoring fans. Never forget to believe in yourself, Chariot advised in an enthusiastic tone. The brown-haired, taking Chariot's words to heart, just gazed at her idol in amazement. That is your magic, Chariot added before instantaneously entering the ley line in a final, massive explosion of magic. All that remained was a beam of green light that dispersed from the sky in a series of small, vivid particles. Now, shiny Chariot was officially gone. Stunned speechless by this impressive spectacle, one of these particles floated into the brown-haired girl's hands. Smiling, she placed it close to her face and then, her heart. Someday, I'll be a witch like you, Chariot. The little girl thought warmly. And I'll make just as many people smile with my magic. She then gazed up at the full moon, hoping to make her dreams become a reality in the future. Similar sentiments were expressed by the blonde girl as well, but to an even more impressive degree. Flying through the ley line she made, Chariot slumped down onto her falcon in exhaustion. Using all that flashy magic all at once could be fairly taxing, even with the shiny rod in her possession. The appearance of that weird monster didn't help much either. Well, that's one way to end a performance. Chariot yawned. She then glanced at the ley line portal's pathway, recalling the last time she saw Goku all those years ago. I did never forget to believe in myself, Goku. I'm taking what you suggested back then to heart and more so. Chariot gratefully thought of the renewed confidence Goku brought to her. She then glanced down at the shiny rod with some semblance of nostalgia. Although she still hadn't unlocked the 7th word of Arcturus, Chariot still felt she had the experience necessary to do so over time. However, like Goku, she would try her best to keep improving in terms of skills and abilities. I hope when I see you again, you'll be proud of the witch I am now and what I've achieved. Chariot smiled at the thought of their reunion. They, of course, were probably much different people by now, but at the same time, she felt that Goku probably stayed the same, regardless of his age and body. Maybe he was a bit more mature, but who knows? With one last fond reminiscence of her old friend, Chariot fully exited the ley line and headed back to her stage's dressing room. Although she never managed to see Goku again like she wanted, all of that would change approximately 11 years later. At that particular point, their divergent futures would now converge into one at drastically different stages in Goku and Chariot's lives. And the very place that would bring them back together would be Lunar Nova Magical Academy itself. From then on, the legend of the Saiyang of Lunar Nova, Son Goku, would officially begin. Lunar Nova Magical Academy, 201,711 years surpassed for the reason that magical icon, Brilliant Chariot, had mysteriously disappeared. Now not a lot was regarded about what came about to her, however supposedly, her ultimate performance resulted inside the moon's floor being marked with some kind of megastar-like shape. That turned into the final time all and sundry noticed the bright rod, or as the general public inside the magical network knew it, Clayam Soleil, as properly. Even though many attempted and didn't locate Chariot's cutting-edge whereabouts, she regarded to have dropped off the face of the earth, most likely out of shame for the humans she tired magical electricity from. These people had no recollection of what came about that night time. However, most witches and wizards who discovered of this event did no longer. A few even went as a long way as to denounce Chariot as not anything more than a half-baked witch who did not deserve the recognition she had gotten. The harm she brought onto the moon, for them, changed into evidence enough of this reality. Others, like Professor Miranda Holbrook, thought in another way. Being the 44th headmistress of Lunar Nova Magical Academy, she turned into a quick old woman with light inexperienced hair and blue eyes that had been imparted with the aid of a couple of square glasses. She wore a red jacket over her everyday witch's uniform, a necklace with multiple inexperienced stones, and a white headband that prolonged simply underneath her chin. The maximum eccentric part of her look, however, became a large crimson hat that protected the pinnacle of her head. It turned into plenty larger than the hats Lunar Nova's teachers generally wore. Professor Holbrook became currently seated in a massive brown chair located within the center of her office. In the back of her was a protracted row of uniquely fashioned hats that each represented the college's founders, the 9 oldie witches. These significantly powerful witches opened the faculty over 1,600 years in the past and had lengthy because handed on. They went by the names Professor Sif Woodward, Beatrix Cavendish, Skade Jotun, Frigga Frigg Gonder, Fraser Elfin, Circe Bandora, Elvira Svartal, Helena Hel Maximoff, and Brocca Deville respectively. Understanding approximately their specific fates became lost to time, but a few trust that one of them can be discovered hidden deep within the mythical Arcturus woodland. Best a rare few were brave sufficient to analyze those woods, though the old witch sighed. She should nonetheless recollect the day Chariot informed her approximately that boy's combat with the Titan such a lot of years ago. It turned into hard to agree with that a single toddler did what the top-notch witch, Jennifer, could not and destroyed it for excellent. Lower back then, it made her wonder if this Son Goku individual might have been transported from Professor Barber's own world. She did, in spite of everything, have a perverted more youthful brother who should half the identical Kamehameha wave that this boy did. Most effective this time, she turned into clever sufficient to inform that Goku had lengthy for the reason that exceeded him in terms of power. He wouldn't have been able to kill the Shaw large so without difficulty in any other case. Holbrook could not help, however, smile and shake her head at this idea. Chariot was so excited to speak to her about Goku that she did not even care about failing Professor Finilan's exam just moments in advance. She best needed that matters ought to have turned out higher for the terrible female, and now, as a result of that unlucky concert, the Clayam Soleil changed into now not hers to wield. It had to be determined by using a brand new character who could help release all 7 phrases of Arcturus and, finally, reawaken the Grand Triskelion. Unluckily, magic became no longer as wealthy as it used to be throughout Chariot's time as a student. Holbrook ought to foresee a dark force drawing near Lunar Nova Academy and its students. This force hadn't been visible for the reason that college's preliminary destruction throughout the 19th century with the aid of his and the witch hunter's fingers. And with the range of witches slowly dwindling, she wasn't positive magic by myself would be sufficient to stop it. That became why a loopy idea came to her head, one which related to both Professor Barber and her younger brother's protege, Son Goku. Despite the fact that Lunar Nova changed into broadly speaking a school for women, it has usually been in want of a protector who might help maintain its college students safe from harm. The 9 oldie witches had won, and now it changed into now time for a successor to be chosen. She believed that Goku, who turned into probably far stronger than he was, could fill this role as an alternative well. She just was hoping that there has been a right manner to contact him in any case these years. That is what's quality for the faculty. I may not allow it to be destroyed again with the aid of a few malevolent being or something it can be. Holbrook whispered to herself. Now, how should I explain this to Barber? In that second, a young, 30-year vintage lady walked in with heaps of office work in her fingers. She had long, shoulder-length blue hair that became tied down right into a ponytail by means of yellow bandages. Her pink eyes have been covered via oval-rimmed glasses, which had black rims hidden by means of skinny blue bangs. She wore a darkish violet uniform with a red flame-like sample drawn slightly under her hips and boots of the identical shade. A black choker became also wrapped round her neck. This woman, Ursula Callistis, clumsily misplaced her footing and dropped most of these papers at the floor. Gasping in embarrassment, she hurriedly grabbed at them, so she would not similarly humiliate herself in front of Professor Holbrook. Sorry about this, ma'am. I've always been any such klutz. She accumulated all the papers returned into the paper whilst Professor Holbrook simply smiled. It's pretty okay, expensive. Take your time. The old witch confided her. I've certainly been that means to speak to you about something. It is crucial. Ursula adjusted her glasses, looking incredibly intrigued. Vital in what way, Professor? Holbrook got out of her chair to look up on the more than one windows situated behind her table. She grimaced in slight disappointment. Because the headmistress, I have constantly been privy to making the hardest of choices. I continually attempt to preserve with past traditions and now not request outdoor help from each person, no longer even different magical academies, as low as there can be in the meanwhile. She defined in a regretful tone. However, I can feel a sudden exchange in the magical power surrounding us. Something approximately it feels off, as if the very lifestyles of Lunar Nova is placing on through a thread. Ursula pursed her lips. Does it have something to do with our Sorcerer's Stone? Will we have time to restoration it? I don't know what it is, Professor Callistus. But I fear that darkish forces are slowly starting to reform after years and years of lying dormant. Magic isn't always sufficient to defeat it this time, although. Holbrook replied, persevering with to hold her chin up. For the sake of retaining the 9 oldie witches' legacy alive, we need to contact a person from another international complete galaxies away. She then sat again in her chair and glared at Ursula in entire seriousness. She didn't bother breaking eye touch from her by any means, and I agree with, that international is one you already mounted a reference to, my dear. Bowled over by means of this statement, Ursula dropped her office work another time. She shook her head in disbelief. Keep the phone. Are you suggesting that we carry Goku returned here? 11 complete years once I ultimate noticed him? The younger instructor asked. She then appeared down on the floor, unluckily reminiscing about the closing time she noticed him in character. He is likely no longer even the equal individual he turned into back then. Plenty can trade in that amount of time. Precisely. Plenty has changed considering the fact that then. That maximum in all likelihood consists of his strength, key talents, and values in life. Holbrook pointed out with a wide smile. If Goku turned into able to defeat the Titan as a 16-year-old boy, there may be no telling what he may want to accomplish as a 30-year-old man. He'd be perfect as Lunar Nova's subsequent protector and mother or father. I am certain of it. Ursula tightly balled her fists. Tears began to step by step build in her eyes, just deliberating the promise she made to Goku all the ones years ago. She wholly failed to be his equal in each way conceivable. It became the primary reason she disposed of her earlier identity as Chariot du Nord, in fact. She just could not stay with the shame of letting him and absolutely everyone else down. I recognize you're right, Professor Holbrook, but... She sniffled in developing disappointment. I simply don't know if I might actually have the strength to face him once more. What if he recognizes who I am? What if he is upset within the form of which I finished up turning into? What if he? Holbrook used her brown team of workers to levitate a tissue near Ursula's face. The blue-haired witch grabbed it and slowly, however simply wiped her tear-stained eyes. Do not melancholy, toddler. Based on what little you've got instructed me about him, I understand for a truth that Goku might never outright hate you. I feel that he'd be capable of recognize your pain extra than anyone. She proclaimed in a relaxed, yet soothing voice. Now, try to remain robust. You're a magic astrology trainer now, don't forget. The beyond is the beyond. All you may do is pass on from Vibrant Chariot and embrace who you're this very moment, Professor Ursula Callistus. She finished wiping her eyes and nodded in settlement. There was a chance that Goku wouldn't even recognize her new appearance within the first vicinity. She'd simply be satisfied to look him again, regardless. You are right. I am sorry for purchasing so emotional like this. Holbrook smiled and stated. Just be glad Professor Finilan wasn't right here. She wouldn't be anywhere near as comforting as I am. Yeah, truly, Ursula chuckled. Are you making plans to open up a ley line then? Now not yet, simply. There may be an antique mentor of mine I need to contact first. After waving her personnel some instances, Professor Holbrook used green magical power to mission a small display in front of them. This screen, functioning similarly to a normal ley line, gave them a glimpse of the North Galaxy-S version of Earth. Here, they could see the inner of a large blue-yellow palace full of sets of candles and skeletons along each wall. A girl even shorter and older than Holbrook stood within this palace's essential room. She had quick red hair and wore a black witch's outfit. "Professor Barber? Can you pay attention me?" The newly named Barber gave a closer look at her crystal ball in minor annoyance. She then smiled after seeing the individual that contacted her. "Ah. Look who it's for," Barber stated. "How has life been treating you, Miranda?" "Now not entirely nicely these days, but I can't whinge. We've simply been suffering to find greater college students to enroll here." Holbrook muttered in reply, "It is times like this where I desire you had been nonetheless headmistress." Ursula's mouth hung open in wonder and concept. This little antique woman used to be Luna Nova's headmistress. Faye. I positive as hell don't. No disrespect to you or everybody else working at Luna Nova, but this fortune-telling enterprise is money within the bank. It wouldn't make sense for me to come lower back. Barber laughed with a proud smirk on her face. Proper. It's good to understand that you haven't modified a great deal, Professor Barber. Good day, I did not make the rules, child. Cash makes my and your worlds move spherical. She grunted. And, just so that you understand, it's fortune teller Barber. I prefer now not to head by every other title these days. Her eyes then darted over to the spot where Ursula turned into status. She raised an eyebrow, wondering why there has been a massive pile of papers below her foot. Who's this, through the way? Oh sure. In which are my manners? Holbrook exclaimed. She then gestured her hand toward the blue-haired witch in question. That is Ursula Callistis. She has been teaching magic astrology for a good few years now. It's an honor to fulfill you, former headmistress. Ursula murmured while courteously bowing her head. The Barber looked at her from top to bottom. Other than her young, curvaceous determine, she did not appear at all that impressed. Astrology, huh? HMPH'd in no way been a great deal of a fan, in my view. Divination became constantly greater my pace. Well, I trust you will be extra fascinated to study that young Ursula has some records with a man from your world named Son Goku. Holbrook no longer so subtly revealed. Goku? Didn't he expect his name to come back up? Barber snorted in wonder. Figures that fool might turn out to be right here of all locations. How some distance back does this history move? I met him while I was still a student at Luna Nova 11 years ago. We fought and defeated the Titan sealed beneath Blightenberry collectively, Ursula in short explained. Subsequent factor I knew, he fell right into a ley line and traveled again home. TCH appears like Goku, very well. That man will bounce at any risk to fight robust warring parties. That monster sealed by way of Jennifer is a prime example. The old fortune teller shook her head in leisure. Although, I bet I can not bitch. Without Goku's interest in getting stronger, he would not have saved as many human beings as he did. Ursula smiled in a melancholic sort of way. Even though she wasn't round to look it firsthand, she felt happy that Goku became still obtainable protecting human beings. How is he? Have you ever seen him? Well, about that. Barber frowned in newfound sadness. Goku is, how do I put this? Is there something incorrect with him, Barber? Holbrook requested in challenge. He is useless. A clumsy silence permeated for the duration of the room. Neither Ursula or Professor Holbrook ever expected to listen such terrible information. What? Goku's useless? The young witch croaked out. She stepped again some feet and nearly misplaced her stability. No. No, you need to be exaggerating, proper? Unluckily, child, I am not. Goku sacrificed himself to stop an evil bio-android named Mobile from destroying the Earth. And to make matters worse, he could not even end the task by way of doing that. Barber vividly recalled. His son, Gohan, had to complete that monster off about 1 year in the past. Matters are fine now, but Goku chose to live lifeless in other international. I am sorry. Ursula fell to her knees, searching distraught by using Goku's passing. A part of her felt a little unhappy that he had a circle of relatives with someone else, however that wasn't critical proper now. She just couldn't believe that the person who stimulated her to grow to be Vivid Chariot was long past. I didn't even get a threat to peer him once more. She whispered. This is a totally sorrowful flip of events, Barber. I used to be hoping to induct Goku as Luna Nova's subsequent protector, however I bet we had been far too overdue. Holbrook grimaced. Now, keep on. Do not lose hope just yet, Miranda. Loss of life would not exactly as an awful lot staying strength as it does right here. The fortune teller likely confident them. Reality to be informed, this is the second time Goku has died. He became added back to life approximately 5 years previous to this one. That's all thanks to the Dragon Balls, magical orange spheres that supply any wish someone dreams. Ursula stood up immediately in a good greater kingdom of surprise. She became now greater harassed than unhappy. Goku's died twice already? And I failed to even realize. Oh, I nearly forgot approximately those. You referred to them for the duration of our remaining communique, I consider. Holbrook mumbled in mild recollection. Yep. They are nifty little suckers, however they can be pretty dangerous on the same time. Does that suggest Goku can still be brought returned? Ursula requested with a hopeful appearance in her crimson eyes. Not exactly. As soon as someone dies twice, Earth's Dragon Balls are not able to restore them. His pals supplied to apply the Namekian Dragon Balls to bring him lower back, but Goku refused. He insisted that preserving himself alive could handiest draw greater enemies to Earth than earlier than. Baba answered at the same time as shrugging her small shoulders. Improper good judgment, I know, but he absolutely intended properly, though. Ursula crossed both fingers beneath her chest. She did not exactly know what an Namekian became, but she got the gist of Baba's explanation. Then, he definitely isn't always going to go back right here, in the end, properly, maybe by way of the one's approach, positive, however I've every other technique that I might want to attempt out. If I can persuade Goku to take in this parent role, I must be able to accumulate enough ki and magical energy to deliver his physical frame back for your world, the West Galaxy's version of Earth. That way, he's going to be able to tour via the dimensional ley lines without any issue. Baba defined her method of resurrecting human beings from the dead. It'll function as a more everlasting model of my one-day revival spell. I have executed it for his grandfather, so I can truly doing it for him. It is the least I will do. Ursula gasped in sudden satisfaction. Can you genuinely do that, Baba? Will it paintings? I'm not absolutely positive, to be sincere, however it would not hurt to attempt. Professor Holbrook beamed. I knew I should count on your assistance, Baba. Please carry Goku right here as quickly as you can. Will do. Just remember that I will be negotiating with Grand Kai approximately this issue, so it take longer than anticipated. I recognize. Take your time, Baba. I'm able to wait. Luna Nova's headmistress nodded in knowledge. Okay. Speak to you once more quickly, Miranda. Baba stated, darting her eyes from Holbrook to Ursula and lower back. And also you as nicely, child. The magical display screen then abruptly dispersed in a flash of green mild. Holbrook clasped her hands together, searching alternatively pleased by using how properly this discussion turned out. I might say that went better than I expected. I don't know. It nonetheless bothers me that Goku changed into killed 2 times in simplest 11 years. I cannot even believe what form of monsters he is fought. Ursula murmured sympathetically. Or how it has affected his son and spouse. That ultimate word left a sour taste in her mouth, however she could not apprehend why. Goku hadn't spent a great deal time together with her in Blightonberry. There was no cause for her to feel jealous. After all, Chariot du Nord, as someone, did not exist anymore. Her and Goku may as properly be strangers to one another at this factor. It is no longer sensible to stay on the one's mind, Ursula. We need to consciousness on reporting to the other teachers about what's south taking place. Ursula slumped her shoulders. Even Finilan? Sure. Especially Professor Finilan. Holbrook insisted, sighing in reluctance. Ursula watched as Luna Nova's headmistress got out of her chair and walked towards the door. They then exited the workplace and prepared to acquire the relaxation of the faculty's college collectively. As they walked, Ursula's mind began to be packed with lingering thoughts about Goku. I ponder what he is doing right now. Meanwhile, someplace on Grand Kai's planet, age 76,812 months has officially passed considering that top-notch perfect Cell's defeat by the fingers of Gohan. Despite the fact that peace was brought to Earth as a result, Goku nonetheless had a whole lot of paintings to do. He controlled to compete in the esteemed different world match against many combatants from throughout the complete universe. However, because of tying in his fight in opposition to Pikkon, the West vicinity's most powerful fighter, Goku brought it upon himself to train daily without preventing. Choosing to stay lifeless, although hard for his buddies and own family, gave him the danger to correctly wreck his limits and grow more potent than ever earlier than. But, due to missing any extreme combatants who had been equal to Cellular in power, the 12-month-old martial artist had but to free up remarkable Saiyang too. He became close, of course, but the emotional cause essential to set off that form just wasn't there. Gohan had the gain in that regard, which made him incredibly proud as both the boy's father and mentor. He simply wanted that he should have parted together with his son on better terms. The Saiyang from Earth turned into presently residing on Grand Kai's planet because of Mobile destroying the one owned by using King Kai, Bubbles, and Gregory. There, he would either spar with fighters from his own part of the universe or the West, South, and East areas. His favorite person to teach with, of Path, turned into Pikkon himself. Come on, Pikkon. Let us go. In comparison to his 12 months antique self, Goku became extensively taller and bulkier as an adult. He wore his regular orange gi, a blue sash wrapped around his waist, blue wristbands, and matching boots with pink laces. His black, spiky hair and face did not trade in any respect, other than the yellow halo now soaring above him. He crouched down into his trademark, turtle faculty of martial arts combating stance and smirked in sheer anticipation. Standing before him became his modern rival, a tall inexperienced alien with crimson lips and pink eyes. A black turban and white bandana covered the pinnacle of his head, matching the relaxation of his outfit nearly flawlessly. He also wore a blue, lengthy-sleeved blouse below his white cloak and a black belt that stored the whole thing else together. Pikkon Universal Goku's challenge without argument and stood in his personal preventing stance. He had a halo hovering above his head too. HMPH equipped whilst you are, Goku. The alien warrior answered. Let us now not make this combat a draw once more, let's? Sounds top to me. I will strive not to hold back this time. Goku stated. He then tightly balled his fists and activated his air of secrecy. Hiya! Within seconds, Goku's hair stood on quit and have become golden yellow in coloration. His black eyes now glowed a first-rate inexperienced, officially signifying his status as a Super Saiyang. A fiery yellow air of mystery then surrounded his body as he flew towards Pikkon. Rah! West Kai's prized fighter retaliated together with his burning shoot method. He surrounded himself in orange flames and tried to kick Goku throughout the face. The Saiyang blocked this kick with his very own arm, causing each of them to go into a flurry of rapid-paced blocks, punches, and other attacks. Hiya! Rah! They quickly darted from one point in the sky to every other at faster than mild speeds. Powerful shockwaves comprised of every of their blows precipitated harm to the encircling grass and trees. Their combat became so chaotic, in fact, that different fighters could not even educate in peace. They were some distance too transfixed by the raw power created from both warriors. After some more moments of punching every different, Goku gained the top hand and slammed his elbow down onto Pikkon's neck. The alien changed into sent crashing back pedal to the floor, however managed to prevent himself from completely hitting the floor. Attempt to avoid this, he shouted. Picken then spun himself around, taking pictures a colossal twister at once at his opponent. Spotting this technique from the opposite world event, Goku smirked and placed fingers on his forehead. Heh. It is no longer going paintings this time, Picken. I've gotten loads stronger considering the fact that our remaining combat. The use of instant transmission, he teleported himself at once behind Picken and, much to the Green Fighter's surprise, roundhouse kicked him in the ribs. He became sent flying right into a sea of trees, nearly knocking into some martial artists as a result. He grinded his toes towards the ground and panted from exhaustion. Sparkling blood seemed to be dripping out of his mouth. Rattling. He simply has gotten more potent. Picken thought in marvel. He narrowed his crimson eyes. I may not let it cease this way. I want to preserve combating him. He materialized himself without delay across from wherein Goku turned into floating. He crossed his palms and smirked. I will admit, you're doing lots better in opposition to me than Ultimate Time. But you are no longer the handiest one who's gotten stronger. He then spun his arms around, inflicting the power inside his frame to skyrocket. Earlier than he ought to finish, Goku determined to expose off his very own signature move. Ka. Me? He cupping his palms collectively and produced a big sphere of ki in among each palm. Ha! Me, the ki sphere became a whole lot bigger than earlier than and generated a couple of pillars of white light that simultaneously spun round. On the equal time, Picken crossed his arms and located them against his chest. He then outstretched each of his fists and surrounded himself in a blue, flame-like air of secrecy. Thunder Flash Assault! He screamed. A large, elongated pillar of flames became released from Picken's knuckles and sent careening in the direction of his Saiyang opponent. Goku then unleashed the Kamehameha wave in all its devastating glory. Hurrah! Simply as the two blasts have been approximately to collide, an inexperienced portal materialized out of skinny air. Lightly on foot out of this portal was fortune teller Barber and her crystal ball. Goku straight away took notice of the unusual magical power being generated from this portal. He remembered going through one among them 11 years in the past. Ooh? Is that one of those ley line things? He wondered in surprise. His eyes then widened at the sight of Grasp Roshi's older sister. And Barber of anyone. Get out of the way, Granny. Barber squinted her eyes to see Goku in his great Saiyang shape. She did not even be aware the chaotic beam warfare that turned into about to take area before her very eyes. What are you blathering on? Approximately it was then that the Kamehameha and Picken's Thunder Flash attack slammed into each different. This precipitated a flaming blue explosion that Barber just barely controlled to block with a magical protect. Gah! Other spectators weren't so lucky. The flames created from the Thunder Flash attack scorched everything in its path, including Grand Kai's own lawn and warring parties who were unfortunate to be standing there in that moment. Fortunately, other than the grass and timber, no one was seriously injured. Picken and Goku stared at one another for a second. They couldn't even tell what just came about. The whole thing went by using so speedy. I guess that's any other draw then. Picken awkwardly muttered. They both floated backtrack to check if Barber become all right. She become laid flat on the floor and covered head to toe in small burns. Goku, transforming out of his tremendous Saiyang nation, scooped her up in situation. Barber! Barber, are you all right? Awaken! Picken cupped his chin in interest. You certain she wasn't lifeless from the beginning? This comment right away caused Barber to wake up and waft lower back on pinnacle of her crystal ball in anger. She pointed at Picken with absolutely narrowed eyes. I'm not useless, you inconsiderate moron. I without a doubt look quite accurate for an over 500-year-old woman. He returned a bit and held his hands up in mock surrender. My bad. Sorry, ma'am. HMPH. You must be. Barber scowled. If you were not one among Goku's pals, I'd make you feel actually sorry. Picken cleared his throat in mild embarrassment. Well, I wouldn't say we're certainly pals, however duly noted. Goku simply smiled, after which became his attention again to the antique witch. What brings you here, anyway, Barber? I didn't request to visit Earth or something. I am nicely aware, Goku, but I want to talk about something with you and Grand Kai. She informed. It is approximately you becoming a protector for a few school inside the West Quadrant referred to as Lunar Nova Magical Academy. That ring any bells for you? Lunar Nova? Lunar Nova? Goku concept. He then snapped his palms in surprising recognition. Oh, it really is right. This is the college chariot desired me to visit again while I was a kid. Guy, talk about a blast from the beyond. Accurate. The headmistress, Miranda Holbrook, is concerned for her new college student's safety, so due to what you probably did to stop that titan in Blightonbury, she thinks you can guard them from any magical and non-magical threats that could come their way. Magical and non-magical threats, huh? That does sound promising, I'll admit. Goku nodded along in steadily building hobby. Changed into a pink-haired female along with her by any threat? Like somewhere around my age or more youthful? Barbara shook her head. Afraid now not. I handiest spoke with Miranda and certainly one of the teachers operating there. Goku heavily sighed in sadness. I see. I used to be surely hoping I could meet her again, but oh well. It become well worth a shot. No longer to seem impolite, Goku, however, what do you have got something to do with the West Quadrant and its planets? If something, I'd be a more suitable character to shield this magic faculty. Picken mentioned in a critical tone. The headmistress handiest requested Goku's assist. She's now not familiar with any other combatants from the West Quadrant, despite the fact that their model of Earth is, in truth, positioned there. Then maybe we have to ask what North and West Kai think about this proposition we're handling here. Picken counseled. Goku abruptly looked across the planet in confusion. Speaking of which, in which even is King Kai? Are you flipping kidding me? The three spun round to see King Kai and West Kai analyzing the significant harm executed to the planet. King Kai was a quick Trojan horse-like alien wearing black shades and a black tunic with pink sleeves. He had mild blue paws and skin, catfish-like whiskers on each of his cheeks, and black antennae protruding from atop his head. West Kai, in contrast, became a shorter alien with pink skin and large elf-like ears. He wore a black cap with one unmarried antenna developing out of it. His left eye was additionally covered via a single blue monocle. What a part of maintain again your full electricity till the subsequent match, did you now not understand? King Kai screamed in rage. He stomped over to Goku and practically twisted up at him. Goku nervously scratched the lower back of his head. Sorry, King Kai. I wager I got a little carried away. Hee. The Kai took any other. Take a look at the planet's scorched surface and plants. A little. You call all of this a little carried away? He shouted. He then rubbed his aching brow in clear disappointment. Suitable grief. You have got absolutely no 2E6E3562D9DBC291944848413288F239. Marvel where he receives that from, lifeless Kai. Hee. West Kai snorted. Ugh. Close up, West Kai. Picken S simply as a good deal at fault and also you know it. Outrageous. Your Goku S just a terrible impact. He is rubbing his North Galaxy stench all over the bad guy. King Kai pinched his nose in reaction to the other Kai's terrible breath. Faye. At the least I understand what right hygiene is. Says the fellow with a monkey for a pet. Bubbles is not a pet. He's a close partner of mine. Get your record straight. He then took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. That turned into when he ultimately noticed Barbara's presence. Fortune teller Barber? What are you doing right here? I am here to bring Goku to the West Galaxy's model of Earth, so he can help guard a few young witches there. All I want is permission from you and Grand Kai, and we will be ready to go away. West Kai waved his palms in front of him. This issue have become a massive problem the very second his galaxy became brought up in communication. Whoa. Who stated you can do whatever with my Earth? I manipulate that specific quadrant, so if absolutely everyone is going to be transported there, I must furnish them permission. he stated whilst kind of jerking a thumb at his chest. He then adjusted his monocle to investigate Goku's body in overblown disgust. He upturned his nose and defiantly crossed both of his palms. And to a person like Goku, I say virtually. Yeah. I don't have a trouble with that, antique witch lady. Calmly coming near them from his mansion was Grand Kai himself. Wearing pale skin and a furry white beard that blanketed his chin, he wore black robes with yellow sleeves below. His eyes were protected by a couple of black wayfarer shades that glinted inside the planet's sunlight. In the center of his chest, an image that more or less translated to the phrase, Grand, changed into present in ambitious black lettering. G. Grand Kai. King Kai, West Kai, and Picken all bowed in his presence. Goku and Barber, however, continued status. Virtually? You don't? Barber requested. Now. If Lunar Nova Magical Academy is indeed in some kinda trouble, then Goku's the right man for the job. He's made a hell of a lot of right progress here. Grand Kai spoke back. Gee. Thanks a gaggle, Grand Kai. I still have room for improvement, although that's why going to this opportunity international may assist you, my guy. Causing all this pointless destruction would possibly purpose you to stagnate a touch, do not you suspect? And as any proper warrior ought to recognize, stagnation can end up the greatest enemy of all. Proper. That does make feel. Goku said in acknowledgement. Of course it does, idiot. He Grand Kai. You need to concentrate to what he says. King Kai advised in an irritated tone. The Saiyang warrior nevertheless felt a touch conflicted about this deal. While part of him did need to look what Lunar Nova Magical Academy was like, the other element felt afraid that he would not acquire a proper undertaking in this trade earth. He desperately needed to release top-notch Saiyang 2 and, doubtlessly, discover a few way to head even similarly past that point. Alternatively, there was a chance that he could come across that Thor character again. He hadn't seen him in 11 years, obviously, but preventing him turned into nonetheless a massive aim for him. So, you okay with me leaving then? King Kai pursed his lips and looked down at the floor. I wouldn't say I am okay with it. However, if it's going to help you grow more potent, then I will allow you to do what wishes to be executed. This is all I'm able to do for you as your former trainer. The computer virus-like man proclaimed. Just, please, do not get yourself killed by using a few dumb effective monster or something. After what passed off with Cellular, I don't assume I'm able to take that sort of stress anymore. You got it, King Kai. I may not permit you to down. Goku beamed as he luckily patted King Kai on the shoulder. He slightly convulsed from the pressure of the Saiyang's hand hitting his skin. Given which you helped contribute to the destruction of my one and best planet, there may be nothing certainly left to be let down by way of, however O.K. I will take your word for it. King Kai grumbled. He had a sinking feeling that he was going to be eating the one's word soon. I propose you're taking Picken here with you. I cannot afford to allow him be passed in electricity due to a planet that I technically personal. West Kai shouted even as tugging on Picken's pant leg. We do not own the planets, guy. We simply oversee them. Grand Kai sighed even as stroking his beard. Except, I am confident that Goku can do this protector job all on his very own. That is what he recognized for, right? Defensive humans? However, Picken can it is exceptional, West Kai. I would be extra relaxed training right here, anyway. The green alien assured his mentor. I don't precisely have a face that younger witches might discover comforting. That last observation became a pretty appropriate point. Even as Goku could skip off as every other human, Picken could stick out like a sore thumb and doubtlessly scare people far away from Lunar Nova. That's how Piccolo became usually gave the impression to commonplace humans, at the least. It is a sarcasm. Barber muttered underneath her breath. Although, if you want any assistance with education or combating some strong fighters, Goku, I'd be happy to return over to that international and help. All you need to do is ask. Picken presented with a type, inviting smile. Goku smiled from ear to ear and gave him an appreciative thumbs up. He'd clearly miss sparring with him every so regularly. Apart from ingesting, that turned into his favorite interest on this planet. Respect it, Picken. I will take you up on that offer, after which a few. He then held out his hand, which Picken gladly squeezed and shook. Cope with yourself, Goku. I'll look ahead to our subsequent combat. Equal here. As they ended their handshake on good phrases, West Kai and King Kai profusely glared at each other. It seemed that the Kai's contention might continue to persist longer than both of their two students. So, how does this paintings, Barber? I nonetheless have my frame, but won't it simply vanish after I arrive at Lunar Nova? I wasn't revived with the Dragon Balls this time, in the end. Fret now not, Goku. Witches like Barber right here have the strength to regenerate your body the use of magical power. So, as long as you stay inside the West Area S Earth, you will be completely resurrected and be capable of live a third time. Grand Kai informed with a carefree smile. Barber quirked a brow, searching impressed by using how correct this explanation turned into. I'm surprised you know a lot approximately us and our spells. I am the Grand Kai, babe. I know the whole thing that goes on in all components of the universe, now not simply this one. He said count number of factly. I ain't called the Grand Lord of Worlds for not anything. Honest point. The old fortune teller nodded. You ready to head out, Goku? Equipped as I'll ever be, Barber. With a rapid wave of her arms, another, barely large ley line seemed in the front of them. The brown branch-like roots had been still present 11 entire years after Goku first saw them. This portal will immediately transport us to Lunar Nova's essential courtyard. Professor Holbrook and a few different instructors might be awaiting us there. Barber sternly advised. And please, something you do not fall out. Yeah, I do not forget. Goku nodded his head. He then waved lower back at the organization and smiled. See you guys later. Inform Olibu that I will be gone for some time, King Kai. Afterwards, Goku and Barber have been sucked into the green portal and disappeared much like that. There has been certainly no hint of their life left. Do you believe you studied it was clever to ship Goku on his personal like that? Picken requested. Not certain. I mainly just desired your fight with him to stop, so my treasured mansion wouldn't be placed at any type of hazard. Grand Kai admitted in a comical sigh of alleviation. But, in all seriousness, I'm sure Goku will do an exceptional activity protecting Lunar Nova. You've got my word on that. He then grimaced in a more serious, doorway. This transformation in mood, but wasn't he observed with the aid of every person else? I simply wish he ends up turning into robust sufficient to stand what's to come. Grand Kai walked lower back to his mansion while King Kai glanced up at the purple skies of this outer planet. He displayed what might be first-rate be defined as a small grin and nodded. Exact good fortune, Goku. Attempt not to get into an excessive amount of problem over there. Lower back at Lunar Nova Magical Academy, 2017 near middle of the night, there has been still no sign of Goku and Barber near the faculty's entrance. Professor Holbrook hoped that they had arrived earlier than Lunar Nova's beginning ceremony started tomorrow morning, but it seemed that plans had to be changed. A few teachers even went as a long way as to doubt that the martial artist would even show up. They assumed everything from his lack of ability to be resurrected, his laziness, or his outright refusal in their entire inspiration in general. One of the witches with this attitude was Professor Finilan, a magic linguistics teacher. She turned into a center elderly girl with long brown hair that changed into tied up into a bun, blue eyes, and light pores and skin. Unlike Ursula, she had red feathers in her hat to emphasize her status as a sophisticated magician. This fame made her as a substitute strict, authoritative instructor who detested horrific manners and tardiness exceptionally else. For that reason, she changed into already starting to develop a lukewarm opinion approximately this Son Goku person. TCH. Are you certain this man is without a doubt wished here, Professor Holbrook? How is he speculated to shield our college students if he cannot even arrive on time? Professor Finilan scowled. We've been waiting for nearly hours now. Persistence, Anne. Him and Barber are touring pretty a chunk of distance from different world to here. Even going via a ley line will take some hours at maximum. Finilan sighed in developing annoyance. I assume you are proper, headmistress. I just desire Barber could have given us more of a warning. We've a lot of work to do the next day. They should be here any second now, Professor Finilan. You'll see, Ursula said. She failed to even trouble looking away from Luna Nova's gates while talking. Finilan squinted her eyes in suspicion. Why are you suddenly so eager approximately their arrival, Ms. Ursula? I've in no way visible you to get this enthusiastic about, nicely, anything before. Ursula grew to become around to nervously snigger at her fellow trainer. She nearly forgot that Finilan did indeed recognize approximately her Beyonder's chariot du Nord, or shiny chariot for that be counted. Bet I am simply curious to find out what our school's parent is like. He. Suddenly, in that second, a large ley line seemed interior of Luna Nova's imperative gate. Goku and Barber each floated out of the portal with calm expressions on their faces. His toes lightly touched the floor as he examined the entire faculty in utter amazement. Wow! This place is a whole lot bigger than I predicted. At the same time as he childishly regarded around Luna Nova's premises, Ursula set her purple eyes upon him. She froze in place and held a give-up mouth, looking to incorporate the emotions that had been beginning to break through unexpectedly. Tears constructed up in her eyes all over again upon for the reason that Goku changed into still the same kind, goofy child he constantly turned into. He simply had the frame of an grown-up now. He hasn't changed in any respect. She tightly held a surrender her chest and took deep, shallow breaths. Finilan changed into involved to see the young, generally clumsy witch in such a borderline catatonic kingdom. Ms. Ursula? Are you okay? Then, before she ought to even recognize what she become doing, Ursula ran towards the spiky-haired man as fast as she could. Bittersweet tear after tear fell from her eyes with every next step. Goku! She slammed into his frame and tightly wrapped her hands around him. He almost fell off his toes from marvel. Oomph! Ursula smothered her cheek against his chest. It felt tough and chiseled, yet heat at the identical time. She changed into now crying tears of remedy and, arguably, happiness feeling Goku in her palms like this. I'm so happy to look which you're all right. Finilan whispered over to Holbrook, thinking in the event that they must do something about this. However, the headmistress just shook her head. She desired to give the lady some time to reunite along with her antique buddy. Goku did not precisely recognize what to do in this example. He glanced down to see the witch's half-lidded red eyes. They regarded distinctly acquainted to him. Those eyes. Should she be? He thought in uncertainty. No, it can't be. She has blue hair, identifying to play along till he found the right time to invite her if she turned into indeed chariot or not. Goku smiled and gently patted her on the lower back. I mean, going through the ley line wasn't that horrific of a ride, miss, but thank you for the priority. Ha ha. The martial artist chuckled. Do I understand you from somewhere? Ursula's eyes widened. His voice controlled to break her out of this trance and allow her to behave normal once more. Oh, that is proper. He doesn't understand who I'm. She realized on the last second. This prompted her to frown, but nonetheless feel satisfied at the equal time. In a way, this meeting should characteristic as a partial second danger for her. I wager it is better that way. I'm just happy I can communicate to him again after goodbye. She thought. We've got quite a few catching up to do. Ursula wasted no time in cleared her throat and parting herself from Goku's body. Ahoom. Sorry about that, Goku. I've simply heard a lot approximately your exploits in Blightenberry that I could not seem to comprise my pleasure about it. She stated in an extra expert tone. My name is Ursula Callistis. Satisfaction to satisfy you. Pride is all mine, Ursula. I am glad to be here. Goku spoke back with a barely strained grin. He still felt a bit suspicious about her real identification, but that wasn't vital proper now. Apologies for that little display, Mr. Sun. Our instructors hardly ever take part in such bizarre conduct, so do forgive Ms. Ursula for that. Finilan sighed whilst glaring at Ursula in displeasure. My call is Professor and Finilan. Welcome to our faculty. Excellent to meet you, and it truly is Professor Finilan to you, Mr. Sun. You'll quality no longer be so informal within school grounds. HMPH. You do not seem to have the seams or brains of a talented fighter, however I assume your muscle group say in any other case. On the other hand, defeating the sure massive sealed by the extraordinary witch, Jennifer, is not any small feat. I might say you'll do properly enough as a protector. Thanks? Accept as true with me, Finilan. Goku may additionally act like a moron occasionally, however with regards to opponents, he is the best of the quality. There is no one who could do that task higher than him. I haven't any reason to doubt your judgments then, former headmistress. Finilan remarked with a wistful smile. It is correct to peer you, by means of the manner. How long has it been now, Barber? 25 years? Perhaps 30? Somewhere around there. You continue to giving college students a tough time like I taught you? The magic linguistics trainer chuckled. Heh. I learned from the best. At a woman. Properly, I'm satisfied to see that you've made it one piece, Son Goku. I am the 44th headmistress of this academy, Professor Miranda Holbrook. The fast inexperienced haired witch exclaimed. It can be difficult to trust, but I was clearly a pupil of Barbara S. at some point of her days as a trainer right here. Wow. Seriously? You need to have left a huge impact on this faculty then, Barber. I wager you may say that. Did not depart lots of an impression on me or my wallet, although, however, I still made some accurate pals and memories right here. Barber stated with a small shrug. Higher than the times I spent raising my younger brother, besides. Now, that changed into hell. Who? Did not assume Roshi would be that terrible as a kid. Barber barely shivered in remembrance of those days. Ooh. You'll be amazed. Properly, thanks for bringing Goku here, Barber. It became extremely good to see you in person again. Holbrook warmly expressed, likewise, Miranda. If you need any assist setting those younger whippersnappers into shape, you already know wherein to find me. Barber snickered, the small witch then floated toward Goku, so she could bid him farewell. Well, bet that is goodbye, Goku. Don't do something silly while I am gone, okay? Goku pushed aside her worries. There may be no one to fear about that. I will be on my first-class behavior. Proper. Certain you will. Barber snorted at the same time as rolling her eyes. Take care, all and sundry. With a distinguished snap of her hands, she projected a ley line through the school gate and floated into it. It then completely dispersed along with her still internal of it. Welp, guess it's that then. Goku whispered with an affirmative bob of his head. Where are we heading to next, guys? Now that we're given our simple introductions out of the way, you can observe us to the headmistress office. There's a few extra things we need to talk about with you there. Professor Finilan curtly knowledgeable, she needed to stop herself from balking in disgust at the person's negative posture and etiquette. It is time like this where she become glad Luna Nova best widely widespread woman students. Like what precisely? It's the beginning of the fall semester for Luna Nova, so many new college students might be enrolled via day after today morning. For the opening rite, I am hoping that you will be capable of introduce yourself to the ladies and cause them to comfortable together with your presence. Professor Holbrook advised the oblivious fish out of water that turned into Goku. No longer they all need to such as you right away, of root, but you must nevertheless make an excellent first effect, however. And given what passed off only some minutes in the past, there may be still lots of labor that needs to be achieved earlier than then. We will try to provide an explanation for more about the school's records and customs, so please, Professor Finilan got up in Goku's private space to glare at him with completely squinted blue eyes. This made him gulp in anxiousness. Attempt to comply with alongside, Mr. Sun. Very well. I'll attempt my great, Professor Finilan. Goku awkwardly muttered. You don't should keep calling me that, with the aid of the way. I'm normally simply known as Goku. Finilan grew to become her head to the aspect to look on the Silang martial artist. She failed to appear to be taking what he stated seriously. We are not on a first call basis, but, Mr. Sun, show your really worth as a dad or mum for this college and perhaps, simply maybe, I'll don't forget that. She then marched in front of everyone else and headed for Professor Holbrook's office post-haste. Now, it's getting as a substitute past due, so do not fall at the back of and comply with us. Professor Holbrook just pinched the bridge of her nose and did as Finilan asked. She surprisingly reputable her as a witch, however even Luna Nova's headmistress should see that the magic linguistics teacher turned into far too harsh for her very own top. Goku, in evaluation, stood at the back of, looking dumbfounded. Changed into there something I stated? Don't take what she stated too in my opinion, Goku. Professor Finilan is like that with anyone. Ursula assured him with a grin. I assume the scholars, both new and old, will such as you just best. Goku smiled back. He changed into, admittedly, still getting a touch misplaced in her sparkling purple eyes. It contrasted pretty well with her long blue hair, in his opinion. Thanks, Ursula. I am looking forward to gaining knowledge of you a few extra. She coughed to cover the crimson blush threatening to stain her cheeks. She desperately needed to keep that vintage, infantile crush below manipulate. The man changed into married, for God's sake. Whom, the feeling is mutual, however we are able to communicate more once you're carried out assembly with Professor Holbrook. Permit preserve shifting. Goku nodded. Proper. They then walked facet by side into Luna Nova Magical Academy. While he wasn't looking, Ursula glanced over at Goku's good-looking face and warmly smiled. She changed into unable to prevent the deep blush from emerging this time. I virtually hope you make a decision to stay for a long time, Goku. I constantly desired to see what you would consider Luna Nova, however it never ended up occurring, till now. The blue-haired woman idea. I simply want we could have reunited below better occasions. She grimaced, thinking about the day that modified her lifestyles all the time. She nonetheless couldn't pretty recover from her high-quality friend, Croy's, betrayal and her failure to hold her promise to Goku. The overpowering feel guilt became eating her up interior, however proper now, she could not let that bother her. With Goku enrolled as Luna Nova's protector, Ursula had a threat to become the positive, loose lively person she was. She just wanted him to stay through her side, even if they only remained buddies at nice. Regardless, I do not want to mention goodbye to you once more. No longer yet, at the least. She promised even as keeping a surrender chest. There is a lot greater I want to learn about you, and a lot extra that I want you to recognize approximately me. She then shared one ultimate, longing appearance with Goku earlier than staring immediately in advance and setting on a brave face. And deep down, I hope you experience the equal manner, even if I don't look or act like Chariot do not anymore. With that last, hopeful idea, each of them persevered following after Professors Finilan and Holbrook to the faculty's fundamental workplace. Goku, as he marveled at how intricately designed Luna Nova's halls had been, could only surprise what Holbrook required his service to deal with. Did this world have a few kind of new chance that could position Cell to shame? Or was a few old enemy of his looking forward to their right second to strike returned and take revenge? He supposed that could be one large mystery he'd want to remedy as a protector or Silang of Luna Nova. Goku, the naive, curious man that he was, couldn't help but gawk at Professor Holbrook's office. Although he still wanted to talk with Ursula some more, the Saiyang warrior became transfixed by the 9 headdresses surrounding the headmistress's desk. Each of them looked different, yet somewhat similar to one another at the same time. He slowly walked over to one of them and tried to touch it. This action was immediately interrupted by an irate Professor Finilan. She narrowed her blue eyes and stuck a finger in front of his face. Don't you dare touch that, Mr. Sun. Goku took a step back and scratched the back of his head. Ursula couldn't help but silently giggle at his blank, innocent expression. Oops. My bad, Professor Finilan. I was just wondering what those weird hats were. One of the magic linguistics instructor's eyes twitched from annoyance. They are not just any weird hats. These statues represent this Luna Nova's legendary founders, the 9 oldie witches. Finilan corrected him. You would have known that if you actually decided to listen to our explanation. How Barber was able to put up with your lack of tact and patience is beyond me. In his defense, Professor Finilan, we did just get back to the office. There's going to be a lot of questions and thoughts going through Goku's head right now. Ursula said while clearing her throat. Finilan sighed. I suppose you make a good point, Ms. Ursula. However, I do suggest you don't encourage Mr. Sun's naivety any further. He won't learn to follow this school's policies that way. I mean, it's not like I'm a student here or anything. I'm just protecting the place from monsters and other stuff like that, right? Goku asked. Finilan deadpanned. He was completely missing the point of the job Professor Holbrook gave him. Yes. You may be protecting us from monsters and stuff, the middle-aged witch repeated in a spiteful, mocking tone. But as long as you're part of this academy's staff, you will need to follow our rules and… All right, Professor Finilan. I believe Goku gets the picture. Holbrook interjected. She clasped her hands together and held them in front of her mouth. Now, rather than yell at him some more, let us just have a simple conversation with the man, shall we? He is our special guest, after all. She slightly waved her bell ringer staff and created another chair out of thin air. It materialized via a flash of green magical energy. Have a seat, Goku. We have much to discuss. All right. Thanks. Goku plopped himself down onto the chair and sat up straight. Professor Finilan and Ursula then stood on either side of their boss's desk. So, I assume you're wondering who these 9 oldie witches are, correct? Holbrook asked. Goku nodded his head. Yep. Professor Finilan mentioned that they're this school's founders or whatever, but I don't know much else. That's correct. They were a group of incredibly powerful witches who established Lunar Nova Magical Academy over 1,600 years ago. All 9 of them helped save magic from becoming extinct back then. Holbrook calmly explained. This was done through Yggdrasil, a large, cosmic tree where all magical energy originates from. Although you might be more familiar with its lingering branches, the ley lines, the Saiyang widened his eyes in sudden realization. Oh. So, that's why there were some stick-looking things in those portals. That makes a lot more sense now. They are considered roots, not sticks, Mr. Sun. They're all that remains of the world tree nowadays. The rest has sadly withered away with time. Professor Finilan interjected in slight dismay. Goku did indeed like the sound of that last sentence. He quirked a brow and looked upon the 3 witches for further answers. Withered away? But how does some big massive tree disappear just like that? Well, during the Great Age of Magic, witches used Yggdrasil's branches to cast an infinite supply of magical energy. Unfortunately, as time went on, witches began to use too much of that energy and caused the tree to gradually break down as a result. Holbrook replied. We now make do with the remaining ley lines and our school's sorcerer's stone. That's all we have left to generate our spells from. She gestured to the large tower neighboring Lunar Nova. On top of it, a massive green stone glowed in the night sky. It almost seemed to shine brighter than the very moon itself in that moment. Who? I see. Goku muttered. Is that stone thingy what powers your magic wands then? I remember Chariot having some kind of battery inside hers. That's right. The sorcerer's stone effects are only limited to a 3-mile radius, so we use magic batteries to distribute energy between each student. I'd say about 90% of it is used by our witches here at Lunar Nova, while the other 10% is given to fairies who help keep the school in working condition. Ursula explained with a smile on her face. Guess that makes sense. The martial artist whispered while crossing his arms. I'm still a little confused about a few things, though. That's all right. Feel free to ask me, I mean, us anything, Goku. We want you to feel as comfortable here as possible. The brunette witch stammered. She was really struggling to suppress the blush flowing over her cheeks. It's mainly about magic being a limited resource. If that's how your energy works, then what about the shiny rod? When Chariot used it against the Titan, she casted about 3 powerful spells without much difficulty. Goku recalled. The 3 witches exchanged nervous looks with one another. Ursula, in particular, looked away from Goku out of guilt. That rod is a special case, Mr. Sun. It is a highly dangerous artifact that can absorb magical energy and synchronize its own magic with a user's emotional state. Frankly, it should have never been discovered by Chariot du Nord in the first place. She was far too young to fully comprehend its power, unlike Clayam Soleil's original wielder, Professor Sif Woodward. Professor Finilan glowered. She then knowingly darted her eyes toward Ursula. And her disappearance and subsequent humiliation proved that to be the case. Ursula bit her lower lip and looked down at the floor. She couldn't afford to reveal her identity to Goku in that moment. Revealing her greatest failures to such a kind man would be far too painful. The Saiyang in question narrowed his eyes. I get that Chariot messed up somehow, but you don't have the right to talk about her like that. All she wanted to do was make people happy with her magic, Professor Finilan. Ursula held a hand over her heart in surprise. She didn't expect Goku to jump to her defense like that so suddenly. Goku, Pa! I don't have the right? Chariot was a former student of mine, Mr. Sun. I have every reason to be disappointed in the superfluous pop idol that she became. She brought a great deal of shame for the magic community that night she disappeared. Finilan snorted in disgust. What's worse is that the Clayam Soleil disappeared with her. All that work she put into activating 6 of the 7 words of Arcturus went down the drain in mere moments. It hurts just thinking about it. Goku stood up from his seat and glared at Professor Finilan. He balled his fists, trying to hold back his steadily building anger as much as he could. Well, maybe you don't know the whole story. There's no way a nice girl like Chariot would have done all of that on purpose. It could have been someone else's fault. Finilan rolled her eyes. Oh, please. Don't be such a naive fool, Mr. Sun. You've only known Chariot for a few hours at best. I was her teacher for years. I saw her fall from grace coming before it even happened. How could you possibly know better than I do? The Saiyang attempted to say something in response, but no words came out. He took a deep breath and sat back down in his chair. You're right. I don't know her better than you do. But what I do know is that day I met Chariot left enough of an impression on me to remember her. And during that whole fight in Blightonberry or whatever it's called, she did make everyone happy by using her magic. Goku recounted with a nostalgic smile. I just don't think she'd ever go against that feeling. Not on purpose, anyway. Ursula could feel some stray tears building up in her eyes once more. She wanted Goku to be angry or disappointed with her, but it appeared that the man was incapable of feeling that way. In one single speech, he understood her true intentions more than Woodward, Croy, or Finilan ever did. It made the young woman wish that he could have been by her side back then. Unfortunately, that never could have been the case, given how divergent their respective lives became. She was just glad that they were able to cross paths once again. HMPH. I suppose you do make a good point, Goku. Shiny Chariot was a victim in some sense, but it still doesn't excuse that forbidden magic she used in her little performances. Find out what that was and maybe you'll begin to see your friend in a different light. Professor Finilan scoffed. I doubt it, but yeah, we'll see. She glared at Goku for another moment or two until Professor Holbrook interrupted them. Whom? I think we should move on to another topic. She murmured. What other things were you curious about, Goku? It's actually just one thing. I met this muscular guy named Thor back in Blightonberry as well. He seemed to have some knowledge about Professor Woodward, Lunar Nova, and the shiny rod. Does he have some connection to Yggdrasil as well? Holbrook placed a hand underneath her chin in thought. She almost forgot Goku and Chariot had encountered Lunar Nova's former guardian 11 years ago. That is a tough question to answer, Goku. Thor comes from a race of magical beings that were born from Yggdrasil itself many years ago. Rather than draw from the tree's energy to cast magic, they are said to function like living sorcerer's stones and accumulate untold amounts of power as a result. Some have even come to know them as gods and demigods throughout this world's ancient history. The old headmistress described Thor's species and what type of person he was. Many artifacts similar to the shiny rod were wielded by these immortal beings, including Thor's powerful hammer, Mjolnir. He used this weapon to protect the 9 oldie witches and Lunar Nova's first students from harm, but unfortunately, his tenure as Guardian did not last as long as expected. Goku was a bit shocked by this information. He knew Thor could teleport, control lighting, and project magical barriers at will, but this god stuff took him a bit off guard. It honestly made him excited to see how strong Thor could become at full power. What happened to him? Right before the golden age of magic took place in the 19th century, a group of witch hunters invaded Lunar Nova and slaughtered a wide majority of its students. They were granted magic nullifying abilities by an unforeseen source of great evil we simply call Abaddon, the bringer of destruction. Holbrook explained in a dark, foreboding tone. Thor tried his best to stop them, but in the end, he lost possession of Mjolnir and was forced to see Lunar Nova Magical Academy burn to the ground. Lunar Nova was eventually fixed, of course, but Thor's confidence and spirit were not. Some say he wanders from place to place in order to cope with his past failure as the school's original protector. She took off her glasses and lightly rubbed her eyes. Recounting that story always seemed to get her more emotional than she'd like to admit. Wow! I had no idea Thor's story was so sad, to be honest. Back when I was a kid, he seemed to acknowledge how much potential I had and was overall pretty helpful. TCH must have been one of the days he was actually sober. Professor Finilan grumbled. She rested both hands on her hips. Don't be mistaken by his attitude, Mr. Sun. That man is nothing more than a bothersome lush nowadays. He'd rather drink and wallow in his own self-pity than actually work on redeeming himself. I don't know if that's exactly true. I might be wrong, but maybe Thor was preparing Goku for this guardian position all along. He could have viewed him as a worthy enough successor, given his strength and love for fighting. Ursula assumed. The Saiyang warrior tilted his head to the side. Really? He was able to see all of that coming? It's possible, yes. Those spawned from Yggdrasil can see within its ley lines and view entirely separate dimensions as a result. There is a likely chance that he could have foreseen Goku's future and acknowledge him as a virtuous fighter who could, someday, succeed where he failed. Holbrook said, and by that you mean defeating this Abaddon guy once and for all, right? Whoever or wherever he is, anyway. Holbrook shook her head from side to side. Goku would need to face a lot more opponents and monsters before Abaddon would even consider showing himself again. No. You may be a gifted martial artist, Goku, but not even someone of your caliber can even think of defeating that monster. You'll need to focus on keeping his followers from the demon realm off school grounds. Because rest assured, what happened during the witch hunts all those years ago can certainly happen again. It's only a matter of time, I'm afraid. Judging from the old woman's serious expression, Goku could tell that arguing against her point would be a complete waste of time. He couldn't afford to risk underestimating yet another opponent after everything that happened with Perfect Cell a year ago. The fact that Abaddon was likely far more formidable than Cell ever was made this situation even more concerning by comparison. It also made this guardian position sound even more fun than expected. He resisted the urge to pump his fist in excitement and nodded. Understood, Professor Holbrook. When I'm not busy with this protector thing, I'll be sure to keep training as often as I can. I still have a lot left to work on. Goku assured her. The headmistress lightly grinned. I wouldn't expect any different. I believe I made a wise choice in selecting you as Lunar Nova's newest guardian, Goku. Don't prove that statement wrong, please. She then held out her hand, leaving it open for Goku to shake. I won Professor. I'll keep everyone safe here. You won't need to worry about that, honest. He beamed while smiling from ear to ear. Don't promise anything yet, Mr. Sun. You still need to get through the opening ceremony tomorrow. Professor Finilan reminded him. Goku removed his hand from Holbrook's to address the magic linguistics teacher. Oh, right. How is that going to work? Ursula adjusted her glasses and said, It's nothing major, Goku. We'll just gather all of Lunar Nova's students and teachers into a large auditorium as soon as school starts at 8 o'clock. Professor Holbrook will give a brief speech as per usual and then she'll introduce you to everyone. Simple as that. Who? Guess it doesn't sound too bad when you put it like that. Goku replied. How many students are there going to be? Well, we've been getting less and less students every year, but ID say there LLB over 100 or more in attendance. The blue-haired witch inferred, yeesh. That sure is a lot of young girls. Like Ms. Ursula said, it won't be bad at all, Goku. You'll do just fine tomorrow. Holbrook promised him with a grandmotherly smile. She then looked over at her office clock. For now, however, you should be more worried about getting a good night's rest. It's getting rather late, Goku yawned, much to Professor Finilan's disgust. Yeah. I am getting kinda tired. That begs the question. Where is Goku going to sleep, anyway? We don't have a room prepared for him yet, do we? Ursula asked. No, we don't. That's why he'll be staying in your living quarters for the time being. Professor Finilan bluntly stated. Ursula's red eyes widened as she spun around to look over at her fellow witch. Her face was now redder than a tomato. What? Why me? Finilan rolled her eyes. Oh, don't make such a fuss. You straight up hugged the man upon seeing him for the first time. I figured you'd want to get to know him a little more. The magic astrology twiddled her fingers in embarrassment. Yeah, I did, but that was a spur-of-the-moment thing. He's still a man. I just don't see us sleeping in the same room as proper decorum and it'll be all right, Ms. Ursula. He'll only be staying in your room for a few nights at most. We'll grant him his own living arrangements at a later date. Is that understood? Ursula glanced over at Goku. He gave her a reassuring thumbs up that seemed to calm her down a little. His infectious smile didn't hurt either. Yes, Professor Holbrook, good. Now, please lead Goku to the observatory tower. The headmistress instructed. She then lightly waved her hand to the side. Good night, you too, good night. See you in the morning. Goku chirped. Don't even think of oversleeping, Mr. Sun. You have a busy day ahead of you tomorrow. Professor Finilan warned. Ursula decided to act uncharacteristically bold and interlock her arm around Goku's. That won't be an issue with me around, Finilan. He, Goku chuckled the same way. Ha ha. Guess not. Both of them then exited the office and headed over to another section of Lunar Nova. After they left, Professor Finilan crossed her arms and grimaced. Are you sure putting those two in the same room together is a wise decision, Miranda? Holbrook simply smiled at her. There was a somewhat mischievous, knowing glint in her blue eyes. Of course. Goku may not realize it now, but they have a lot of catching up to do. I can see them forming quite the unusual, yet close friendship with one another. Finilan looked through the office's window. She narrowed her eyes in response to the moon's star-shaped scar. She had a feeling destruction even greater than that marking would appear sometime soon. HMPH unusual, I'm afraid, is an understatement. Lunar Nova Magical Academy, Observatory Tower, Ursula's room. Upon walking up the observatory's inner staircase, Goku was able to get a good look at Ursula's living quarters. It was a small, dome-shaped room filled with a couch, a desk, a bookshelf, and a spherical globe that showcased this world's night sky. Situated on this desk were a smaller globe, a golden orrery, or model of the solar system, and various other books that were currently collecting dust. 6 framed pictures were also hung above the desk, some of which depicted a sketch of the Grand Triskelion seal in color and the 7 words of Arcturus in an unknown language exclusively spoken by witches. There were also stairs leading to an upper balcony where a circular window presided. The symbol of Lunar Nova was positioned in its center. Welp, this is it. Make yourself at home, Goku. Ursula said with a small sigh. He walked over to the couch and sat down, getting a better look at the room while doing so. Ursula then turned on a lamp located next to a black, intricately designed telescope and fixed up her hair. As Goku turned his head around in all sorts of directions, he locked eyes with a white crow that had a yellow star-shaped crest on its stomach. Its cyan eyes bore into Goku's black ones, looking more bored and disinterested than anything else. Who is this, Ursula? The astrology teacher smiled and walked over to the bird. She affectionately stroked its chin while gesturing to it. This is my familiar, Alka. I've had him ever since I was student at Lunar Nova. Ursula informed. She then gently patted one of the crow's wings. Come on. Say hello to my friend, Goku. Caw. Alka cried. He still didn't look all that impressed by the Silang man sitting across from him. What essay familiar, Ursula? They're magical creatures that witches form contracts with. We can communicate with them by speaking their languages. I, for example, am quite fluent when it comes to bird language. Goku scratched the back of his head in curiosity. Who? I didn't think birds could have their own language like that. He muttered. Then again, there were a few talking animals back in my world, so I guess it's not too weird. I suppose our worlds are a lot more common than you'd think, huh? Guess so. Baba was really the only witch I've known, though. There weren't any magic schools like this around there. The Siang replied with a shrug. Well, even if that's the case, I'm sure magic is still used quite often in your own Earth. A ley line, after all, was able to connect our two galaxies together pretty easily. Ursula noted. She then tapped a finger against her chin. Makes you wonder if Yggdrasil was what created magic in your world too. Beats me. I'm not even sure how old Earth even is. Hee hee. Goku nervously chuckled. Ursula struggled to grin back. She still couldn't believe that the martial artist was able to laugh and smile after going through so much pain. It made her eager to learn more about his family and what he felt about them. You said you had a wife and son, correct? How are they doing right now? The man didn't expect the conversation to shift so suddenly. He leaned his back against the couch and grimaced. Well, yeah, I had a wife named Kai. She was the best girl a guy could ever ask to be with, honestly. She was fierce and strong, yet pretty darn nice at the same time. Goku fondly recounted. His frown then grew deeper. But, like I was before coming here, she's not around anymore. Ursula held a hand over her mouth in shock. You mean she died? Yeah. A few months after I sacrificed myself against this monster named Cell, Kai contracted a really bad disease. King Kai told me it's what her mom died from when she was little, apparently. The martial artist recalled further. The doctors did everything they could to help her, but a cure was never found. He looked down at the floor and clutched his knees in growing sadness. Since the Dragon Balls were incapable of simply wishing away her condition, I begged King Kai and Fortune Teller Baba to revive me for just a day at most. As soon as they did, I went back to Earth and reunited with her. She looked so happy to see me there, almost as if I were some ghost or something like that. Goku continued. He was struggling to explain all of these events in detail. I really couldn't stand seeing her look so frail and weak. I wanted her to yell and scream at me like she always did, but none of that happened. She just, hugged me as tight as she could. Ursula nodded her head. What happened after that? I spent that entire day with her and our son, Gohan. We fished, did some shopping, and just did everything that any other normal family does. Things were great at that point, but unfortunately, they couldn't last. He continued in a soft, almost faltering voice. By sunset, I brought her back to the hospital and sat by her side until she passed. Gohan got to say his final goodbyes too, but after everything that happened with Cell, I couldn't let his mother die in front of him. I had Ox King take him outside, so he'd have some company during Kai's last moments. He cleared his throat and peered into Ursula's red eyes. She seemed to be fairly engrossed in his description of past events. For a while, I just sat there and held her hand. She rested her head against my shoulder and started apologizing for all the times she yelled at or misunderstood me in the past. I don't know if it was some sort of guilt eating her up inside or what, but it caught me off guard. I just wiped away her tears and kissed her on the forehead. Then, the most surprising thing happened. What? She told me to move on from her. Kai knew that I'd eventually be revived someday, so she didn't want me to grieve over her death for the rest of my life and not find any happiness with someone new. I had absolutely no idea what she was talking about, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. She even mentioned Chariot's name of all things, which just confused me even more. I already told her that we were just friends and nothing else. That particular moment caught Ursula by surprise. She didn't even think Goku would mention her to any of his friends, let alone the woman he'd eventually marry. She wondered if that might have happened right before they became engaged. His wife knew about me. Was she a little jealous during their marriage? She shook her head and decided not to think about that possibility. It'd be insensitive of her to do so. After that last argument between us, she kissed my hand, talked about how lucky she was to be my wife, and then, finally, said she loved me one last time. I didn't even get to say it back before she was gone. Goku muttered in a sorrowful tone. And because both sets of Dragon Ball can't wish back anyone who dies of natural causes or old age, Kai was gone for good. The only way I'd be able to see her again was in heaven. Goku wiped some stray tears out of his eyes and tried to remain calm. That was when Ursula decided to walk over to him and rest one of her delicate hands on his shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Goku. I had no idea your wife passed away like that," Ursula proclaimed in slight guilt. "What about Gohan? Is he doing all right? I wish I knew. I put him in my friend, Bulma, and her husband, Vegeta's, care once I went back to Otherworld. Vegeta, a strong Saiyang like I am, wasn't he exactly on board with the idea, but he agreed to taking Gohan, nonetheless. A part of me wishes I could have been there for him more, though," the blue-haired witch frowned. "It's not your fault. Baba's magic only limited your revival to a day. I'm sure Gohan would understand. He's pretty powerful in his own right, isn't he? He is, yeah, but sometimes I wonder if I made a mistake staying dead after Cell's self-destruction. Maybe if I spent more time with Kai before her illness set in, none of this would have ever happened and I could VE. Ursula, seeing a lot of her past self in Goku at that time, decided to hug him once again. She closed her eyes and deepened their embrace. "What are you, sure? You're not the reason Kai died, Goku. Please don't torture yourself with those kind of thoughts. I can't bear to see you like this." She, reluctantly, removed herself from the Saiyang warrior's arms and looked at him face to face. Her eyes glistened with the utmost emotion and care. "You're here at Luna Nova now, Goku. What happened in the past should, stay in the past. Kai didn't want you to grieve over her death, remember? She wanted you to stay strong and continue being the kind, powerful martial artist that she fell in love with." Goku played back Kai's final words in his mind and grinned. None of his friends would want him to act like this either. It just wasn't in his nature. "You're right. She did say that," he replied. "Thanks, Ursula. I got a little too emotional there." "You're welcome. Now, how about we sleep off these negative emotions, all right? Tomorrow can serve as a fresh start of sorts, right?" "Sounds good," Goku said. He then gestured to the couch he was currently sitting on. "You want me to sleep on the couch then? Whatever you're comfortable with, Goku." "Okay." With nothing left to be said, Goku prepared for bed by taking off his shirt and pants. This caused Ursula to gasp and cover her eyes in complete shock. "Gah! What in the world are you doing?" she shrieked. Her face and cheeks erupted into a deep shade of red upon catching a glimpse of the man's muscular, nearly buck-naked form. Goku blinked a few times, not understanding what the problem was. "I'm changing? I don't usually wear my gi when I go to sleep." Ursula kept her eyes closed and flailed her arms about in a state of panic. Well, can you make an exception just for tonight? You'll be getting a new pair of clothes after the opening ceremony tomorrow, so please, for my sake, keep your gi on." The Saiyang shrugged his shoulders and put his clothes back on. "Fine. If you say so, Ursula." Ursula could feel blood dripping out of her nose just thinking about Goku's chiseled six-pack and other, more explicit parts of his body. She desperately wiped it away before Goku could see it. My God! Why was it so big? She thought. He's definitely not the little boy I used to know anymore. That much is for sure. She adjusted her glasses and turned back around. To her immense relief, Goku was fully clothed once again. "Good. Glad we can come to an understanding about this, Goku," Ursula said. She then pressed her fingers together in nervousness. It's just that I'm a woman and you're a grown man, so, you know." Goku suddenly caught on to what she was implying. "Oh. Shoot. I didn't even think of that." "Ha ha." He laughed in a comparatively much better mood. "Sorry about that." Ursula waved her hands in front of her body. It's fine. Just remember that for tomorrow night, okay? I will. She then inspected Goku's GI and noticed the turtle school of martial arts symbol on his chest. Although it held a lot of significance to Goku's past, it wouldn't fit alongside Lunar Nova Magical Academy's fellow staff members. The witch brought out her wand and waved it around a little. Hold still for a second, Goku. In a matter of seconds, the black Z-shaped kanji was transformed into the Lunar Nova symbol. It was now a black ring with 3 identically shaped diamonds sticking out. The insignia on Goku's back was also changed into the same symbol, albeit a little larger. She smiled in acknowledgement of her magical handiwork. There we go. Quite befitting of Lunar Nova's new protector, I'd say. Goku examined the new sections of his GI and nodded. Doesn't he look half bad, actually? Hee. Let's hope the students agree, Goku. Ursula then used her wand to create a small bed, pillows, and some blankets out of thin air. Her bed was situated right next to Alka's perch and the couch Goku planned to sleep on. She levitated one of the pillows and blankets over to Goku. They each had Lunar Nova patterns knitted into them. Have a good rest, Goku. I'll see you in the morning. You too. Good night, He paused once Ursula took off her glasses and witch's hat. Apart from looking a bit prettier and, of course, having long blue hair, her face was almost identical to Chariotess. The resemblance was almost too coincidental to ignore. Is there something wrong with my face? She asked. Goku snapped out of his trance and said, Nah, it's nothing. I just thought I saw something for a second. Night, Ursula. He spun around and laid on his side in the opposite direction. Oh, okay. Good night. She turned off the room's lamp and walked back to her own bed, thinking over what just happened. Does he know that I'm Chariot already? I may have taken off my glasses, but I still look much different than how I did as a 16-year-old. Ursula tucked herself under the covers and looked up at the ceiling. She squinted her eyes in sadness. That doesn't matter, anyway. After losing Kai Kai in such a sad, tragic way, I doubt he'd really need to see Chariot again. I want to comfort him as I am now, not who I used to be. She glanced over at Goku's side with a sweet, melancholic smile. If anything, Ursula was glad that the man had never given in to despair like she did. Pleasant dreams, my friend. The two then drifted off to sleep and waited for Lunar Nova's opening ceremony to begin. It would start at around 8 a.m. sharp or sometime before then. After that, a new school year would officially begin, one that would surely change the course of Lunar Nova Magical Academy's entire history forever. Glastonbury, Somerset, England, 7 a.m. Right outside the entrance to Blightonbury Station, a young Japanese girl stared up at the sun with a wide, hopeful smile. She had faced years and years of torment for her dream to become a witch, but now, she had finally gotten the chance to prove them wrong and attend Lunar Nova Magical Academy. That was the same school her idol and role model, Shiny Chariot, attended as a student so many years ago. This girl, Otsuko Ako Kagari, had red eyes and long chestnut brown hair that was tied up into a small ponytail on top. She was wearing an orange jacket, black shorts, brown shoes, and a blue turtleneck underneath her aforementioned outfit. A pink backpack was also wrapped around her shoulders alongside a grey suitcase and a smaller tan duffel bag. Her eyes began to water just thinking about her not-too-distant future as a witch. I finally made it, she whispered in awe. A dream come true. I'm in the place where Chariot learned to use magic. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Ako stamped her feet up and down, and happily spun around. Oh yee! Hava hava! She then lost her footing and realized that she spun around much longer than necessary. She keeled over and tried her best not to throw up. Ooh! Note to self, save your excitement for when you actually get to Lunar Nova. Ako muttered under her breath. She then took a deep breath and exhaled in absolute euphoria. Ah! This is the air Chariot breathed. Eee! After fangirlishly squealing for another moment or two, Ako picked up her belongings and smirked in a more confident manner. All right. It's time to become a witch. She then walked through the streets of Glastonbury in search of a local bus station. It was much smaller than its neighbouring city, Blightonbury, but still had a number of different streets and buildings to visit. One notable feature was its signature clock tower. Oh. Good morning. Ako greeted to some passing villagers. Nice day, isn't it? She then asked a few questions to anyone who was willing to answer. They included a short old woman, a lady and her son, and 2 salesmen hauling supplies into their truck. Could you please tell me which bus ID take to get to Lunar Nova? It's the same school Shiny Chariot attended. Do you guys know the way to the bus station? Unfortunately, none of them knew what she was talking about. It got to a point where she had to consult the opinion of 2 young boys playing a video game. One of them had short blonde hair and blue eyes while the other kid had black hair. Excuse me, boys. I'm looking for the bus station, but I can't seem to find it. The kids looked at each other in confusion. There's no station here. Never has been. Akko slumped her shoulders. Oh, sorry to bother you then. Looking defeated, she wandered off to a wooden bench and sat down. She rested both hands on her cheeks in sadness. All that for nothing. The young girl sighed. She dug through her pockets and brought out Lunar Nova's brochure. On the right-hand side, it included a brief message that said as follows: Greetings from Lunar Nova. In for 20 AD at the site dedication for the prestigious Witchcraft Academy of Lunar Nova, our founding mentor, Sif Woodward of the 9 Oldie Witches, greeted our first 100 students with these words: Let this academy be the first milestone in restoring the art of witchcraft and all of its lost glory. The brochure's centermost sections included some additional information about the school and a small map that showed students how to get there. Next to this map was another passage of text. Access map. Lunar Nova Magical Academy can be easily accessed from the ley line terminal located just north of Blightonbury Station. One must take precaution when using the ley line as the academy is surrounded by the Arcturus forest, which is rich in mandrake, cockatrices, and other colorful wildlife. Directly beneath that paragraph was a black version of Lunar Nova's symbol. But the map says there's a bus stop here. Akko cried. All of a sudden, she heard some loud snoring coming from a nearby tree. She put down the brochure and leaned over from her seat. It was a muscular, yet slightly overweight man with red hair and a beard of the same color. He was covered by a black cloak that had definitely seen better days. It was covered in traces of vomit, spit, and some other fluids Akko didn't want to think about. The man was also sitting atop a large pile of empty beer bottles. Normally, she wouldn't even think of approaching someone like this, but desperate times called for desperate measures. She gulped. Maybe he knows something. She tiptoed over to the sleeping man and tried to get his attention. Sadly, his putrid body odor got in the way of her first attempt. Pew! This guy stinks. Akko gagged. She plugged her nose and tapped him on the shoulder. Excuse me, sir. Sir? I was hoping to ask you something. The man bolted upright and almost sent Akko flying as a result. She instinctively took a small step back in response. Was it? HM? He grumbled. His electric blue eyes squinted at the sight of Akko. Leave me be. I don't want any Girl Scout cookies today. The brown-haired teen puffed up her cheeks in slight offense. Whom? I'm not a Girl Scout, sir. I'm studying to become a witch at Lunar Nova Magical Academy. Do you know where I can find the entrance to that place by any chance? The man quirked his brow in confusion and took a quick swig of beer. You're studying to, make a sandwich? No. I want to become a witch. You want to scratch an itch? Mind if you scratch one of mine, girlie? Here, I'll show it to you. The man attempted to pull his pants down, much to Akko's absolute disgust. She could tell he was incredibly hungover. I didn't want to do this, but you forced my hand. She took a deep breath and screamed as loud as he could into his ear. Excuse me, sir. Do you know where I can find a school for witches called Lunar Nova? I don't have any clear directions on how to get there. The man toppled over his pile of beers and practically growled in sheer agony. He clutched his aching head. You damned little banshee. Are you trying to kill me? Akko pressed her hands together in an apologetic manner. Sorry for doing that. I'm just really desperate to become a witch like my hero, Shiny Chariot, Mr. HM. She's a fan of Son Goku's old friend, Interesting. He took a big stretch and stood up straight. He pointed down at the small map on Akko's pamphlet. Just call me Thor. And if you want to go to Lunar Nova so badly, check Glastonbury Tor over yonder. I'm sure your brochure will show you the way there. Glastonbury Tor? Akko looked from the map to a large building in the distance. A large bushel of green leaves seemed to be growing on top of it. It was virtually identical to the ley line terminal described in the brochure. Oh. You're right. She beamed. She quickly picked her stuff off the ground and ran towards it. Thank you for the help, Mr. Thor. I'll find a way to repay you somehow. I promise. Wait. You realize that you need a broom for that. Thor trailed off once he saw that Akko couldn't hear him anymore. Right? He groaned to himself and took another drink of beer. His eyes ever so slightly sparked with blue electricity as well. HMPH. What an annoying little girl. After finishing his last beer, he dropped it and loosened up his joints. He smirked at the thought of Son Goku becoming Lunar Nova's next guardian, as he accurately predicted 11 years prior. Wonder if she'll cross paths with Goku sometime soon. I'm curious how strong he has become since we last met. The godlike being then disappeared in a flash of lightning and thunder. Whether he would decide to follow Akko was yet to be determined. As for the young girl in question, she excitedly ran down the stone path leading to Glastonbury Tor. At last! I found it! Ha ha ha! Akko was so focused on reaching the ley line terminal, in fact, that she didn't pay attention to where she was going. This caused her to smack into another witch around her age. She was a Filipino girl with long mauve hair and drooped red eyes. She wore a green dress with a brown coat placed over it and went by the name Susie Manbavran. Her skin was ghostly white compared to Akko's as well. OF! The Japanese teen face planted into the floor, causing a few items to go flying out of her backpack. These items ranged from a stuffed bird, headphones, a textbook, and some ointment. Susie, on the other hand, only dropped her broomstick. I'm really sorry about that. Akko groaned. She then noticed that the girl had her own copy of Lunar Nova's brochure. This made her extremely excited. Hey, you dropped this. Does this mean you're a new student too? Are you heading to the opening ceremony right now? All right, Susie said nothing in reply. She simply grabbed the brochure from Akko's and squinted her red eyes. She looked almost disgusted by the hyperactive girl's very presence. To be honest, I was a little scared about going to a witch school all by myself. My name is Akko and I'm come from Japan. What's your? She was surprised to see Susie walk away from her without a single word. She placed all of the discarded items back into her bag and sprinted forward. Who? Wait up! She ran up beside the girl and began blabbing on about her childhood dream of becoming a witch. They were about to walk over a bridge. I've dreamed of becoming a witch ever since I saw Shiny Chariot's magic show when I was 6 years old. Actually, it's not just a dream now. I bet it's destiny. Akko sighed in blissful delight. You have heard of her, right? The Shiny Chariot? She pulled out a trading card that showed Chariot with the shiny rod in her left hand. A glowing blue star shined above her head. Susie did not look interested in the slightest. She was just waiting for Akko to finally shut up so she could move on with her life. See this super rare Chariot card? It's my favorite and a personal treasure of mine. Akko beamed. Susie just rolled her eyes in reply. Chariot is really well known in the magic world. I even heard that she destroyed some big monster in Blightonbury at our age. It's hard to believe that I've never met any other fans of her in person. She's so amazing. All of a sudden, Susie stopped in place to grab something out of her bag. She dabbed her fingers in some type of purple liquid as Akko continued praising Shiny Chariot. I guess it's because some people think her magic is outdated, but that just makes her one of a kind, don't you think? Nobody but Chariot could. Susie rested a singer finger on Akko's cheek and roughly smacked her across the face. Bwef! As Akko massaged her bruised cheek, Susie placed the mystery potion back in her bag and walked away. MMPH. Akko yelled in a series of inaudible muffles. She looked down to see that a zipper was magically placed over her mouth. Millimeter? Her eyes widened from amazement. Whoa. Cool. Is this magic? She thought. I tried to learn puppet magic using some mail order kit, but this is the first time I've seen any magic this advanced. Akko tugged on the zipper's handle in order to get it off. It wouldn't budge, so how do I get it off? Come on. Get! She then accidentally fell off of the bridge and smacked into the stream down below. This managed to negate the spell's effects, thankfully, but also left her completely soaked. Arg! Just barely managing to walk out of the stream and dry off, Akko continued her short trek to Glastonbury Tor. She was now completely exhausted. At least the spell wore off, but... The Japanese girl grumbled in annoyance. That girl. Who does she think she is? She walked up the remaining steps and saw 3 witches standing in front of the ley line Terminal S entrance. Each of them had brooms and their own school uniforms. Akko's eyes practically sparkled from immense delight. She readjusted the position of her bag and sprinted over to them. Lunar Nova uniforms. The 3 witches were currently exchanging casual conversation with one another. How did your spring break go? A girl with an auburn ponytail asked. Too many tourists. It was really hard to enjoy anything. A girl with purple hair and eyes replied. Did you hear that Lunar Nova's apparently getting a new protector this year? Rumors say that he is some kind of alien or something. A third girl with long blue hair mentioned. These 3 girls were named Hannah England, Avery, and Barbara Parker respectively. They typically looked down upon anyone who didn't have any prior connections to the magical community. This especially applied to people who couldn't cast magic at all. TCH. You actually believe that nonsense? There's no way they'd stoop so low. Bringing some non-magical commoner to protect us would be an utter disgrace. Hannah scoffed. Turns out he's some martial artist who personally knows one of the school's former headmistresses, fortune teller Barbara. Barbara added. She then scrunched up her face in obliviousness. I'm not sure how, though, Avery lightly gasped. The Baba Yaga? Wasn't she said to be as strong, if not stronger than some of the 9 oldie witches? Oh, those are probably some outdated rumors. I'm surprised she hasn't kicked the bucket yet, honestly. Hannah snorted. She then narrowed her hazel eyes. What we should be worried about is that new student they decided to enroll here. Akko's stride came to a sudden halt once she heard them talking about her. Oh yeah. She's apparently not even from a witch's family. Barbara glowered. No way. Is that true? Avery asked. They've been letting in way too many commoners lately. This protector, whoever he is, might be the last straw. They could spell doom for Lunar Nova's reputation rather than actually protect anything. The purple-haired Canadian witch rolled her eyes. Yeah. We all remember what happened to the last Guardian. I've heard they're not doing well financially and letting in commoners helps keep the school open. Barbara explained. Of course, if this keeps up, who knows who they'll let in. I bet that new girl can't even ride a broom. Hannah snickered. There's no way. Avery smirked amusedly. Well, she'll be the first person in the history of Lunar Nova who can't ride one, if that's the case. Akko turned around and tried her best to walk away as quietly as possible. Sadly, her presence was noticed by Barbara. Who's that? Oh, I'm new here. Otsuko Kagari. They all looked upon her with little interest. Oh. So, you're the one. Akko nervously gulped and walked over to the 3 girls. She tried her best to treat them kindly. Sure, hope the bus comes soon, am I right? Avery raised an eyebrow. What bus? Isn't this the bus stop? The 3 witches looked at each other before breaking out into an uproarious fit of laughter. In that moment, Akko wanted to vanish into thin air and pretend this day never happened. Fut ha 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 ha. Wow. Are you really that dumb? Hannah inquired. Barbara snorted. I can't believe you really thought there was a bus here. Ha ha. They each stuck out their brooms in front of Akko's face and recited a short incantation. Tia Frere. The 3 girls all took flight on their brooms with relative ease, much to Akko's amazement. Any attempt at flying a broom resulted in her crashing, yet they did it effortlessly. This is a broom stop, Moran, the ley line terminal. Barbara informed. This is the only way to get to Lunar Nova. Magical energy has been flowing through this terminal since ancient times. Riding that energy takes you straight to your destination. They each flew away from Akko one after the other. The 3 then entered Glastonbury Tor simultaneously and continue mocking her lack of magical knowledge. It's the magic highway. It's basic witch knowledge. You should have learned that before you decided to barge in here. Barbara haughtily laughed. Akko entered the ley line Terminal S entranced to see Avery, Barbara, and Hannah all floating in midair. They prepared to enter a large green portal that the young girl recalled seeing during Shiny Chariot's magic show. So, that is a ley line. Who? Wow, let us go. If we're late to the opening ceremony, we'll be banned from ever attending Lunar Nova. Barbara stated. Converting into beams of green light, the three dispersed in a blinding flash of magical energy and headed for Lunar Nova as planned. Akko was now left alone. What do I do? She whispered. Due to her not being able to fly, she resorted to climb the Terminal S inner walls. This only resulted in Akko falling flat on her back, because of the brittle branches and roots she tried to grab onto. She would have started whimpering from desperation if not for the stray witch walking up Glastonbury Torres staircase. She was a Finnish girl with short, spiky orange hair and large glasses. She had blue eyes and freckles on her face too. Held in her arms were a broom and two large carry-on bags. Ooh. I'll be late at this rate. The girl whined. She then unceremoniously tripped on one of the steps. All of her belongings were scattered everywhere, much to the girl's chagrin. Her witch's hat fell off to reveal a blue headband as well. Oh. I didn't really need all of these souvenirs Mom and Grandma packed for me. It's way too much to carry. She sighed while desperately trying to pick everything off the ground. She then saw Akko pick up her hat and broomstick. "Ooh, thank you so much," the girl muttered. She then pointed toward the entrance. "Are you going to Lunar Nova too?" "The ceremony is probably starting soon," Akko lightly whined with a sad expression her face. Tears were building up in her eyes, much to the Finnish witch's growing discomfort. "Are you new?" "I've never seen you before, MMHM, the bespectacled girl narrowed her eyes. "Well, Lunar Nova's pretty strict about rules. If you're late, you're automatically expelled, so we should hurry. I heard that they want everyone to be introduced to the school's new protector, whoever they may be." Akko hung along one of the walls and slumped her shoulders. "That's cool and all, but I don't have a broom. And it's not like I can ride one, anyway." "Oh. I see," the girl murmured in reply. Not wanting to see Akko burst into tears, she gestured to the back of her broom. "Do you need a ride?" "Ooh. Really? I've never had a passenger, but it shouldn't be too difficult. I think." Akko's mood took a sudden 180 as she wrapped her arms around the orange-haired witch. The girl blinked her eyes a few times in surprise. "You'll take me? Thanks so much. You're single-handedly restored my faith in witches." She parted from the girl to smile widely at her. "I'm Otsuko Kagari, but you can call me Akko." "What is your name, M?" "My name is Lotte Jönsson. I'd like to talk more, but we'll be late if we don't leave now." "Then what are you waiting for? Let us go, Lotte." Akko beamed. "Alright." They placed all of their bags on Lotte's broom and made preparations to leave. Akko also wrapped her arms around Lotte's waist so she wouldn't fall off. "Ready for takeoff?" Akko nodded. "MMHM. Now, then let us take flight." Tia Frere. Green particles of light emerged from Lotte's broom as it ascended into the air. Akko began to look down at the floor in surprise. "No way. It's flying. It's actually flying." She gasped. They were then jerked back down to a lower point in the air. "Wah, we might be a little too heavy," Lotte stammered. She then looked up at the ley line located above them. "Open. Reveal the path to Lunar Nova." To Akko's growing horror, their bodies were elongated and stretched the further they traveled inside the portal. She, obviously, did not take this foreign sensation very well. "What the heck? Wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait a minute." In a massive burst of magical energy, Lotte and Akko entered the ley line at unimaginably fast speeds. Ugh. Akko screamed as comical tears fell from her eyes. "I can't do this anymore. Let me out. It's a little late for that, Akko." Lotte yelled. Gusts of wind then smacked against their broom and blew them slightly off course. Wah! Multiple items from Lotte and Akko's bags were flung off to another portion of the ley line. This included her stuffed white crow from earlier. "My luggage," Somewhere close by, Susie casually flew atop her broom and read from a brown textbook. Her expression was as mellow as ever. A witch who is not properly trained cannot enter the legendary forest, Arcturus. She uttered with a small frown. HMPH. That is what they think. Out of nowhere, the stuffed crow smacked into Susie's face and caused her to woozily lose control. Back with Lotta and Akko, their flight proceeded to get even worse. The ley line was actively trying to kick them out for some reason. Akko's eyes rolled around in reactionary dizziness as they avoid one torrent of wind after another. It's so cranky. Something's wrong. Lotta cried. She turned her head to glance over at Akko. You're not carrying any salt, are you? Huh? Ooh? Ley lines really don't like solidity. You think it's this? My pickled plums? Akko said as she pulled out a small container. I don't care what it is. Throw it away. The Finnish witch screamed, but they're perfectly good plums. Can't I just? The ley line didn't even give her a chance to finish her sentence. It threw yet another gust of wind at them. Akko, please. Fine. I'll toss it. Before she could do so, Akko's shiny chariot tarot card flew out of her pocket and into the ley line's darker purple section. Her eyes widened as she held out her hand in newfound despair. Oh no! My most prized possession. She then lost her grip on Lotta's waist and helplessly fell down. Akko! Right as Susie removed the stuffed bird from her face, Akko's body slammed into Susie's. This resulted in all three girls being spit out of the ley line like some kind of magical, interdimensional toilet. Where they would end up was a place not many witches ended up escaping alive. That went double for girls as young as they were. Back at the observatory tower, with Lunar Nova's opening ceremony about to take place in approximately 30 minutes or less, Professor Holbrook and her fellow witches were setting up everything in the auditorium. Most teachers were responsible for orchestrating the student seating arrangement, but Ursula, on the other hand, was given a much different task. Her job was making sure that Goku arrived there on time. However, this proved to be a lot more difficult than expected. It turned out Goku could be quite the heavy sleeper when push came to shove. His snoring was even more of a hassle to endure. After countless failed attempts to wake him up, Ursula just sat in her desk and waited for some more time to pass. She rested a hand against her cheek and yawned. Looks like it's another sleepless night for me. The young witch whispered. Alka would have continued sleeping as well, but a sudden burst of magical energy perturbed his slumber. He narrowed his cyan eyes and tried to get Ursula's attention. Core! What? Is it breakfast already? Goku mumbled in slight delirium. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and slowly, but surely sat up straight. Figures that's what gets you to wake up, Ursula said in amusement. She then looked over at her avian familiar. What is the matter, Alka? Core. Seemingly understanding what the white crow's warning call, Ursula got out of her seat and waved her wand around. This deployed a magic projector from below the observatory's floorboards. It projected a black stellar map of various constellations, including Orion the Hunter, Draco the Dragon, Leo the Lion, and many more. Whoa! Didn't he think you could use magic to make something like that, Ursula? Goku whistled in awe. He walked up to the witch and stood beside her. I mostly use it for my magic astrology classes, but it can also be used to track which ley lines are active and inactive. She explained. And this one is. A whitish-green star was spotted in between a constellation's feet. She immediately recognized the location that this star represented. No way! It's coming from the forbidden forest of Arcturus. She gasped. Wait, you mean the one where the shiny rod is located? Goku asked. Ursula solemnly nodded her head. That's right. It's a very dangerous place that most young witches aren't ready to explore yet. If there are indeed some students there, we need to bring them over to Lunar Nova pronto. The Saiyang martial artist smirked and jerked a thumb at himself. Leave it to me then, Ursula. I should be able to save those girls right before the ceremony starts. But you'll need a ley line to get there, Goku. It might take a bit longer than you assume. Ursula reminded him in concern. I wouldn't want Professor Holbrook to be angry with you. Not exactly. I have my instant transmission technique. Ursula quirked a brow. Instant transmission? It's something I picked up from some aliens called the Yardrat a few years ago. I simply sent someone's energy signature and teleport myself over to them. If it can work with ki, then I think it might be able to work with ley lines and magical energy too. Goku explained. The magic astrology teacher was stunned by the existence of such a move. It almost made Goku function like a portable ley line of sorts. Unless there was some limit to it that she didn't know about, instant transmission was certainly an ability that many opponents and monsters would not see coming. Incredible! I didn't know had such a move at your disposal, Goku. It's very impressive, Goku laughed. You ain't seen nothing yet, Ursula. There's a whole bunch of stuff you haven't seen me do yet. I can say the same to you as well, Goku. She thought in her subconscious mind, you can show me that later. Just, instant transmit yourself over to Arcturus Forest first. Ursula ordered. The martial artist smiled and placed 2 fingers on his forehead. He then fixed his gaze on Ursula's magic projector and the single white star glowing on it. Gotcha covered. I just need to sense the energy coming from that ley line and he stood for a few seconds at most until a swift surge of green energy was sensed by him. As expected, it felt identical to the power Thor gave off 11 years prior. Ah. There we are. There are 3 pretty small energies in that forest you talked about. One of them is smaller than the others, but they're all definitely witches. He took a deep breath and glanced over at his magically inclined companion. Grab my shoulder and hang on tight, okay? Sure, but what do you mean by hang on? As indicated by the technique's name, Goku and Ursula completely vanished into thin air. Alka, unable to tell what just happened or where his master went, tilted his head to the side in confusion. Core? The 2 would now need to save Akko, Lotta, and Susie before Luna Nova's opening ceremony could start. Goku, however, was just excited to explore a new location in this world. He hoped that something would be able to give him a worthwhile challenge there. The end we will continue in next part.